Go. This hearing of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair can declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today, the House Oversight Committee will continue to examine the consequences of reckless and dangerous sanctuary policies that jeopardize public safety. 3 sanctuary state governors from Minnesota, New York, and Illinois are here to testify under oath about why they allow criminal illegal aliens to roam free in American communities. Let me be clear. Sanctuary policies do not protect Americans. They protect criminal illegal aliens. That is a fact that the Abraham family knows all too well. With us today is the father of Katie Abraham, Joe, and Katie's stepmother, Michelle. In January of this year, Katie was tragically killed in a car crash near the University of Illinois in Urbana. Urbana, like the state of Illinois, is a sanctuary jurisdiction. Katie's killer was a previously deported criminal illegal alien who was driving drunk. He fled the scene and the jurisdiction and was later apprehended by the U.S. Marshal Service in Texas. Katie was just 20 years old. She had a bright future ahead of her that was stolen from her and her very loving family. The illegal alien who took Katie's life should never have been allowed into our country. This was a preventable crime. Unfortunately, there are too many instances where criminal illegal aliens have harmed Americans. Behind me are photos of some of the many criminal illegal aliens that have been captured in Illinois, Minnesota, and New York. These criminals have been convicted of crimes including vehicular homicide of a woman, sexual abuse of children, slashing a victim with a machete, and carjacking, among many other crimes. It's absolutely sickening that sanctuary jurisdictions seek to protect these criminals rather than protect Americans. Instead of putting America first, the Biden-Harris administration deliberately dismantled the border security to unleash the worst border disaster in American history. Their radical policies allowed millions of illegals to flood into our country. Americans voted to end the Biden border crisis, and President Trump has delivered on his promise to secure the border. He has taken bold, decisive action to restore our sovereignty and make America safer with each passing day. And here in Congress, we are working to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill to fund U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement so it can carry out the mass deportation of criminal illegal aliens. Despite President Trump's efforts to secure the border and enforce the law, Democrat-run sanctuary cities and states are siding with illegal aliens. For today's Democrat Party, it seems unlimited illegal immigration isn't a failure of policy, it is the policy. And that agenda is being pushed at every level of government. And this comes at a steep cost to public safety, strains law enforcement resources, and imposes a massive financial burden on both federal and state taxpayers. That's not just bad policy, it is a serious oversight failure. Congress must confront this absurd reality. State and local officials are actively undermining federal immigration enforcement, even when it's aimed at making their own communities safer. It's time to determine what legislative action is needed to stop this subversion and restore the rule of law. It's growing more and more absurd every day. In recent weeks, we've witnessed a Democrat senator who traveled to a foreign country for a wellness check on a foreign MS-13 gang member and now indicted human smuggler that ended with a photo op and margaritas on the rocks. The fervor among Democrats who take the side of illegal alien criminals grew so strong that I even had to deny a written request from members of this very committee to go on a taxpayer-funded junket to visit with this same MS-13 gang member. Earlier this year, I launched an investigation into the radical pro-illegal immigration policies of sanctuary jurisdictions. At an oversight committee hearing with some of our country's worst sanctuary city mayors earlier this year, the public was able to clearly see how they care more about illegal aliens than their own citizens. They have pledged not to cooperate with federal law enforcement officials, not even to hand over criminals in their custody who were originally arrested by their own local law enforcement officials for crimes. The absurdity does not stop there. Several of those local officials pointed the finger to laws and policies that their state governments put in place. I invited these governors here today because, as the chief executives of their states, they willfully ignore federal law, shield illegal aliens, and pass the cost of free services onto their hardworking taxpayers. It's hard to figure out whose side these governors are on. They shield criminals while their own citizens pay the price. Just a few weeks ago, Minnesota Governor Walz stood at a commencement podium and smeared ICE agents as, quote, Trump modern-day Gestapo, end quote. Comparing brave law enforcement officers who risk their lives to uphold federal law to Nazi thugs is not just wrong, it's vile and disgusting. I can only hope this reckless remark was not meant to incite violence. Assaults on ICE officers are already up 400% compared to this time last year. And we have witnessed repeated attempts at obstruction and assaults against federal law enforcement recently captured on video in California. Governor Hochul's sanctuary policies cost taxpayers billions to house, feed, and provide driver's license for illegal aliens while the cost to rent rises and hospitals are overrun. Her defiance of federal law invites crime to plague communities across the state. Governor Pritzker faces lawsuits for obstructing ICE as he turns cities like Chicago into havens for drugs and crime. He's yet another governor providing free care to illegal aliens that many of his own citizens lack. These governors handcuff law enforcement from doing their jobs, harbor predators, and call it compassion. It's not compassion, and it's costing lives, hurting Americans, and draining taxpayer money. Congress must consider whether to defund every single penny of federal dollars going to cities and states that prioritize criminal, illegal aliens over the American people. Americans want to return to common sense. The Trump administration and this Republican Congress aims to restore our safety and sovereignty. It's past time for these governors to put America first. I now yield to Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank our witnesses. Governor Walz, good to see you again. Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul, good to see you again. Ms. Perryman, thank you for your willingness to come before this committee and help us with our work. At this very moment, as we sit in this hearing and at the order of President Trump, the National Guard are on the streets of Los Angeles and active duty Marines are on their way. At Trump's order, Californians are now forced to navigate an active military zone in their midst as they try to go to work or decide if it's safe to send their kids to school. And because of Trump, no American city or state is safe as he lays this groundwork to take his militarization playbook nationwide. 2 days ago, he confirmed that he is considering invoking the Insurrection Act to expand the deployment of active duty military forces against civilians across this country, preparing for a future in which dissent is met with armed force and the machinery of war is turned inward on the American people. If unchecked, this marks not just a threat to our most sacred civil liberties, but a violent blow to American democracy itself. Last week in Los Angeles, peaceful Americans came out to protest the administration's cruel and illegal mass deportation operations in their neighborhoods. President Trump inflamed events on the grounds as an excuse to unleash the U.S. military on its own people, sending in 4,000 National Guard members without the approval of the governor of California, and deploying 700 active duty Marines into an American city is meant to provoke, not pacify, and is an aggressive assertion of federal control where it is neither needed nor desired. Our Marines are often the first responders in a war zone, but American neighborhoods are not war zones. Protesters are not the enemy. They are Americans who have the constitutional right to peacefully assemble and speak up. The problem for President Trump and my colleagues across the aisle is that the American people hate what he is doing in Los Angeles to inflame tensions. Americans are deeply concerned that the president deployed federal troops to an American city over the objections of state and local leadership and knowing it would escalate the situation. He put members of the public, law enforcement officers, and troops in danger because he loves the images and theatrics of using force. Let's be clear. Democrats oppose violence and lawlessness in all its forms, as well as any threat to public safety. President Trump himself is the worst offender. The chaos he is fomenting in LA is just an extension of his flagrant disregard for the Constitution and our rule of law and democracy. It is clear that the Trump administration's mass deportation policy is not limited to those that have committed serious and violent crimes. It also includes children who are U.S. citizens, immigrants with legal status, and even international students. On February 4th, President Trump deported a 10-year-old girl, a U.S. citizen, who was recovering from brain cancer while traveling to Houston for an emergency hospital visit. This 10-year-old girl was detained and deported with her undocumented parents and 4 siblings, 3 of whom were also born here in the United States. Her parents have no criminal history, and what's going to happen to her, an American child, now that she can't see her expert doctors, is unknown. Trump deported another U.S. citizen, a 2-year-old toddler from Fort Lauderdale on February 21st, deported to Brazil. But because she is not a citizen or resident of Brazil, she had to enter the country as a tourist, which leaves her unable to access key programs like pediatric care and daycare or school. Are our cities safer now that this 10-year-old girl and the 2-year-old toddler are gone? U.S. citizens, both of them? In Austin, Texas, a husband and wife were recently detained after a routine traffic stop. The husband was quickly deported, while the wife was released to pick up her 3 children from school, only to be deported with them several days later. 2 of those kids are U.S. citizens. Is the family the violent criminals that Trump is supposed to be saving us from? The Trump administration has tried to sweep aside the fact that this pattern of mass deportation operation is letting dangerous criminals roam free while it picks off peaceful, contributing members of our communities. Busboys at restaurants, day laborers at Home Depot, parents who are taking their kids to school. In late March, ICE agents wearing masks and hoodies detained Rumeysa Öztürk. And those of you who watched that abduction, when you compare the old films of the Gestapo grabbing people off the streets of Poland, and you compare them to those nondescript thugs who grabbed that graduated student, it does look like a Gestapo operation. It does look like the Gestapo. She was snatched away and detained 1,700 miles away. Her congresswoman couldn't reach her. Her family couldn't reach her. She was held incommunicado, 1,700 miles away. Her attorney could not reach her. Yeah, that was Gestapo-like. That's an appropriate comparison. That's exactly what it was like. And when U.S. citizens, she was here legally studying at Tufts University. She had every right to be here. We gave her permission to come. Her family entrusted us. They chose Boston because it's a place of intellectual freedom and respect for cultural freedom. And that trust was apparently misplaced. Ms. Öztürk's a Turkish national on a student visa to attend Tufts University. A video of that incident shows Ozturk walking along a public street in Boston, Massachusetts, my home city, when several masked figures just snatched her phone and backpack, handcuffed her, and hustled her into an unmarked vehicle. What's that sound like? What does that sound like? The Trump administration is putting extremism, cruelty, and chaos over protecting kids and families. Trump isn't focused on getting violent criminals off our streets. He's terrorizing our communities to fulfill deportation quotas with fathers and mothers, grandparents, and kids. And he's trying to strong-arm our city and state leaders to divert their limited resources away from serious public safety threats to instead focus on peaceful, law-abiding families, just as he has diverted federal resources away from combating drug trafficking, violent crime, and terrorism to fuel his lawless mass deportation campaign. Trump isn't trying to protect us. He's trying to divide us. It's us and them. He's trying to divide us. And some people are helping him. He's pitting neighbor against neighbor. But it's not immigrant kids who are about to kick millions of Americans off their health care. It's not them. And he's doing that to pay for a tax break for billionaires. And it's not immigrants who are using the military to silence Americans exercising their right to speak truth to power. These are not the strong and measured actions of the leader of a free country. They are the ruthless maneuvers of an aspiring autocrat hell-bent on consolidating power by any means necessary. This is disgraceful. It should not happen in this country. This is wrong. Deploying the military against a civilian population is wrong. And if we don't step up, this will continue. If we don't step up and declare what is right under our Constitution, then other cities, other citizens will meet this same fate. I'm proud of my Democratic colleagues who are willing to stand up to this thuggery. Trump is a wannabe gangster, and he's showing the world what he's about. And I'm proud. You know, my dad served in the Second World War. He fought the Nazis in Northern Africa. He fought the Nazis on the Italian peninsula. And I think he's looking down right now and he's happy that I'm fighting today's Nazis. He's proud of that. We all should be. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, Representatives Stauber, Finstead, Fishback, Emmer, Morrison, and Craig of Minnesota, Representatives Miller, LaHood, Davis, and Ramirez of Illinois, Representatives Stefanik, Tenney, Lawler, Goldman, Ocasio-Cortez, Gillen of New York, and Moskowitz of Florida are waived onto the committee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. Our witnesses today include the governors of 3 states. We want to welcome you all here. First, we have Tim Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota. He was sworn into office on January 7th, 2019. His second term began on January 2nd, 2023. Governor, welcome back to the House of Representatives. Next, we have J.B. Pritzker, governor of the state of Illinois. He was sworn into office on January 14th, 2019. His second term began on January 9th, 2023. I'm going to yield briefly to my colleague Raj Krishnamurthy for further introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for yielding. In Illinois, we like our pizza deep, our politics lively, and our budgets balanced. The last one used to be a miracle before Governor Pritzker took office. I know firsthand, as the son of immigrants who realized the American dream in Illinois, that immigrants make enormous contributions to our country. Governor Pritzker understands that too. His great-grandfather fled pogroms in Ukraine in 1881 and settled in Chicago to build a better life. That legacy has shaped his lifelong commitment to public service, justice, and opportunity. Before entering public office, Governor Pritzker built a successful business career and became a leading philanthropist, supporting early childhood education and establishing the Illinois Holocaust Museum. Governor Pritzker has delivered historic investments in education, workforce training, infrastructure, technology, and clean energy, all while expanding paid leave, raising the minimum wage, and defending the rights of all Illinoisans. Governor, thank you for your leadership and for joining us today.
Yields back. Next, we have Kathy Hochul, Governor of the State of New York. She was sworn into office on August 24th, 2021. Welcome, Governor. And finally, we have Skye Perryman. She is the President and CEO of the Democracy Forward Foundation. Thank you all for joining us. Look forward to your discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please raise their right hand. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Governor Walz for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee. I'm proud to be here today as the governor of the great state of Minnesota. Wherever you go in this country, people tend to want the same basic things: safe neighborhoods, affordable household goods, meaningful work, good schools. That's what my administration has worked to ensure for our people, and that's what we've delivered. Under our leadership, Minnesota has been ranked the 4th best state to live in, the 2nd best state to raise a family in, and the 3rd best state for jobs. And when it comes to serious crime, Minnesota has hit its lowest level in over 3 decades, and we consistently have lower violent crime rates than the U.S. average. Now, we have a broken immigration system in this country. I think everyone in this room agrees with that. But nothing Minnesota has done to serve its own people stands in the way of the federal government managing border security and policies. While you've convened this hearing to explore the issue of so-called sanctuary states, Minnesota is not even a sanctuary state. Minnesota legislature has passed no such bill making Minnesota a sanctuary state, and I have signed no such law. Minnesota cooperates with federal authorities in a number of ways. When there's a convicted felon in our prisons, we ask about their immigration status and share that information with the Department of Homeland Security. We also cooperate with Homeland Security requests when there's a judicial warrant and when due process has been afforded by our Constitution has been served. But enforcing immigration law is not the role of local and state governments. The fact is, Congress has given federal agencies the authority to enforce immigration laws across this country. That includes Minnesota, and I support them doing so. It's the federal government's job to secure the border. That's why when I was in Congress, I visited the southern border and voted for bills that would have increased funding for Border Patrol, made it easier to hire qualified agents, and deployed advanced technologies to the border. Most importantly, I recognize that securing our border does not mean we sacrifice our constitutional values. Unfortunately, the cruel and misguided policies of this current administration fail to live up to those values. Minnesotans are angry with what they've seen happen to their neighbors. They're angry that the federal government has been snatching people up, putting them in prison, and deporting them without a shred of due process. There's been no notice, no meaningful opportunity to object, and according to the president, no way to get out of these overseas prisons once you end up there. And let's be clear, many of these are law-abiding Americans, people who have been granted asylum or promised protected status. In many cases, it seems these people were reported not based on a criminal behavior, but how they looked or what they've said and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even U.S. citizens, like a 4-year-old boy with cancer, sent to Mexico, away from his father, away from the medical needs, to a country he was not born in or had never been to. Americans deserve a sensible, humane, and effective immigration policy that reduces illegal immigration while protecting fundamental rights. Meanwhile, the administration continues to make life worse for hardworking Americans in a lot of other ways, trying to slash Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare, making basic household goods more expensive, and telling people they just need to do more with less. The American people deserve better. You all have the power to legislate, to investigate this administration's abuse and overreach, and protect the American people. And I have to say I'm disappointed. At a crucial inflection point in our nation's history, Congress is choosing to spend its time trying to cast blames on states like Minnesota that have no hand in creating this crisis. While we may disagree on the best way to maintain border security and public safety, I know we should all be able to agree on a few principles: that everyone in America deserves due process, and that we live in a free country where people should not be locked up for exercising their basic constitutional rights. I hope you'll join me in enforcing accountability to those fundamental ideas, and I look forward to your questions. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Governor Pritzker for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for inviting me. As governor of the great state of Illinois, I have seen firsthand how states have had to shoulder the consequences of a broken immigration system. I'm proud of how we have responded by promoting public safety, treating people with dignity, supporting our economy, and respecting the rule of law. Safe and compassionate immigration policies, I believe, are vital. In fact, my own family owes everything to this country accepting a young refugee named Nicholas Pritzker to its shores over a century ago. My great-grandfather fled the massacre of Jews in Ukraine and arrived in the United States when he was just 10, without a penny to his name. A social service agency provided him a place to live, a public school taught him English, a public university allowed him to pursue a higher education. My father and grandfather both were naval officers and raised their families with a powerful sense of duty to community and patriotism to our country that still lives deep in my generation. Both were successful entrepreneurs. My family story is not unique. Today, Illinois is home to 1.9 million immigrants. Just like my great-grandfather, they are hardworking, raising families, and paying taxes. Our state and our country have been strengthened by people from across the globe seeking freedom, opportunity, and refuge here. Recently, children, pregnant women, and others fled poverty, violence, and persecution, seeking asylum at our border. Some border state politicians chose to treat them as political pawns, busing them to states like mine and dropping them off in the dead of night in the freezing cold. Illinois chose a different path. Faced with a humanitarian crisis, our state made sure children and families did not go hungry or freeze to death. By doing so, we helped to maintain safety and order in Chicago. As governor, one of my responsibilities is to keep the public safe. That is why I expanded our state police, banned assault weapons and ghost guns to take guns out of the hands of criminals, and invested more than ever before in violence prevention. As a result, violent crime is down in Illinois, and Chicago ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. As I have consistently said, violent criminals have no place on our streets, and if they are undocumented, I want them out of Illinois and out of our country. And as we are reminded in Los Angeles this week, we can all agree that violence of any kind, whomever it is directed at, is unacceptable. People must be held accountable to the law. Illinois follows the law, but let me be clear, we expect the federal government to follow the law too. We will not participate in abuses of power. We will not violate court orders. We will not ignore the Constitution. We will not defy the Supreme Court. We will not take away people's rights to peacefully protest. We also respect, and expect this administration to respect, the traditions and legal precedent that dictate how and when our National Guard and military are deployed. As governor, I've had to make the difficult decision to call the Illinois National Guard into service. I have always done it in partnership with my local governments and law enforcement, and with deep and abiding respect for the sacrifice I was asking of our volunteer armed forces. It's wrong to deploy the National Guard and active duty Marines into an American city over the objection of local law enforcement, just to inflame a situation and create a crisis. Just as it's wrong to tear children away from their homes and their mothers and fathers who have spent decades living and working in our communities, raising their families. Besides being a father and husband, the greatest honor of my life has been serving as governor. I believe with my whole heart that Illinois is the best place in the country to live, work, and to raise a family. Illinoisans take seriously their responsibility in upholding the most fundamental values of our nation, values like kindness, empathy, hard work, and fair play. Our people embody the most American ideal of all, that where your life began matters far less than the dreams you can realize here for yourself and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Governor Hochul for her opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of this committee, as we speak, an American city has been militarized over the objections of their governor. At the outset, I just want to say that this is a flagrant abuse of power and nothing short of an assault on our American values. My views on immigration are simple and direct. Our nation needs secure borders. Our nation needs comprehensive immigration reform from this body. And our state laws dictate that we cooperate with ICE in criminal cases. And our values dictate that we treat all law-abiding people with dignity and respect. The America I believe in is a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. Abandoning either threatens the very foundation on which this great country was built. You know, for 400 years, New York has prospered because of the hard work of these people, these newcomers, people like my grandfather who fled great poverty in Ireland. Grandma and Grandpa had the same American dream that the immigrants today have. I see it in their eyes. They're not here for handouts. They're not here to take advantage of the situation. They're here to work. They want to contribute, earn their place, raise their families. Yet, every day there's another story of children being ripped from the arms of their mothers, wives separated from their husbands, families arrested while attending legal immigration appointments. You know, not long ago in a small town known as Sackett's Harbor in upstate New York, masked and armed ICE agents stormed into a home before dawn. They abducted a mother, her 3 children, including a 3rd grader. They were cast into a living hell in a detention facility in Texas. I immediately contacted Border Czar Tom Homan and demanded their release. In Jefferson County, more than 60% of the residents voted for Donald Trump. And those people protested in the streets. Local Republican lawmakers, business owners, school leaders all spoke out. Finally, after 2 long weeks, the family was finally returned home. In New York, we understand the difference between going after criminals and traumatizing law-abiding families. Now, some of you will use this hearing to stoke fear. I'm here to talk about the facts. New York has managed an unprecedented immigrant influx because of a broken border. Yet at the same time, our state has become stronger and safer. Today, New York has the lowest homicide rate among the nation's top 10 states. We didn't achieve this with indiscriminate roundups, not by tearing apart innocent families, but by investing $2.6 billion in public safety, engaging in smart, targeted policing, and partnering with law enforcement, federal law enforcement, to apprehend and deport serious criminals. And since I've become governor, we've cooperated in handing over 1,300 convicted criminals to ICE. But what we don't do is civil immigration enforcement. That's the federal government's job. New Yorkers need their state troopers on our highways, seizing guns and drugs. States like mine are doing our part, but we can't be expected to fix the broken immigration system. You know, and the very people who go on cable news and rail about the border are the same ones who torpedo bipartisan legislation each and every time. So here's my message. If you truly care about public safety, if you truly care about the economy, if you truly care about human dignity, then sit down, negotiate, have real reform, secure the border, revive legal pathways, and let people work. At the end of the day, I'll go home and do my job keeping New Yorkers safe. I hope that you will do yours. Thank you.
And I now recognize the Democrat witness, Ms. Perryman, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Acting Ranking Member, for having me here today. And at the outset, let me offer my sincerest condolences to all of you for the passing and your loss of your colleague, Representative Jerry Conley. I'm here today as a lawyer and as the president and CEO of Democracy Forward Foundation, which is a national nonpartisan legal organization that is committed to achieving democracy and a nation that enables all people to thrive. At Democracy Forward, we represent people and communities who make up the very fabric of our nation on a pro bono basis in federal and state courts and regulatory bodies throughout the country. I know this is a hearing focused on immigration, and so I would like to say at the outset and echo the calls for bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform. I will also note that the rhetoric that we have heard the president and his allies use in recent days about immigrants and people in this country is inaccurate, overly politicized, and not solutions-oriented. Fundamentally, Democracy Forward Foundation's work centers on the premise that when the government does its job and delivers for people, our society is stronger. And when our government strays from that purpose, ignoring the Constitution, not achieving and respecting the fidelity of people's rights, our democracy and our people are in danger. Right now, based on the work that we are doing, I am here to say that our American people are in danger and that our democracy is in crisis. I am looking at these United States flags. We need to remember who we are. We right now have a president who has proclaimed without irony that he is a king in a nation that next year will celebrate 250 years since it threw off the reins of monarchy. Since Inauguration Day, the President and his administration have acted beyond the lawful bounds of executive authority. They have usurped the power of this Congress. They have sought to eliminate due process of law. They have ignored court orders, and they are targeting people, civil society organizations, and lawyers. These are anti-democratic actions that present an overall threat to every single American and their well-being and to our values in America. That is why at Democracy Forward Foundation, we have had to go to court to file more than 70 legal actions in federal and state courts and agencies and offices since Inauguration Day to protect the American people's rights. From stopping the president's federal funding freeze, to blocking the decimation of the Department of Education, to having to safeguard due process, to challenging DOJ and Elon Musk's attempts to access personal data on behalf of individual Americans, our team is in court every single day on behalf of people of all identities and ideologies, people in red states and blue states, people in small towns, urban areas, and rural communities. Our work at Democracy Forward demonstrates that the United States Constitution is still here, and it is here for all of us. This administration's tactics with regard to immigration enforcement that we have seen, they shock the conscience. They shock the conscience of the vast majority of the American people, including people who do not see eye to eye on how to fix our immigration problem in this country. They have led us to file and have to file litigation on behalf of religious communities to prevent ICE from entering houses of worship. We are litigating against policies that prolong the detention of individual immigrant children without their families. And of course, we are challenging the lack of due process afforded to our clients, men who were disappeared through an unlawful agreement between the government of El Salvador and the United States Department of State. All told, the courts have ruled against the current administration more than 170 times in less than 200 days because of the fast-moving harms and flagrant violations of the law and of our Constitution. And while this is a dire situation, our work demonstrates that the American people are determined to protect their rights. They are determined to use lawful and peaceful means of petitioning their government and, when necessary, of holding their government accountable. People have talked about their families, and last week was June 6th, which is, of course, the anniversary of when American troops landed on the beaches of Normandy in World War II. I, too, am the mother of a 9-year-old boy, and that 9-year-old boy's great-grandfather served in that battle, and many others throughout the European theater. But as I reflected last week, We don't need to be in Normandy to defend our democracy in June of 2025. We need to be here in these halls doing the work in courts across the country and in our communities. And we do need to remember the essential and historical commitment that our nation made at the end of that war to advance democracy and to ensure that we never turn our backs on people who are fleeing persecution. I so appreciate you inviting me here today to participate in this hearing, and it is with a sincere hope that we can come together that I offer my testimony and comments.
All right, opening statements have concluded. We're now going to begin the questioning portion of today's testimony. And I'm going to begin with Governor Walz. Governor Walz, I thought that maybe your statement referencing ICE as Gestapo was an outlier statement, but now that Mr. Lynch has endorsed it, it appears that it could be some type of Democrat talking point. Governor, do you and other Democrat politicians understand why referencing ICE as Gestapo is offensive? I'm going to explain. The Department of Homeland Security is reporting that ICE agents are now experiencing a 413% rise in assaults. We've seen numerous videos of rioters obstructing and assaulting federal law enforcement after your remarks, including in Los Angeles. So, Governor, do you think that comments like that and rhetoric like that put ICE officers and other law enforcement in greater danger?
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, any attack on law enforcement is unacceptable, wherever it's at, whether it's state, local.
So you understand, and I've got limited time here. I want to highlight for the governors that real-world impact of the policies that you all continue to defend, even in your opening statements, have on American families. Earlier this year in Governor Pritzker's Illinois, a previously deported illegal alien who had re-entered the country was allegedly drunk driving near the University of Illinois when he struck a car sitting at a red light and then fled the scene. The crash killed 2 young women, including Katie Abraham, whose father and stepmother are here today. And this is her poster. Katie had her whole life ahead of her, cut off in an instant. Governor Pritzker, this illegal alien should never have been here. He didn't just flee the scene. He fled the state and was apprehended by federal marshals in Texas using a false name. He now faces criminal charges for reckless homicide, leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, and driving under the influence resulting in death. And he faces a federal indictment for having a fraudulent permanent resident card, a fraudulent Social Security card, and a fraudulent use of passport. Governor Pritzker, do you agree that this illegal alien who killed Katie should never have been in the United States in the first place?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me express my condolences to the family, and those are terrible circumstances. Let me also say that anyone who commits a crime in the state of Illinois—
I understand, Governor. Should that criminal have been here in the first place? Did he have a right to be in this country illegally?
If the person is a criminal of any sort, then they ought to be
So that person had a right to be in the United States.
They ought to be given their due process rights, and they ought to be convicted. And
the criminal who
yes.
entered this country illegally, in your testimony, had a right to be in this country.
No, I'm suggesting to you that when and I have responsibility for the state of Illinois, I can tell you that it's the responsibility of the federal government to manage immigration in this country. And if you're suggesting that the federal government didn't do its job, that is up to you.
Let me ask you this, Governor.
I can tell you that in the state of Illinois,
do you believe that President Biden did his job in securing the border?
I was critical of things that President Biden did. I think I've been very public about that. I wrote a letter to the president telling him that.
Okay, thank you. Now back to Governor Walz. You were obviously selected by Vice President Harris to be your running mate in 2024. I'm curious, did you ever ask Vice President Harris about former President Biden's and then President Biden's cognitive decline?
No, not that I can recall, Mr. Chairman.
You saw President Biden's disastrous debate performance. I'm just curious, you never did comment to Vice President Harris like, wow, you know, he may not be on the top of his game. Nothing was ever mentioned Vice President Harris? And the reason I ask, obviously, is because I know you watch CNN, and other networks have interviewed a lot of people, including Jean-Pierre and Buttigieg and others that have suggested that they were shielded from President Biden and weren't allowed to speak to him, and that you know, his mental decline was obvious. You never discussed that with Vice President Harris?
No, not that I can recall, Chairman. And I, as governor and then being on the ticket, I was probably more concerned with my own debate performance than President Biden's, so no.
Let me ask you this, Governor. Do you believe that the Biden-Harris administration secured the border? You mentioned it's the federal government's role to secure the border, to protect Americans from illegals entering the country, I guess. Do you think they did a good job of that?
I think the border has been broken for a very long time through many administrations. It's one of the reasons why Vice President Harris was advocating so strongly for the bipartisan bill that...
Did she mention her role as the border czar, when you all were out campaigning? Or?
Not that I can recall, other than that we talked about the need to pass the bipartisan border legislation that would have done many of the things that, as a governor, I know would have made our jobs easier.
But President Trump secured the border without any legislation. I mean, that was kind of a myth that was in the media and a Democrat talking point, that we needed legislation to secure the border. The border's secure.
Everything's fixed?
That's step one. Step two is to deport the criminal illegals, and that's where we're facing obstruction in your all state. So I'm sure there are a lot more questions that will pertain to that. My time's expired. I now recognize Ranking Member Lynch for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's worth saying again that Democrats oppose violence and lawlessness in all its forms. I do want to point out that the vast majority of protesters have been peaceful. But the most egregious and sweeping displays of the use of force and lawlessness we see in the United States today, and the gravest threat to the rights and freedoms of those that we hold dear, are the acts of the Trump administration itself. President Trump and his administration have crossed the line over and over again, from January 6th, when this building was attacked at his direction, to invoking the Alien Enemies Act, to dismantling USAID, to ignoring court orders, to the attacks and threats against law firms that were protecting democracy. As in the 5 months since Trump took office and put the for sale sign over the White House, he's earned $2.9 billion on his crypto scam. I mean, to call this unprecedented, that word has lost all its meaning. He keeps making history, but the wrong kind. Just the act of sending the National Guard and troops and active duty Marines to L.A. was already an overreach. Supposedly, now we hear reports that those soldiers and Marines were sent to quell protests, but now are detaining civilians and are being trained to perform immigration enforcement functions. Ms. Perryman, what else could go wrong with the National Guard and Marines deployed in L.A.? What are the risks to the Americans who live, work, and exercise their right to freedom and to free speech there?
Well, I would just say that what our Constitution recognizes and how good government functions is really based on trust. And when we look at National Guards, it is the governors that often call the National Guards in. And so, of course, the fact that we are seeing a situation where the president has taken this step without cooperating with the governor and with local communities there is deeply concerning. And, of course, we know from history that could lead to escalations and could lead to violence that is really problematic for all of our communities across the country, including in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Ms. Perryman, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has talked about the deployment order, and he testified that this order, and I'm quoting him, this order is getting ahead of a problem so that if in other places, if there are other riots in places where law enforcement officers are threatened, we would have the capability to surge the National Guard there if necessary. Ms. Perryman, how does the President's broad order and the presumption before the fact that military force would be deployed, how does that pose a threat to other cities across the country?
Well, again, it appears to be an escalation, and the main thing that's really important to so many Americans across the country, as well as local law enforcement in so many areas, that local law enforcement is there to help people be able to peacefully protest. And so there are ways that people in this country can express their views. We don't all agree with each other. And right now you really see the White House, for whatever reason, I think escalating, maybe seeking to create some made-for-TV moments. It's not clear. But I do think that there is a lot at stake here, as you've heard this morning.
Thank you. I want to ask each of the governors, this is a general question. How could each of the governors answer briefly how President Trump's policies, his assaults on the rule of law and his interjection of military force into California, how that would threaten your states, especially where Secretary Hagel has said that he would support that expansion? Mr. Walz, Governor.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. Well, first of all, it's one of the federalism policy of this, especially when it comes to posse comitatus and the Insurrection Act. Governors are in charge. Our National Guard, as all of you know, serve in either Title 10 or Title 32 status under the role of governor. Right. And on all of these operations, the absolute pinnacle and the most critical piece is the coordination amongst them. And as a governor not being notified as local law enforcement, it creates a chaotic situation that they cannot operate as a joint unit. And governors are always there. We do it for floods. We do it for civil unrest. But doing it without causes immense danger, not citizens to, but to those very law enforcement officers who are then put in that chaotic situation.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker.
Local law enforcement are the ones who indicate to the governor or to their local officials who talk to the governor about their need for National Guard. And indeed, I've had that situation in the state of Illinois and called out the Guard when I needed to. I'm careful about when I do it, but again, when local law enforcement indicate that they want that backup or they need that support, we do it. Now, I have to say, when the President of the United States is calling out your National Guard over the top of local law enforcement saying that they don't need it, that they have things under control, it tends to have an inflaming effect on what's going on the ground, just when local law enforcement and officials are getting things under control. And I think that's what we saw in Los Angeles.
Governor Hochul.
Those actions absolutely undermine the sovereignty of individual states. States' governors are the commanders in chief of the National Guard. They know what to do. As you've heard from my colleagues, we have deployed them in a number of occasions. But undermining confidence in local law enforcement, you're basically saying that there's not a belief that the highly trained individuals of our municipal police departments, like Los Angeles and the city of New York, for example, can handle their jobs. I have more confidence in our law enforcement than perhaps the president does, and we ought to step back and say this is an overreach of epic proportions.
Thank you. Chair recognizes.
Thank you for your courtesy on the time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stefanik from New York.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, on your first day in office, you signed Executive Order 1. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
And you extended this executive order not once, not twice, but 3 times, most recently January 16th this year. Is that correct?
If that's what your facts show, I signed countless executive orders.
I would assume you'd know it's
laws.
Executive Order 1. And this is a continuation of your predecessor's sanctuary state policies, correct? Is included in that.
I want to be sure we are defining sanctuary state properly.
I'll define it for you. It is the policy of the state that state officers or employees shall not disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement. It goes on to say, law enforcement officers may not use resources, equipment, or personnel for the purpose of detecting and apprehending any individual suspected or wanted for violating a civil immigration office. Law enforcement officers have no authority in the state of New York to take any policy action solely because the person is an undocumented alien. That's a quote in your executive orders that you extended. Now, do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to get back to the first part.
No, I'm
of
asking a question. Do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to make sure you understand that this simply says that we will cooperate with ICE.
No, it does not say that. I read what it says, and let me talk to you about the results. Do you know who Sakir Akan is? You should, as the governor of New York State. Do you know?
Refresh my recollection.
He was an illegal migrant in New York. And do you know what crime he committed in addition to being here illegally?
No, I do not.
You do not. This was widely reported. He found a 15-year-old girl, threatened her with a metal pole, told her to get into the back seat of his car, he took her clothes off, and he violently raped her in Albany, New York. Do you know who Sebastian Zepeda Khalil is?
I'm sure you'll tell me there's many cases, whether they're
These are
here-
high-profile cases.
Yes.
New Yorkers know about them, and you don't. So let's talk about Sebastian Zepeda Khalil. Do you know who that is?
I don't have the specific details at my disposal, no.
Well, this is an illegal migrant in New York because of your sanctuary state policies. Do you know what crime he committed?
I'm not familiar at this moment.
I bet you're going to be familiar when I remind you. He found a sleeping woman on the subway, lit her on fire, and burned her alive. This is in Kathy Hochul's New York. And as I'm sure you are aware, and I'll remind you, that ICE issued an order to detain this violent criminal, but that was rejected by New York officials due to sanctuary state laws. Now, do you know who Raymond Rojas Basilio is?
I just want to say this. These crimes are horrific.
Because of
condemn
your
them, and I
your
would say
sanctuary state policies.
In all of these cases, we would work with ICE to remove
You
them.
did not in this case. They are
If they need
walking
our
on the
assistance.
streets because of your policies and your executive order that you signed 3 times. Now, Raymond Rojas Basilio, do you know who that is?
I'm telling you this. I will
You don't know
explain to
who
you
it
the
is.
policies of New York. We cooperate with, I know you're just
You do
trying
not.
to.
You do not. Specifically,
Miss-
ICE was told not to detain this individual, and he burned a woman alive on the New York subways in Kathy Hochul's New York. So I will keep on going. What about Raymond Rojas Basilio? Do you know who that is?
I'm going to tell you our overall policy, which will address all this.
I'll tell
We
you
do
who
not-
that is. He is an illegal who molested an 11-year-old in our state because, again, of your sanctuary state policies. This illegal was shielded from federal immigration enforcement and able to commit this heinous crime. And what about Wilson Castillo-Diaz? Do you know who that
I am
is?
telling you this. We do cooperate fully with ICE in criminal prosecution. Our sanctuary
You're not advocating for
regulations
these victims.
only deal
This
with
is a
civil
5-year-old who
enforcement.
was raped
Civil
on Long
enforcement.
Island in Nassau County. You are not advocating on behalf of these victims. You are shielding illegals. Even in your opening statement,
That is
you
not true.
prioritize putting illegals first.
That is not
Rapes
true.
of young girls, beatings of NYPD cops by illegals who are here under Kathy Hochul's failed policies, burning New Yorkers alive. This is Kathy Hochul's New York. It's one of the many reasons why you're hemorrhaging support from hardworking New York
These are
families.
horrific crimes, and they're
They're
heartbreaking.
horrific crimes that are committed on your watch. You signed this executive order on your first day in office. You signed it again and again this January. We deserve a governor who stands up for law-abiding New Yorkers, doesn't put illegals first, but actually puts New Yorkers first. I appreciate
Rather than
the
going
chairman's-
after the viral moment, I suggest you
No,
look
no,
at the
no.
facts.
I'm standing up for New Yorkers.
No.
Rather than addressing the illegals in New York, you are prioritizing your far-left sanctuary state policies, which you put in place with executive orders. Instead of advocating for
cooperate in
victims,
all
a
those
5-year-old
cases.
who
We
was raped,
cooperate with ICE.
you did not. They were released
We
because
cooperate
of
with
sanctuary
ICE.
state
We
policies in New
cooperate
York
with
State.
law
No
enforcement.
amount of words is going to clean up your failed record and these horrific crimes committed in sanctuary state that you created. And with that, I
Your
yield back.
representation, the facts,
Gentlelady
absolutely false.
yields back.
Absolutely
Chair
false.
recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be real. Since the start of the Trump administration, each day has been more nightmarish than the last. But in the past few days and weeks, we have seen a significant escalation of Trump's mass deportation agenda. On May 29th, a 9-year-old child and his father were reportedly detained in Torrance, California, and separated from one another by ICE. A 4th grader ripped from the only community he knows and from the arms of his father. We have kids who are afraid to go to school, afraid that ICE will grab them, and their families from school grounds, and afraid their parents will not be there when they get home. Schools are supposed to be safe havens for our children that foster learning and growth. Instead, the Trump administration is deliberately weaponizing them, terrorizing children and families with its immigration policies and threatening more than 600,000 students, kids with detention and removal. President Trump has called for an end to birthright citizenship, a constitutional right recognized since the end of slavery. He has cut federal contracts that give 2-year-olds representation in immigration court. He has ripped the children who are immigrants and United States citizens from schools, their friends, their neighborhoods, and their homes. There is no other way to spin this. President Trump is waging a cruel and deliberate war against children. Ms. Perriman, do all children residing in the United States have a constitutional right to attend public schools regardless of immigration status?
They do.
Ms. Perriman, how is President Trump going further than past presidents in authorizing ICE to carry out enforcement activities in schools, hospitals, and places of worship?
Yes, I mean, this is what brought us to court on behalf of the Baptists and the Quakers and the Sikh communities and other religious communities that are having to challenge this. For more than 30 years, the country had a policy that prevented indiscriminate enforcement activities at what we call sensitive locations. That includes houses of worship, and it includes schools. We saw in the early days of this administration, the Department of Homeland Security rescind that policy and endanger people, all people, not just immigrants, but people who are seeking to engage in communal worship, people who are seeking to go to school, and to be present in other sensitive locations like hospitals.
Governor Walz, what does it mean for children in Minnesota if ICE comes to their classrooms?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Minnesota prioritizes education. We're proud of our education system. We're proud that when students come to school, they get a good meal, they have well-qualified teachers, and it's a place where it's safe. It's a safe place where they can learn. We prioritize it because our economy depends upon it, and it's the right thing to do. Disruptions at places like school, when ICE is free to operate in Minnesota within the laws, but to disrupt schools, to disrupt and come to those schools, not only the impact to that individual student, but to the entire learning environment in those schools are disrupted by it. And again, we agree with everyone here, those committing crimes is where we need to focus, but being on campuses in elementary schools is not getting at that.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker, when ICE detains and arrests parents as they drop off kids at school, how does this affect educational outcomes?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me begin by saying that, as you may know, under President Trump, ICE showed up in Chicago nearly immediately and began terrorizing our neighborhoods, our schools, and parents. Indeed, many parents felt like they needed to go into hiding, even though their children needed to go to school every day. And so disrupting that environment, frankly, not just for the children, but for the parents and for teachers and the entire school community, it is something that, we believe in Illinois in educating all of our kids, making sure that they get what they need in our public schools. In fact, we've invested significantly in making sure the results have been very good. 8th graders in Illinois rank 2nd in reading in the entire country. 8th graders in Illinois rank 5th in the country in mathematics. And it's because we have a safe environment, but not when Tom Homan brings Dr. Phil with the overreach of force with ICE to disrupt our education system, and particularly our elementary schools.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, Mr. Emmer from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back to Washington, Governor. I'm going to run through a series of facts before I get to my questions, so let's get started. Governor Walz, you signed the Health and Human Services Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023. That bill expanded Minnesota Care to provide free health care to illegal aliens. You signed the Higher Education Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023. That bill allows illegals to have their college tuition paid for by the state. You signed the Driver's License for All Act into law in March of 2023, and that bill allows illegals to receive driver's licenses. So, you claim you're not a sanctuary state. You just provide free health care, free college, and driver's licenses to illegal aliens. One reason you're here testifying before us today is because you refuse to cooperate with ICE. While states like Florida and Virginia empower their law enforcement to detain and remove criminal illegal aliens, you, sir, have done just the opposite. Your Attorney General is directing law enforcement to ignore ICE immigration detainers. Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you again, and thank you for being here. First, I would say as my job as governor of Minnesota is to make Minnesota the best state in the nation.
Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Congressman, what I would say on this is that Minnesota follows all law. I would say
it's a very easy question. And again, if you claim you're not a sanctuary state, you just claim that you support policies. You're not a sanctuary state, but you support policies that prevent ICE from doing their job.
Congressman,
isn't that right?
That is incorrect, Congressman. We follow the same laws when you were in the Minnesota House. The law has not changed,
if you'll allow me, I've got limited time. Well, that's what you tweeted, by the way, sir. On May 23rd, 2018, you tweeted, quote, "I support policies that keep law enforcement from enforcing federal laws," close quote. On May 17th, just this spring, at the University of Minnesota Law School's commencement ceremony, you said, quote, "Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets." When you said the words modern-day Gestapo, you were referring to ICE agents. Gestapo, by the way, sir, was the official secret police of Hitler's Nazi Germany. So you're calling ICE agents modern-day Nazis. Given the attacks on ICE agents that took place in Los Angeles over the weekend, don't you regard your dangerous inflammatory rhetoric as a problem?
The questions, do you want me to answer first?
So, sir, it saddens me that you refuse to express regret from comparing ICE to Nazis. ICE agents are brave Americans who get up every morning, leave their families, and put their lives in harm's way to protect our country, sir. You, at the very least, owe an apology to these dedicated public servants. I will say, sir, inflammatory rhetoric such as yours and the other governors on this panel is responsible for putting a target on the back of every ICE agent who is risking their life to protect our communities. Minnesota is all too familiar, by the way, with the chaos that ensues when you refuse to work with law enforcement to enforce the law. In May 2020, looting, acts of violence, and arson occurred on your watch in Minneapolis after you refused to bring in the National Guard. Governor, your agenda is clear: free health care, free college and driver's licenses for illegals while handcuffing law enforcement when they're trying to protect our citizens and their communities. If you think that's not a sanctuary state, you shouldn't be governor. By turning Minnesota into a magnet for illegals, you have opened up our communities to dangerous criminals, including known terrorists, gang members, murderers, and child predators. You have sent a resounding message that if you're a hard-working, law-abiding citizen of Minnesota, your safety and well-being are not the priorities of Tim Walz and his administration. But if you're coming to our state illegally, you're not only welcome with open arms, you're entitled to free stuff on the taxpayer's dime. This is absolutely disgraceful. Governor Walz, your sanctuary state agenda has been defined by your utter failure. You have failed to enforce the rule of law. You have failed to uphold our national sovereignty. And most importantly, you have failed the people of Minnesota. The time for radical sanctuary state policy, sir, is over. The voters made that clear last November when they elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. You remember him, don't you? Governor, the time for real leaders and real leadership is now. And with that, sir, actually, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the governor's tweet that I referenced from May 23rd, 2018, which makes it clear his hatred for federal law enforcement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
recognizes Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have a unanimous consent request, and I'd like to present both of those to you at the same time.
Proceed.
Okay, I ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record an article from The Hill of the 8th day of June. Latinos for Trump co-founder blast inhumane immigration arrest.
Without objection to order.
Thank you, sir. And the second one is from the Independent of May the 28th. Trump ordered a critically ill 4-year-old Mexican girl to leave the country. Experts say she could die in days. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection to order.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kristamorte from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor Pritzker, when it comes to immigration, you've been clear that Illinois follows the law. I'd like to go into this issue just a little further. First, there's been a lot of misinformation about the Illinois Trust Act. As you know, this is the 2017 law signed by then Republican Governor Bruce Rauner, which requires state agencies to cooperate with ICE when it presents a criminal arrest warrant for an individual, correct?
Congressman, yes, that's correct.
And just to be clear, the Illinois State Police, the Department of Corrections, and other Illinois agencies must cooperate with ICE when they present a criminal arrest warrant, correct?
And do every single time.
This is Illinois law.
Yes,
Donald Trump may not like state law, as we're seeing in California, but what Donald Trump likes is irrelevant. The law is the law. The Wall Street Journal reports that ICE's recent raids in California, including at a Home Depot in the LA area, were organized because the administration was falling way short of its cruel goal of deporting thousands of people per day. Politico said this is, quote, the standoff that Trump wanted. There's another reason why Trump has provoked the current situation in California. He doesn't want to talk about what he calls the big, beautiful bill and what I call the large, lousy law. So let's talk about what Trump doesn't want to discuss. What Trump doesn't want to discuss is that his large, lousy law cuts $625 billion in Medicaid, a program that insures millions of Americans. Governor Walz, in a press release on Medicaid cuts, you said, quote, the victims of these cuts will be families, children, veterans, rural Americans, and pregnant moms. That's what you said, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And Governor Hochul, in a recent op-ed, you wrote, even if you don't rely on Medicaid, these cuts affect you. Because when millions lose coverage, hospitals and other vital health care institutions lose funding. And that strains the entire system. That's what you wrote, right?
That is correct, sir.
Governor Pritzker, cuts in the large, lousy law are going to leave upwards of 700,000 Illinoisans without health insurance. Isn't that correct?
Yes, people will die.
Trump's large, lousy law adds trillions to the national debt as well, which could force $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare, in addition to the cuts in Medicaid that we just referred to. And of course, Medicare is a program that every senior relies on. Let me turn to my final topic. Governor Pritzker, President Trump has called Illinois, quote, a poorly run state. But the truth, of course, is the opposite. Governor, Illinois has had 7 consecutive balanced budgets, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And our credit rating has been raised 9 times in the last 6 years, correct?
After 21 downgrades under Republican and others.
And it now stands at an A rating, right?
It does.
In contrast, under President Trump, every credit agency has downgraded America's credit rating below the top level, the first time in history that's happened. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Trump and others claim the federal government props up Illinois. But in reality, we're one of 13 states in the country that actually give more tax revenue to Washington, D.C. than we receive in return. Now, let me turn to some of the reasons why Illinois is a donor state and not a taker state. Illinois has a $1.1 trillion economy. We produce the most soybeans in America, and we're the #2 producer of corn, right?
That is correct.
We're the #2 manufacturing state in the country.
We are.
And we're the #2 destination for corporate expansions and relocations, right?
And Chicago is #1.
Thanks to you, we have the world's first quantum and microelectronics park, correct?
That's right.
And we're ranked top in the Midwest for workforce development, correct?
Yes, we are.
And startups.
That's right.
Illinois is the heart and soul of America, Governor. It's where the cell phone was invented, was home to the first McDonald's, and was the home of amazing leaders, Lincoln, Reagan, Obama, Grant, even Superman, and yes, the Pope. And here's a picture of the Pope wearing a Chicago White Sox cap. The next Pope's going to be a Cubs fan.
There you go.
Illinois has terrific jobs, people, and pizza. Some may even say that God is on our side, Governor. I'm proud to be from Peoria. I'll always stand up for Illinois, loud and proud. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, third paragraph, second sentence in your written testimony, you said New York State cooperates with U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement in criminal cases. Governor, who's Jesus Romero Hernandez?
Thank you. I want to reaffirm that we do cooperate in cases where
That wasn't the question. I just read your statement. I can read your statement. Who is Jesus Romero Hernandez?
I don't have the details on every
I'll
single
tell ya.
person in a state of 20 million people.
I understand, but this guy's a citizen of Mexico, deported 7 times, came to your state, assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, then when he was in custody, assaulted a corrections officer. ICE finds out this guy is in your state's custody, and they send you a detainer. You're familiar with a detainer, right?
Yes, I am.
Notice of action, immigration detainer to Tompkins County Jail from Syracuse Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Section 1, they check a couple boxes. The first one they check is a final order of removal against the alien has taken place. That means a court has said this guy needs to go. This machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy needs to go. Then they also check another box and they say biometric confirmation of who this individual is, this alien's identity. So they got the right guy and a court has said he needs to go. Any idea what Tompkins County Jail decided to do with that detainer order?
I will tell you this, the state of
it's
New
a specific question.
Well, I'm
what
telling you-
did Tompkins County do?
the descriptions you have put forth are absolutely chilling and disturbing and
course they are.
reprehensible to all of us.
Which
My job is to
which
protect
is
the
why
people
I'm
of
asking
New York.
the question. What
And
did
this-
Tompkins County do?
What I have responsibility
I will tell
for
you,
are
since you're not going to
state
answer.
courts,
We
state
cannot
police.
and will not hold Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah.
We can't keep the machete guy who had choked a police officer and assaulted a corrections officer. We can't keep him. In fact, we have the back and forth from Tompkins County and ICE on January 28th of this year, 8:56 p.m. Tompkins County tells ICE, we're not going to hold this guy. 7 minutes later, ICE responds back, we will be there to take custody this evening. 24 minutes later, Thompson County reiterates, we're not going to have him. We're not going to turn him over. 10:45. ICE arrives at the jail. 1 hour and 18 minutes later, and guess what? Mr. Hernandez is not there. They couldn't wait 1 hour and 18 minutes for a guy who assaulted one of your residents with a machete, choked a police officer, and then when in custody, assaulted corrections officers. That is sanctuary policy in a nutshell, and that is what your state supports, and so do these other governors. That is what is so wrong, why the American people hate this concept.
You're conflating what the state of New York does is I control state police and prisons. We have turned over 1,300 people.
So you disagree with it?
We turn over
Did the sheriff
1,300
make the wrong
people.
call?
Those are local policies that we would not have done in the state of New York. State of New York, that is
So
a
you're
local
saying the sheriff's
decision.
wrong?
I would say this, if it happened in a state prison, we have already turned over 1,300 people.
Sheriff
In fact,
in Tompkins County,
I
a
want to say
Democrat or
this.
Republican, Governor?
There
Hochul?
have
You any
been
idea?
times, excuse
The
me,
sheriff in Thompson County, a Democrat or
excuse
Republican?
me, excuse me, there have
No,
been
excuse
times
me, I
when
ask the questions, you give the
Well, I'm
answers. Is he a
asking
Democrat or
for a
Republican? Do
second.
you know?
I'm asking for this moment to explain that I'm sometimes waiting
I'm
for
asking,
ICE
is he
to
a
come
Democrat
pick
or
up
Republican,
people.
and do you agree
I
with the
believe
actions
he's a
he
Democrat.
took? Do you agree with the actions he took? How about that question?
They are in conflict with what the state of New York would do.
Well, maybe they're scared. By the way, he is a Democrat sheriff. Maybe the county guys are a little scared because you said this. I'm quoting from, it looks like the New York Times. We all know you can trust them. This is last month, May 25th. You said, we have some counties that are renegade counties and work with ICE. Maybe they're nervous of being called a renegade county by their governor. So the Democrat sheriff says, we're not going to keep the machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy. We're not going to keep him here for you to get here. We can't even wait an hour and 18 minutes. Oh, you know what else was interesting in this case? You know what else was interesting? There was actually an arrest warrant from United States District Court, Northern District of New York, signed by Judge Wiley Danks, magistrate from Syracuse. There was an arrest warrant, and they still couldn't keep him.
The state of New York cooperates. We cooperate in removal of individuals who've served time. We respond to detention. You're confusing, and maybe there's a lesson in civics here that's necessary.
Will you say on the record, right here, I got 12 seconds. Will you say on the record, was Tompkins County wrong in the actions they took on January 25th, 2025, when they wouldn't hold the guy for 1 hour and 18 minutes? Was
Those are not the
County
policies
wrong?
that we would have in the state of
No,
New York. Those are not the policies we would have in a.
Were they wrong? Should
Because
they,
I've already
have turned that guy over to ICE? It's a simple question, Governor.
That was a horrible situation. The person should not have been out there. And
It's a horrible situation, but it's a yes or no question.
it is a response that this is a locality.
Do you agree or
in the
disagree?
state of New York,
Agree or
the person
disagree?
should have been held.
Yes or no?
The person should have been held, and in the state of New York, we would have turned him over. That is in conflict with what we would do as a state
appreciate
with
the chair's
respect to
indulgence.
prison.
I yield back.
And I want to know why ICE won't come and pick up the individuals who have served time in our state. I have cases where they have not even shown
Governor,
up.
a court order and a detainer for a guy who did the things Mr. Hernandez did, and Tompkins County can't hold him an hour and 18 minutes, and you won't say that's wrong?
I have said we cooperate when there's a criminal case where someone has committed a
This is
crime. We
sanctuary
turn them
policy.
over.
This is sanctuary policy in a nutshell. You won't even
You're
condemn something that
mischaracterizing.
anyone with common sense knows is ridiculous.
You're mischaracterizing the
I'm
laws
not
of the
scared.
state
I
of
had the
New York.
facts here.
That's
Oh, can
all
I
right.
do one other thing, Mr. Chairman? Now he's been rearrested, and guess what? This guy who's now been rearrested, there is imminent danger that this inmate will do injury
give
to
him a
himself
minute.
and to others and presents a threat to safety, security, and good order of the facility, so he's not permitted to leave his cell. So this guy is not even allowed out of his cell, but they let him out on the street a few months ago. That's how ridiculous this is.
When he does leave his cell, it'll go back to
Gentlemen,
his country under our
time's
orders.
expired.
of report.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume, and I'll give you an extra minute.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 unanimous consent requests that I hope would not count against my time.
Okay, we won't.
Okay.
Clock stop.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Forbes magazine entitled "Trump Team Focuses Deportations on Immigration Numbers, Not on Criminals,"
Without objection, so ordered.
and an article from the Rolling Stone from the 6th of last month entitled "Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer."
Without objection, so ordered. That's a good diversity of sources, the
It is. Rolling
Forbes
Stone
and Rolling
Forbes,
Stone.
yes.
I like that. All right, you're,
Thank
proceed.
you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple of things on the record and then some observations. I don't know that I necessarily have any questions, but I do have some observations and a statement. I think before we let this get out of control, everybody on this side of the aisle is against violence of all forms. Everybody on this side of the aisle finds that to be unacceptable. We believe that convicted criminals who are incidentally illegally here and have been convicted should have no safe harbor. And we believe that victims of criminals should have our collective prayers and empathy. So this is not about Democrats not having a balance or about Democrats supporting something that is not right. The other thing that I want to say is that I find something eerily chilling about what's going on here. And what's chilling about it is that if I take myself out of 2025 and roll myself back in time, some of the hatred that I see displayed under the guise of good government just scares the hell out of me. We're not that far away from situations that existed where things like this affected other groups. And I'm not talking about anybody that's a convicted illegal criminal. I'm talking about innocent Americans who live in our neighborhoods, who do the work that we won't do, who abide by the laws, who play by the rules, who love their new country and who cherish their faith. Because if we just roll this clock on the wall back 75 years, we'd be looking at a time in Nazi Germany where people ran around with signs like this new ICE sign that says, "Report all foreign invaders to ICE," with Uncle Sam there holding up the sign. This could have been a Gestapo member 75 years ago, "Report all Jews." 100 years before that, it could be a plantation owner that said, report all Negroes and all coloreds and all those who are from Africa, because they are disrupting our country. So let's not get it twisted here. We in this country are not pure and pristine. We had runaway slave laws to kick the people who ran away from slavery. We had 50 years of black codes where you got fines and you got rewards and you got all sorts of things if you did or did not do something to report black people. After 150 years of slavery and 100 years of segregation and 100 years of Jim Crow after that, you could be arrested for anything in this country not that long ago. I remember when the National Guard was deployed in 1968, and I walked out of my house facing fixed bayonets with men in uniform, not knowing what the hell they were there for, but obeying the chief executive officer of this country. And I know what it's like to face a bayonet and to face a National Guardsman. And I've seen the tension that it brought about and how that group of demonstrations across this country continue to go for days and days and days. And so don't give me something about, there's something about these people because they're immigrants. No, there's something about them because they're people, and like all groups, they've got bad people in them. I could have been arrested 75 years ago for walking into a restaurant, for drinking out of a water fountain, for being accused of looking at a white woman like Emmett Till did in 1955, and he was burned and lynched in this country. When future generations peer through the telescope of time, I hope that they look at us and realize that there are some who chose not to shirk their responsibility, not to run away from the reality and to face it head on. You know, not too long ago, I went to visit a proud lady who this year will celebrate her 149th anniversary. And she stands today, even as we sit in this hour. In her left hand is a great torch. And in her right hand, guess what? She clings the Declaration of Independence close to her breast. And on her head is a crown of spikes. And on her feet, broken shackles, symbolizing freedom from tyranny, the tyranny that so many immigrants faced before coming to this country. And as that plane flew over, I could still hear her cry out through silent, concrete lips, saying, "Send me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses who yearn to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore," she says. "Send those, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. For I left my lamp beside the golden door, that all of you and all of you and all of you might follow." And so we came. Some took the circuitous route. Some came for a thrill, and some of us came against our will. But we came and became what we are today as a nation. And we must never lose sight of the things that make us great or the things that take away from our greatness. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money.
The cost of illegal immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the federal government's cost to the state of Illinois as a result of the failed
Ramos is?
Immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
No, sir, I do not.
You don't. You should. Those are two men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our communities?
Sir, before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be
apprehended. Why did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected officials?
When you say, illegal
I'm
aliens.
asking you,
These are
should
people
these
who are
people have been
given
welcomed and
asylum.
helped into our communities?
People who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were
That's
asylum
from
seekers
your
who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And
There
then
were
they
asylum
went on and
seekers.
murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who
Nunnery.
commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state
And
of
you think
Illinois.
they should have been welcomed into our communities before they did?
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime
You can
that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the Organized Communities Against Deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not
Is this a
support
reflection of
abolishing
your
an
moral
immigration
values?
force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear. Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's
sir.
just a yes or no question.
Why are you
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding. I'm sorry?
Do you think men should be allowed in women's restrooms?
I'm not sure why this has come to this issue.
You
It has
tweeted
nothing
that
to do
as
with
a
immigration.
protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Not that I can recall ever, sir. No.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir, I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has
I'm
nothing
asking
to do
you,
with
you're
today's hearing.
advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did. You said everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
I can tell you that you are
Do you regret
politicizing
saying
this
this?
in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you
the
regret
failure of the
encouraging
federal
men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
women don't
the
want you in
subject
their-
that you
in their
invited us here
bathrooms?
for. So you're admitting that this is just a political circus.
No,
Is
I'm
that what you're doing?
asking you
This
because
is
you put
nothing
this
to do
on
with
the
immigration
internet for everybody
and
to
really
see.
about you grandstanding.
I'm asking you, have you ever considered that women don't want you in their bathrooms? That's a private space that they don't want you or any other man in.
Congressman, let's talk about
You
your
can't say that
failure to
normal
vote
people can
for
say that
Medicaid.
they
In
don't-
fact, you want to
that
take
they don't
Medicaid
think
away.
men should be in
and
women's
SNAP
restrooms.
and
That's a
veteran
very
services.
straightforward question.
You apparently want people
And you're
to die
encouraging men to
in the
use
United
women's
States
restrooms
because you
where there
want to
could be
take healthcare
underage
away.
girls. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, if we're going to
Do you think that's
politicize
normal?
this, let's talk about what you're doing to people in
you
this
think that
country
that's normal?
by virtue of your votes.
All right, let's move on.
with
Let's
President
ask,
Trump.
do you support Hamas's agenda?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking you, is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking
Because
me
your
about something in an
administration
organization.
gave money to this organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are
You didn't
our
have to
rights
give
and
money
freedoms.
to the Muslim Civic Coalition.
People
to
have
march
the
and
right to
call,
express themselves.
to stop the
We don't-
U.S.-backed genocide agaast Gaza. That was your choice.
I know
that was your
Republicans want to
administration.
take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois, and I
They've
do
got
not
the
believe
right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious about public safety. It's not serious about solving immigration challenges. It's only serious about blatantly violating constitutional rights, stoking fear, and demonizing immigrants for political gain. That's why Trump is weaponizing ICE to recklessly and lawlessly target immigrant communities. And here's the reality. 2 weeks ago, I met with community leaders from across my district. Multiple Hispanic faith leaders told me the same thing. Their congregants, regardless of immigration status, are afraid. Afraid to speak Spanish in public, afraid to attend community events, afraid to go to church because ICE under this administration has shown it will harass, detain, and deport even wrongfully. No due process, no oversight, no transparency. And now we're seeing this fear weaponized at scale. Just this week, the president deployed 4,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles without the consent or consultation of California's governor. So let's be clear. This isn't about border security. This is not about law and order. What it is really about is a reckless power grab. Militarizing American cities doesn't make anyone safer. It escalates and puts everyone at risk. So, Governor Pritzker, as Commander-in-Chief of your National Guard, how concerned are you about this executive overreach?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, and thank you for the remarks that you just made. Our job as governors is to concern ourselves with the public safety of our states. And indeed, one of the very important things that we do is listen to our local law enforcement and listen to the local officials who ask us for help when they need it. We have probably, in my view, forgive me, governors, we have the best state police in the entire country, and we have terrific 13,000-person National Guard. We go to our state police for support, and then, if necessary, we will ask the National Guard to step in. And again, only when local law enforcement and our local officials ask us for that help. When the President of the United States goes in over the top to grab our National Guard for domestic security, when there is not, as he said in a memo falsely, a rebellion, that is taking away the rights and obligations of a governor. And it ought to be done in consultation with governors. In fact, the more local you get, the more accurate, I believe, the information is about what's happening on the ground. That's why I speak with local leaders of law enforcement, CPD in Chicago or others, before we take any action with National Guard. The President of the United States fails. Why? Because he wants mayhem in the streets. Why did he call in Marines?
And that's the point. This administration says it's targeting violent criminals, but that's not what's happening. They're going after parents dropping off their kids, workers showing up to their jobs, and asylum seekers navigating the legal system. And let me say this plainly. If you commit a violent crime in this country, you should be prosecuted. If you came here to do harm, this country is not your home. Governor Pritzker, can you set the record straight with which direction is violent crime headed in your state, up or down?
Down significantly.
Thank you. And Governor Pritzker, across the country, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than U.S. citizens. Does that hold true in your state?
Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than people who already live there.
Now, that may come as a surprise to some tuning in today, especially those fed a steady diet of fear. A recent poll found that Fox News viewers are twice as likely to believe the false claim that immigrants commit more crime. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. So let's stop with the scapegoating and start focusing on real solutions. So quick yes or no's, Governor Pritzker. Did Trump's pardon of the January 6 defendants who violently attacked police officers make Illinois safer?
It did not.
Does blocking common sense gun laws like universal background checks make your state safer?
Absolutely not.
Did DOGE cuts to community violence prevention funding make your state safer?
Much less safe.
Would cutting Medicaid to pay for tax breaks for the wealthy make your state safer?
No.
Cutting SNAP benefits?
No.
Okay, so this is what we are dealing with this current administration, things that are not making our country any safer and are doing harm to the people who need it the most. And with that, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back chair, and I recognize Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Again, illegal immigration, that's a federal responsibility. They could tell how much is wasted as a result of their failures.
Governor, don't you keep track of how many people are on your Medicaid rolls, how many people who are illegal immigrants in the state of Illinois who are getting actually benefits in your state? Doesn't your government keep track of that?
They don't get Medicaid in Illinois or any state as far as I know.
Governor Pritzker, You do not keep track of any public service dollars in the state of Illinois that goes to illegal immigrants or goes to people in your state who are not legal residents of the United States and of the state of Illinois. You don't keep track of that.
We absolutely keep track of our budget, and we're very closely, and in fact, it's been balanced for 7 years in a row, unlike the Republican before me, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I noticed that in the state of Illinois, you guys don't really keep track of your money, because I asked your mayor in Chicago similar question about a month ago, and he didn't have an answer. It was quite interesting. I think this might be an Illinois problem. Governor Hochul, in your state, you are spending about roughly $4 billion on illegal immigration, and at the same time, you are actually asking the federal government for $4 billion to finish Penn Station. Don't you think it would be better to stop funding illegal immigrants in your state and actually use those resources to finish Penn Station as opposed to coming to the federal government for the money?
Penn Station is owned by Amtrak, not by the state, so it's an appropriate use of their dollars, and Donald Trump has agreed to spend upwards of $7 billion. I appreciated that very much. What we spend on immigrants, the immigrants who are here hardworking to live a life and working on our farms and taking care of our parents in nursing homes and taking care of our children, they have been coming here for 400 years. And we don't keep track of individuals based on their status. We make sure that people have services so we don't end up with an unexpected.
So essentially what you're telling me is that you keep no track of money that is going to people who are not legal in the United States, resources that are taken away from New Yorkers, resources that are taken away from Illinoisans. You guys do not keep track of any of this.
You know what's really challenging is that many people came here with legal status. I mean, temporary protective status, 300,000.
Do you
all of a sudden they wake up one day and it's gone.
Do you go along with the strategy from the Biden administration, which massively expanded immigration protocols that overwhelmed your city and overwhelmed your state? Do you agree with that?
We call for secure borders. We call for this body to
I
do
never
its
remember
job.
you calling for secure borders at
No,
all, Governor Hochul.
We certainly have.
That
We
doesn't
certainly
sound
have.
like him to my memory.
Many conversations I had with the White House. And we asked for federal resources. I mean, you're putting a federal problem on our laps, and you know what? It gets old after a while. I wish you would just do your job.
If your
here
party
and
actually would
pass
do the job of
meaningful
securing the nation the way President Trump has now had to do twice, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Wouldn't you agree? Do you agree or disagree that securing the nation's borders is the job of the President of the United States? President Trump has done that job twice now.
Well,
and previous Democrat presidents have not done that job. Wouldn't you agree with that?
this has been a problem that's been in place since I was a young staffer here on Capitol Hill. We worked on immigration, and Ronald Reagan signed amnesty for 3 million people.
You know, it's interesting you bring up Reagan's amnesty in '86. You know, part of that deal was to actually build border wall and secure it. But the Democrat Party refuses to build border wall. You oppose it every single time. Is that your position? Do you now support border walls,
There
Governor
has
Hochul?
been many times when bipartisan legislation is presented to this body and people just walk away from it. They refuse to do the hard work of governing like governors like us have to do every single day. When I leave here, I'm going to go home and govern a state. I'm not going to tweet about this experience because I have too much work to do taking care of New Yorkers. And
You're really not doing a good job, Governor Hochul, because a lot of New Yorkers are actually coming into my state, in Florida, many of them. They come all the time because they actually want to come to a state that is well-run, that protects citizens, does not allow illegal aliens to victimize citizens like they are victimized in the state of New York, like they are victimized in the state of Illinois, like they are victimized in the state of Minnesota. They choose states like Florida and Texas to find safer places to live and raise their families. Hold on, Governor Hochul. We've had enough time.
Crime rates are much
Governor
lower
Walz,
than
you've been
yours.
sitting over there
Much
pretty
lower.
quiet. I got a question for you.
I love to talk. Thank you, Congressman.
Fair enough. You said earlier that the ICE agents under the orders of President Trump are a modern-day Gestapo. Do you realize how disgusting a phrase that is, considering the history of Nazi Germany? Would you like to recant that statement?
What I said, Congressman, and I have a long history of supporting law enforcement, I said President Trump was using them as his modern-day Gestapo, not identifying who you are, coming up in unmarked vans, taking people away and giving...
Is it the responsibility of ICE to actually deport illegal aliens in the United States who are here? Isn't that their responsibility?
Yes, it is, Congressman, except that the Constitution is not an inconvenience. It's not an either-or.
Nobody said an inconvenience. He have a responsibility to deport illegal aliens, and the president is going through that process right now. And let's be very clear, the previous administration, they abused every process there is under border laws to allow more than 10 million people into the country illegally. And this is a burden on all Americans. And so the president is doing his job. So it is sick to refer to Americans who are ICE agents as Gestapo. Governor, you're wrong. You need to apologize to these agents. They're doing their jobs. They are Americans. They serve this country with honor and decency and respect. Do not diminish their work simply because you tried to make a cheap point that you could tweet. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, some interesting theatrics today. Welcome, everyone, to the Oversight reality TV show. I know Mr. Trump loves himself some good TV, and today is not disappointing. And in fact, I want to say welcome to some of the members who've showed up to this committee who I've never seen here before. It's great to have you here in the hearing room with us. Now, before I get started on the topic at hand, I want to take a moment to speak directly to the immigrant community who might be watching and listening today. I want to say to everyone out there who is living in fear, we see you, we love you, we respect you, and we are fighting for you and every community that is being targeted by this administration and this Congress. We also want all of you out there to know that you have rights. You are protected by the law, and you should not have to live in fear and wonder whether or not you're going to be safe if you leave your home or if your family is going to come home at night. We see you. We are fighting for you. You have rights. Now, let's turn to the situation in California, which, of course, much of this hearing has focused on. As someone from a Marine veteran family, let me be clear. Marines are combat troops. They are highly trained, highly disciplined, lethal fighting force combat troops, and they should never, never be deployed against the American people who are exercising their constitutional rights. This is a gross and disgusting abuse of power. A disgusting abuse of power by fake tough guys who think that they can intimidate our communities while taking away their rights. And this is from the same man who dodged the draft and called our military service members suckers and losers. That's your commander-in-chief. And here, these folks here and the president want to say they're for our military and our veterans while they're illegally deploying service members, violating state sovereignty, gutting the VA, firing generals and lifelong service members. And you all want to sit in here and play like you're with the military and the American people while Donald Trump is planning to spend $45 million of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars on a fake military parade this Saturday that they can't even fill, that they put a super PAC ad on Craigslist to recruit citizens of the city of Washington, D.C. to go stand in the parade route. Congratulations, it's made for TV. But this is serious because this is an abuse of power. So I want to read a list of grievances: obstructing the administration of justice, refusing to assent to the laws for the public good, sending swarms of officers to harass our people, keeping standing armies without consent of our legislatures, transporting Americans overseas to be tried for pretend offenses. Mr. Chairman, I wonder, do you know where these offenses come from? No? Aw, that's too bad. Because it's actually the Declaration of Independence. That's right. It's the Declaration of Independence. And my colleagues across the aisle might want to bone up on that in the U.S. Constitution before they go attacking our communities, especially as we head into the 4th of July holiday and celebrate our independence from an abusive and mad king. Because here in America, there are no kings, and we reject people who believe they are. And no one is above the law, and we will hold them accountable. But I think it's very clear today, and I think it's been borne out by every witness that we have here, that what Donald Trump is doing is not only an abuse of power, an abuse of the military, an abuse of our citizens, but also, y'all should know this, while you're sitting here creating this made-for-TV moment, that 2/3 of Americans, according to the polling yesterday, are opposed to what Donald Trump is doing with both immigration and the deployment of the military in our communities. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's illegal, and it's a violation of our rights. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, yes or no, do you think someone who's committed murder or rape in this country, in that they're here illegally, should have tools at their disposal to avoid deportation?
As the governor, his primary responsibility is to protect the people of New York.
I'm sorry.
Those crimes are abhorrent.
I'm sorry. Whatever response you prepared to give today dwarfs in comparison to your actions as governor. I would like to remind you of someone named Gianfranco Torres Navarro, an illegal alien and suspected leader of a violent Peruvian gang. He was tied to 23 murders in Peru and came to this country illegally across the southern border. He had his victims' faces tattooed on his body, and he was hiding in plain sight in Endicott, New York, for an extended period of time where ICE could not locate him. And why did it take so long to find him? Because policies like your green light law, which blocks ICE and U.S. Border Patrol from accessing critical DMV databases. In fact, it threatens the badges and threatens to charge with felonies any officer that shares that DMV data with federal agents. These agents rely on data to be able to know who they're pulling over on the side of the road. They're taking their lives into their hands every time they're trying to, keep our streets safe. The really sick irony here is that your government in New York, my home state, freely shares that same DMV data with the government of Canada at our bridges in you and my hometown. But it doesn't share that data with your American federal government. Why, Governor?
You're misstating the green light law because
I'm
we are able to cooperate with federal authorities when there's a crime
Why do you shield
involved.
the database, Governor?
Anything they want from us related to investigating a crime
This is
is
data
available
that's
to
needed
them.
in real time to enforce the laws on the streets. They can't subpoena these records from your government. And I've had these conversations with my county sheriffs all across the state of New York, state police. They want to work with the federal officials. They want to clean up these messes. But they can't because they are being threatened by you and our Attorney General that they'll take away their badge and end their careers.
Been countless instances where we've cooperated with federal law enforcement. It happens on a daily basis. And so your characterization is just incorrect of how we provide information to people who ask for
You
it.
share the database in its entirety with Canada, but you don't share it with the federal government. It's beyond belief. I mean, this is denial and excuses, Governor. You know damn well that the New York State Sheriff's Association, the State Association of Chiefs of Police have both condemned the green light law. Sheriffs from Erie County, Niagara County, Monroe, Albany, Broome, Dutchess, and Oneida counties, multiple parties represented here, not just Republicans, have warned that your law ties their hands. It puts officers' lives in danger, and it shields criminals from accountability. When you refuse to work with law enforcement, when you refuse to hand over data that can protect communities and save lives, you are actively aiding the illegal alien criminals who have crossed our borders and committed violent crimes. And the consequences are not hypothetical. Your bail reform law is the reason that Laken Riley is dead. He should have been in jail in New York, and he wasn't. He went to Georgia. He fled our state because he should have been in prison. These are tragic and real circumstances. In Buffalo, a Venezuelan illegal immigrant hacked his wife to death with an axe. In Syracuse, an Ecuadorian national strangled a young woman on her birthday and dumped her body in a park. In Irondequoit, in Monroe County, a Dominican national slaughtered an entire family, including 2 toddlers, and he set their house on fire. Governor Hochul, you took an oath to serve the citizens of the state of New York, and you've allowed violent criminals who came here illegally to hide in plain sight and to avoid federal officials because of your support for the green light law. I mean, this is an abomination. This is not keeping New Yorkers safe.
We turn
This is-
over the information you're referring to all the time. You're misstating the laws and its purpose. We cooperate all the time.
As
And
much
so-
as I want to believe you, Governor, I believe the cops more.
Well,
I believe the cops that I know and I trust in our same hometown that are out there in the streets every single day. Your laws put lives in danger. Your laws have led to people being murdered.
my job is to protect the people of New York, and I fight hard every single day. I have
doing
done
a
more
very lousy
to
job of
reduce
it,
the
Governor.
crimes. Murder rates are down to historic lows, and we're working hard to make sure one crime is one too many. I take this very seriously, but we do cooperate when anytime they need help with law enforcement, and you're just
that is
refusing
just
to
not
accept
what the law enforcement
You're
officials
just not
tell me,
accepting
Governor.
the facts. I can't help that.
I trust the professionals. You and I aren't police officers. I trust the people out in the field that wear a badge, that are honorable, decent, hardworking people.
And that's why they should
And
be
you have a record of disrespect to law enforcement, just like you disrespected every corrections officer in the state of New York. You have a lot of gall to come here and criticize the president for using the National Guard to actually bring law and order to the streets of our country. When you sent those same National Guard officers to become corrections officers after you destroyed the lives of so many of the hardworking corrections officers of the state when you broke their union.
You're absolutely right. There is a distinction. I have the authority over the National Guard in the state of New York. The president is usurping the sovereignty of another state, of the 50 states, when he imposes the National Guard against the will of the governor. Just a difference of understanding of basic civics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I'm sorry?
I have a unanimous consent request.
Proceed.
First, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this article, counties that provided sanctuary to undocumented immigrants saw falling crime rates, steady fines.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second, data shows sanctuary policies make communities safer, healthier, and more prosperous.
Without objection, so ordered.
And third, Trump team focuses deportation on immigration numbers, not criminals.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our governors for being here as well. Thank you all for your service to your states and to our country. I want to just be clear, Donald Trump clearly and House Republicans are really not serious about helping our states and our cities. Before I came to Congress, I was a mayor and I worked closely with our police department, incredible men and women that worked really hard to promote policies that actually make the public safer. Now, during that time, our city actually reported some of the lowest murder rates in history. And I've been in close touch with our current police departments, our local sheriff, and local law enforcement. And I want to be clear. Donald Trump is intentionally provoking chaos, hate, and division. Now, Trump is trying to intimidate. He's using our military to create fear, and there's no legal justification for his actions. I strongly believe he's trying to keep American citizens from peacefully making their voices heard. We just had a demonstration in my hometown of Long Beach, California. Over 500 people showed up. There was no vandalism, there were no arrests, and it was peaceful, and I want to thank them. Trump is trying to make it very clear that this is about intimidation. I believe he's fueling violence on our streets because he thinks it's politically helpful to him. And I actually want to remind our committee that when Donald Trump was president in 2020, that's actually when we saw surges in violent crime across the country. They increased under Donald Trump's watch. We should be focused on actual public safety threats, but we know that Donald Trump is taking federal law enforcement away from actually investigating serious crimes and cartels. And if you ask any police department, police chief across the country in your states, they will tell you they want their police focused on the issues in their neighborhoods, in the state, traffic violations, speeding, domestic violence. Those are the issues that people want to see addressed. Law enforcement should be focused on those issues, and I know the governors agree. Back in my home district in Downey, California, we've had agents just yesterday grab people in front of churches, their houses of worship. Agents refused to identify themselves and show warrants. An elderly man was dropping off his granddaughter at their local church and was detained in front of the property and the family. That is outrageous and should be disturbing to every single American. And we know this does actually nothing to protect the public. But this, of course, is Donald Trump's playbook. He doesn't care about the safety of the American people. He fuels hate and fear. It's no coincidence that Donald Trump is fueling chaos. At the same time, he's advancing legislation which the American people know is completely toxic and harmful to this country. We're looking at 16 million people losing health care. It's being debated right now as we speak in the Senate. Nutrition cuts for seniors and veterans, huge tax cuts for the wealthiest and the largest corporations in this country. And while this is being debated, Donald Trump is causing chaos and fear across our country. I want to ask the governors in the remaining time that we have. It is clear that health care and these impacts of this bill will impact all three of your states greatly. And so I have a brief question. What is the bigger risk to your state? Ripping away health care from millions of people across the country, thousands and thousands in your own states, or the law-abiding, working, undocumented folks in your states? And I'll let you each go ahead and give that answer. We'll start with Governor Pritzker.
Thank you very much, Congressman Garcia. There are 770,000 people who stand to lose their health care in the state of Illinois, perhaps even more, depending on how this bill turns out. And I can tell you that there are people who are dependent upon Medicaid and Medicare to survive. I am deeply, deeply concerned about the deaths that will occur as a result of the cuts, not to mention that we're taking away SNAP benefits from families that need it most, and children. Veteran services, people who have PTSD, who need to see their therapist at a certain time, now have to wait much longer periods of time because of the threat of this bill. So I'm deeply concerned. DOJ has taken away one of our facilities in the state of Illinois already. It's a huge problem, and that is the threat.
Thank you, Governor Walz.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. In Minnesota, in 2023, we were ranked as the top state for health care, home of the Mayo Clinic. We have more people covered almost than any other state. This bill would take 250,000 people off of health care, make it more difficult, reduce the outcomes we're getting. 40% of those are children receive their care through that way, and over 70% of nursing home patients. It would be catastrophic, and the state has built it up to improve lives of all of our citizens.
Thank you. And finally, Governor Hochul.
Health care is a basic human right, and I'm proud in the state of New York that 95% of people in our state have health care coverage. But these devastating cuts will throw off at least 1.5 million New Yorkers, and not just those individuals, but when hospitals in rural areas have to shut down, the entire community will lose important services. So this will have a ripple effect through our economy and hurt more than just the people who lose their Medicaid, and it is devastating and absolutely unwarranted. And we encourage everyone to stand up, speak up on behalf of their constituents, especially those from the state of New York who represent rural areas. They're counting on you.
Thank you. Governors, I thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get a kick out of you sanctuary state, county, city leaders who talk about having to deal with the border crisis. Cracks me up, actually. But at least, Governor Pritzker, you did call it a crisis in your statement. I appreciate that. Ultimately, as you said in your statement, you received 50,000 illegal aliens into Cook County. And Governor Hochul stated that New York received about 220,000 illegal aliens. That's fantastic that you know those numbers roughly. Now I want you to imagine you're a southern Arizona community of about 80,000 people, sitting right on the border. And over the course of the Biden administration, a couple of million people came through your little town. And I quote you, Governor Pritzker, Illinois didn't ask for this crisis, and I'm going to tell you, neither did Yuma, Arizona. Its lone hospital, only hospital, couldn't handle the influx, nor could its single food bank, its law enforcement, its schools, and other services and infrastructure. That was a failure, you're correct, on the part of the federal government under Joe Biden. That's all stopped now. That's all stopped now. Because it didn't take a new law, it took enforcement of the current law. But you know what drew a lot of those people? Because you might have been down there once. I've been down there dozens of times. I've taken more people from Congress down there than anybody else here. And you know what those people told me? They're coming here because they wanted to get to places, and they would name Chicago, and they would name New York to me. I'd say, why the heck are you crossing here and not crossing at Del Rio? Because you guys offered sanctuary policies. They believed that they would be protected in your jurisdictions. And now that these millions of illegal aliens are here, permitted to get here by the Democrats and the Biden administration, your jurisdictions actually hinder the enforcement of immigration laws because of the sanctuary policies you've adopted. And then you have the temerity to complain about the influx of illegal aliens that strain your social services. Well, you did that. That's not even an unintended consequence. That's what it is. So I'll ask you, Governor Walz, do you agree with Minnesota your Attorney General's opinion stating that it's not lawful for Minnesota counties to hold people for immigration authorities, even if there is an immigration warrant? Do you agree with his statement? That's his statement. It's not yours. I just want to know if you agree with him.
Yeah, well, I know you know this, Congressman, that all 87 Minnesota counties follow federal law.
I don't know that. I just want to know. I don't know that. Why would I know that? I'm just going by your Attorney General.
I haven't got
He says not to do it. Do you agree with the Attorney General? That's all I'm asking.
The Attorney General is elected independently in Minnesota. Nothing in his opinion allows it. In Minnesota,
so are you telling me you disagree with him?
Could I have 20 seconds just to say?
I just want you to answer the question. You're not answering the question.
I served here, Congressman, and there's the respect to the witnesses to just be able to speak.
Yeah, there is, and there should be respect, and that respect from the witness should be to answer the question.
Our counties and jurisdictions can do whatever they deem necessary. They have to.
Do you agree with your Attorney General? Apparently, we don't know because you're not going to answer. You're going to be oblique about it. So
that's unfair characterization. I'm trying to answer. I'm not the Attorney General of Minnesota.
Do you agree with his memo? And you're killing time because you're filibustering. Do you agree with his memo? That's all I'm asking.
Nothing.
And you don't want to even answer it. You just say, oh, you know, maybe that, maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. Let's go to you, Governor Pritzker. A lawsuit was filed against you in the state of Illinois, and you responded. Your response to the claim is that Illinois has a quote constitutionally protected choice not to assist federal authorities with deportation, close quote. Give me the constitutional reference you're making there. What are you referring to?
Congressman, I don't know the lawsuit that you're referring to, and I don't know that I was the respondent in that lawsuit. I can say that
this is from the response filed on your behalf. So you didn't read the response? Well, let me then ask you, if that is the response officially of you, how is that consistent with Arizona versus U.S.? It's not. How is it consistent with 8 U.S.C. 287 D3? It's not. Let's just cover it in the last 18 seconds. When you guys say you say we do give these people the information only on a criminal warrant. Is there any distinction in 8 U.S.C. 1373A, 1324, 1324C that says, yeah, you don't have to give information. You don't have to provide the body. You don't have to respond to the ICE detainer. Is there anything in there that says there's a distinction between the criminal law, the criminal warrant, the criminal detainer, and a civil warrant, civil detainer? Is there anything in there? The answer is no. I'll answer for you. You do violate the law. You are sanctuary cities. And every one of you sitting there, if you don't know that by now, you should know it walking out of here, that you are actually committing a federal crime every time someone does that, because you don't have the authority under federal law or under the Constitution to negate even a civil warrant for someone who's violated a federal offense when you get a detainer notice. Yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All over the country, people are protesting nonviolently President Trump's treatment of immigrants, and they are right to. And I think it's important that we are clear as leaders about what's going on in this country right now. There is no mass deportation campaign. Deportation is a process that is not being followed right now. What's going on is people are being snatched up in the middle of the streets, trafficked, kidnapped in the middle of the streets, trafficked to other countries without due process. Trump is taking blatantly illegal and inhumane actions to stoke protests and then escalating things from there. Over the weekend, he sent the U.S. troops to California. This is dangerous. First, the California National Guard without the governor's support, and now the Marines. The Marines are trained to fight and win wars, not to de-escalate a protest in the heart of an American city. Members of our armed services have sworn an oath to the Constitution. They didn't swear an oath to Donald Trump, and they're not his personal army. And so in the face of a wannabe dictator, we have to have strong opposition. First, the Trump administration says they're going to arrest judges. Then they arrested a judge. Then they talk about arresting elected officials. Then a mayor gets arrested. Then they said they'd arrest a member of Congress, and one has been indicted. A Democratic member of Congress has been indicted. And now we have Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, who's threatened to arrest the California governor. And I don't think we should take this as an empty threat. Why is Trump now saying he wants to arrest governors? It's because he knows that some of the people who are going to be the greatest opposition to his lawlessness are Democratic governors standing up for their people. And so I'm just curious to hear from our three governors here today, because these things can be put forth as hypotheticals, but they're not hypotheticals. Elected officials are being arrested. This is happening. The DOJ is being weaponized against us. So if federal agents were to come to your door, to the governor's mansion, approach your security staff to arrest you, you have Tom Homan on the news saying, I want to arrest Governor Hochul, Governor Pritzker, Governor Walz. What do you do? What do you say? I'm just curious. Governor Hochul, if you can start.
If Tom Homan comes to Albany to arrest me, I'll say, go for it. You can't intimidate a governor. What is this country coming to? When people can threaten us on social media and on cable news and try to stop us from doing our jobs, we're here on the front lines every day, fighting to defend our rights, our values, and the public safety of our residents. And so anything threatening our responsibility is an assault on our democracy, nothing short of that.
Thank you, Congressman. Let me begin by saying I have the highest duty to protect the people of my state. And indeed, if Tom Homan were to come to try to arrest us, I can say, first of all, that he can try. I can also tell you that I will stand in the way of Tom Homan going after people who don't deserve to be frightened in their communities, who don't deserve to be threatened, terrorized. I would rather that he came and arrested me than do that to the people of my state.
Well, thank you, Congressman. And I was just sitting here listening today again. There's many of you in here, friends on both sides of the aisle that I served here. The job of governor is very different than the job you're doing, but we need you. We need to work together. No one here wants to hear these horrific stories, but we have a job to do on limited resources. And equating that not doing ICE's job means we're not cooperating, we're patrolling our highways. I'm proud that Minnesota's a state third lowest in traffic deaths. If we start doing all the things at ICE, and nothing we do precludes them from doing their job. And so threatening and political, and I did not realize, I guess, I watch it, I didn't realize how much animosity there's here. We have a responsibility to the American public to work together, and I think threatening arrest on elected officials, Congressman, it doesn't help any of us. Governor Pritzker's right. Our citizens are scared and angry, and it's not necessary. We can fix this with a bipartisan border bill. Help us out.
Thank you, Governor. I want to end by saying former Governor and now Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem just last year said that federalizing the National Guard would be a direct attack on states' rights. And now she's cheering it on. President Trump has consolidated power so much in his own party, there's little to no, pretty much zero, opposition left to his lawlessness. We hear it in this room right now. And the last thing I want to say, too, is what's going on right now is not just a distraction from the fact that they want to pass a massive tax break for the richest Americans and take away services and things from working families, but it's to enable it. These aren't two different stories, because the only way you rip away health care from 15 million Americans in this country and not feel like you have to fear for your job or that you're going to be protested every day is by scaring the people and suppressing their First Amendment right. What's going on in Los Angeles and what this Donald Trump wants to do around the nation is directly connected to the fact that he's going to take away health care from all of these people, 15 million Americans, to benefit people like him and his donors. And it's shameful. These aren't two different things. It's the same thing. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governors, I guess thank you for being here today. This was staged to be it was bound to be political conflict here. But I like to get pretty real with each of you. I know Governor Walz pretty good. He and I came to be, believe it or not, America, Governor Walz and I came to be quite friendly. I consider him a friend for many years. And it was fascinating that we disagreed on almost everything politically. I doubt there was a vote we had in common, but I'm pretty sure I could call Governor Walz and get a straight answer, even now, at least in private. But in a setting like this, it's difficult to get a straight answer because you're being viewed so closely. All of us are. So I'm going to try and be real with you. And Governor Pritzker, I don't know you. Governor Hochul, I don't know you. I can tell you that that you strike me as extremely political and rather arrogant, quite smug, good lady. And this is a serious topic, man. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans dead from fentanyl that came across our border. Our nation suffered generational trauma for 4 years from open border policies. And we listened in ad nauseum, speech after speech after speech about how Mayorkas, who struck me as equally smug in many horrific meetings, said we need more money, we need more laws. We never needed more money. We never needed more laws. We needed an executive branch that had the will to enforce the law and thus end the trauma that the American people were continually suffering at our southern border. Now, the impact of that policy remains, and sanctuary cities are a large part of this thing. Now, I don't know the life of you three, your background. I don't know if you've held the hand of a mother or father, had to deliver to them the news that their child had been killed by a violent criminal. Prayed with that person, but I have. And the victims of crime commonly have a simple refrain: why? Why? Why did this happen to my family? And I'm going to ask you, Governor Pritzker, and you, Governor Hochul, what do you say to those people when, have you ever had the courage to speak with one in person, in private, without cameras, and when they ask you why was this horrible person invited to Illinois or New York? Why do your sanctuary policies encourage, why did this guy that killed my daughter, why was he in my state? Why?
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources.
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited resources. I'll let you know when it's time for you to answer the question, madam.
Okay.
Don't tell me it's limited resources, because we're talking about the resource of righteousness and goodness. And God controls the bank of righteousness and goodness. And there's no limit to that withdrawal. Governor Pritzker, what do you tell a family when they ask you why? Why was this murderer in my state that came here across the border illegally and was encouraged to come to my state by your policies? Go.
You said invited or encouraged. 50,000 people
invited
were
and encouraged by
50,000
sanctuary
people were
policy.
shipped to my state by a
Don't
border
beat
state
around the
governor.
bush. Own it, man.
I'm not beating
Own
around.
it.
I'm telling you, 50,000 people were shipped to my state by a
Would you ship
Republican
them back?
border state governor.
50,000 is a smidgen. We have 15 million cross the border.
I understand.
I'm glad they bust some to your state.
I have
taste
been
it.
clear
Your sanctuary
about
policies
favoring border
Governor
security.
Hochul,
There was a
I'll give
bill
you the
last
last
year
couple of
on that
seconds
very
here.
subject, sir.
On the
Governor
question of
Hochul.
what
And
I'd
you
say to
opposed
that
it.
family, I would say my heart is breaking for you. I'm a mother. When you describe the pain of a family like that, I've been there. I have held victims' families in my
That's a
arms.
good start.
And I'll tell you
Mr.
this,
Chairman,
you appear
my
to be a
time has
religious
expired.
person,
I yield.
but we are called.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Okay, a couple of things. One, I want to raise a point of order. It is against the rules to attack or to breach the decorum with respect to our witnesses. You can't.
Well, the ranking member has a
look
different
like this,
definition
or
of
you look
attack
like
than I
that.
do.
You
That's
look
for
like
sure.
this. You cannot criticize the countenance of a witness when they come before the committee. You can raise issues, no question, but you cannot personally attack a witness. That is not within the rules. That is not in accordance with decorum here. And I would raise that same concern if
Did the ranking
if one of
member
our
not call
members
us
was
Nazis?
attacking.
All right, all right.
Secondly,
Proceed with unanimous consent.
Secondly, unanimous consent. I have asking unanimous consent to submit a document entitled "Trump Wants to Cut Funding to Sanctuary Cities and Towns, but They Don't Actually Violate the Federal Law."
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It's always funny the lack of decorum that we get, and people we do drop the gentleman act here oftentimes when attacking women who aren't able to defend themselves with equal time. But that's kind of the theme here, right? Attacking Americans or people who are not able to defend themselves, or at least who Republicans hope can't defend themselves. And that's what we're seeing essentially in Los Angeles. So I would say that this hearing is quite timely. What's happening with ICE and the military in Los Angeles is terrifying, and is directly caused by Trump's policies and his cruelty. It was Trump's overzealous ICE agents who started this specific incident. And now they want us to get bogged down in arguing over the right types of protest or the right types of way or the right way to defend yourself, the mythical perfect type, so that we could ignore that Trump is the one who is escalating all of this. Trump is the one who ordered in thousands of National Guardsmen over the objection of Governor Newsom, something that hasn't been done since 1965. Trump is the one deploying Marines, not on an enemy abroad, but on the American people who are exercising their First Amendment right in this instance. The only opportunity that they have to defend themselves against lawless lawmakers who are imposing cruelty upon them. For a party of so-called law and order folks, they sure are stampeding over people's constitutional rights and intentionally inciting more chaos, more fear, more anxiety, and increasing the likelihood that people will get hurt. In the end, what's happening in Los Angeles is just one of many incidents where Trump and his administration have not given a single damn about people's safety. For one, the ICE and DHS agents that are arresting people and raiding places often don't even have any kind of uniform or identifying badge. They're masked, and they're in unmarked cars. Ms. Perryman, just briefly, why is it so dangerous to have masked, plainclothes ICE agents arresting people?
So I'll just thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. I'll go back to what I said before, that we know our Constitution recognizes and our country recognizes the importance of trust between local law enforcement, the federal government, and governors. And what we're seeing here is a breach of trust. It's an escalation, and it's dangerous for the American people.
Trump said he was only going to go after undocumented criminals, but that's clearly not the case. Whether through incompetence or straight up racial profiling, ICE and DHS agents are wrongfully arresting U.S. citizens. We've talked about it today, and catching these mistakes often happens too late, after an American citizen has already been illegally thrown into another country, and Trump's administration is doing nothing to get them back. These agents are also going into previously protected spaces, as we've discussed, like churches and schools and hospitals. DHS agents tried to get into an elementary school by lying that they had the permission from the parents. That is a cartoonish level of evil. ICE also arrested a Massachusetts high school senior, Marcelo Gomez da Silva, on his way to volleyball practice. Governor Walz, you're a former teacher and coach. Do you think these kinds of actions create instability for students? And do you worry about increasing anxiety of kids coming to school?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I certainly do. Creating that safe environment where our kids can come and the expectation is to learn, they certainly do. Once again, there's no reason to use these enforcement actions at those locations when there are other tools. And I think, again, this false equivalency that we do not want violent criminals to be to be arrested, detained, and go through due process. We do, but hugely detrimental to the educational system, hugely detrimental to a system that is dependent on trust and the goodwill of everyone in that school system. So yeah, it is detrimental.
Thank you, Governor Walz. These same kids getting arrested are often being separated from their families. They are scared. They're alone. An attorney is one of the few resources they had access to that is now being taken away as well. The Trump administration has canceled contracts with legal groups that represent those undocumented children in immigration court. This is going to force thousands of kids as young as 2 years old to represent themselves very quickly as we're running out of time. Ms. Perryman, how's a 2-year-old supposed to represent themselves in court?
A 2-year-old can't represent itself in court, him or herself in court. And I'll just say that we are in court every single day seeking to try to ensure that people have access to legal representation, which of course this administration is really seeking to curtail. They're seeking to ignore due process rights.
I was going to say, would you say that it is due process if a 2-year-old is left to represent themselves?
Absolutely. It's a flagrant violation of our Constitution. It's also something that shocks the conscience.
We'll leave it there. Thank you. I yield back.
The witnesses have requested a 15-minute bathroom break, but before we do that, I'm going to go to Dr. Fox for 5 minutes of questions. After Dr. Fox, we'll take a 15-minute break for the witnesses, and then we'll start back with Mr. Kassar. So Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, as you're aware, Minnesota saw the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. The so-called nonprofit Feeding Our Future falsely claimed to have served 91 million meals to children, for which it received nearly $250 million in federal funds. According to the FBI, the $250 million in federal taxpayer money was, quote, funneled into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled. In March, 2 individuals were convicted in connection with this case, and I understand related investigation continues. The FBI stated that, quote, the egregious fraud uncovered in the Feeding Our Future case represents the blatant betrayal of public trust. The FBI will not allow criminals to rob federal programs and walk away unscathed. We'll expose their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they face the full weight of justice. Do you support the federal government's efforts to bring to justice those who stole federal taxpayer money at the expense of hungry children in your state?
Thank you, Dr. Fox, wholeheartedly. And this is a great example. When the federal government works with the state, we reported it, they prosecuted them, they are in prison.
So do you support federal efforts to bring to justice those who commit federal crimes in Minnesota?
I most certainly do.
Okay. Does Minnesota honor ICE detainer request?
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. I've been making sure I get my opportunity here. Minnesota follows all federal law. State law requires, and I would say the state law requires all state and county facilities to ask for immigration status when a convicted felon is committed and tells DHS if they're undocumented. All state facilities. DOC calls DHS before a convicted felon leaves prison. We have a controlled handover.
Well, how can we be sure that your state is serious about cooperating with the federal government to enforce our immigration laws?
We do it on a daily basis, Congresswoman. And again, I say this is the floor. Counties can do more, but here's the confusion we have right now. Last week, a list of supposed sanctuary cities or counties were put out. Many of those were counties in Minnesota that had gone above and beyond. Their sheriffs said it put them at risk because they were doing that. They were sharing information and doing what they're supposed to do. It's a coordination issue.
But you said in your answer it's only if they've been convicted of crimes that
or a judicial warrant. Or a judicial warrant. That's correct, after due process has been served.
So that you don't cooperate if they're illegally here and the ICE comes to get them?
If they have gone through the process, Congresswoman, and they have received due process, and ICE's job is to come and get them. It's what I've been saying all day.
But if they're here illegally, then they're here illegally. There's no, they've broken the law already.
Many are here as asylum seekers. They've overstayed a visa.
I have another question to ask you, Governor. As I've said before in this committee, innocent American taxpayers are collateral damage in the Democrats' pursuit of open border policies. Americans pay with their wallets, their safety, and all too often their lives. This is unacceptable. I'm sure you're aware, Governor, that your state has spent hundreds of millions of state taxpayer dollars to address the surge of illegal aliens in Minnesota. Are you also aware of any NGOs operating in your state that provide services to illegal aliens, and have those NGOs received any federal funding?
I can't answer that at this time. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, we have to end the shameful practice of NGOs working against immigration law enforcement efforts. That's why I introduced H.R. 245, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act, to stop NGOs who work against U.S. laws from receiving a single cent of taxpayer funds. Americans should never tolerate a government that uses their own tax money against them. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before we recess, recognize the ranking member for UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to submit an article from the Seattle Times entitled "National Sheriff's Association Head Tears into Fed's Sanctuary List."
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to the previous order, the committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes. The committee stands in recess.
Miss you, man. Tom, good to see you. 5 miles on them all today. Oh, really? I passed one of these members.
Wow. You got up before it was warm.
Thank you all. Hey, use that come up
Yeah, I was wondering.
So the mattress is permanently nice. Because you would think right through that.
Yeah.
But it's just, yeah, it's sort of like.
And then
That's cool. Right. We went through the whole thing, you know, as far as whether we were going to buy it. But yeah,
I thought it was great. I had to replace my
you're awesome. We're good. Thank you so much for being there. Appreciate it.
I know, as usual.
Always. Always. Mo was on his way over here, but he's something reversed. So we're fine.
I saw, and.
So it's you know,
and so did he actually come here?
I stopped him. I mean, because, are you okay?
I mean,
fine.
I was actually going to take another break. Because we don't need a show, but I mean, you guys sent him to the other side, so.
Well, because they didn't have anybody to give him breaks.
No. I mean, I didn't bring it. Didn't go to construction, but it's whatever.
Okay.
Of course.
I was like,
Oh, I know.
And that's why I like the monitor. It makes it doing like this all day.
I like the monitor. Yeah.
And, I mean, once you get it set, then you can, once I set it with this. Make sure the iris is good, even though you got it on here too. But I always set it there, and then I watch it there and make sure. It's been doing fine. I think I haven't noticed it being an issue.
I felt like when I had it on, like when we swapped off, I felt like it was,
Oh yeah, if I do down here, yeah, it's gonna drift. And if I do up here, it sets. So it's like, where do you leave it, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm up on the top dice more than I'm down on the lower. So I leave it set for the top.
See, I adjusted it.
Oh, I see it. It's going up now. Let's see. Let me see. So, yeah, now. So if I adjusted it down there, oh yeah, it's like, I mean, it's kind of long. Yeah. So if I go there now, the dais is sitting fine. If I come down to here, it's drifting still.
Maybe, what is the counterbalance that
Okay, so if I put it here, it sits. And then if I put it here, it sits.
Oh,
so it's like, there's the chairman, basically. Be right there. And that's it. And if I go down to this person, like to her, if I go to her, it's not focused, but if I was to go to her, it's sitting.
Okay.
So it's sitting on both, you know? Jordan? What? Is Jordan gonna be the chair? Some fun now. Fireworks up in there. I'll tell you fireworks. Okay, it's set. I went over to the cafeteria, got some soup.
Oh, good.
It's okay. I like your bean soup, but they didn't have it.
What soup did you have?
I don't know, it was a mixture of a bunch of stuff. There was some tomato pieces, some bell pepper. There was a lot of stuff in there. I don't know what it was called. No, it's their chili. don't even remember seeing much chili, but it was considered. She said, "Oh, you have the chili." I said, "I do." No, no chili.
That's the mystery.
Mystery something. I guess it was a chili without beans. I'm used to seeing beans in the chili. So,
Isn't there a certain style, like
chili with beans?
like chili without beans, like
Something. Chili with beans is considered Wendy's.
Wendy's style?
I don't know what kind. I wouldn't have thought it was chili if they wouldn't have told me. But I just felt like something like.
At first, I walked into Capital Market to get breakfast, and then I was like, I don't know why, and I was like, I've got to go to Thurston Outlet.
Oh, thank you.
And so I just got breakfast.
Okay. And you know where the cafeteria is now? When you come out the door and you go across all the police officers sit there. You ever notice that?
On which building?
I think it's the Capitol Market. The one, you know, right, you go down a level and it's around the corner, right as soon as you get to Capitol. I think that's the house side. It's around the house side. The one that's listed, when you come out, right down the hall from where we do our passes.
Yeah, the Capital Market.
Right, so right in front, as soon as you come out, there's another door right on the other side of the hall. The police officers are always sitting when they eat.
Yeah, like the dining area.
Not, they took it from them, and now it's all scan your own stuff. They got all kinds of chips, sandwiches, and drinks, and everything in there now. Well,
because Capital Market still has a person.
yeah, Capital Market, you order your food, and you pay, and then you go sit over here.
Yeah, that
right?
dining area.
And then when you're done, you walk out to the hall, and you go straight across the hall, there's a sitting room. Police officers. Yes. Right.
Oh, okay, I've never been there. Yeah.
It would be like police officers sitting there with the six of them. Now it's all food. And the city's open 24 hours. But you scan it.
That's good to know, right? That night that we had the hearing, I needed coffee, right? To get through that. And so we were in Rayburn, and I went to where all the vending machines are. There's like an espresso machine there. I went there and said it was out of espresso. It would only do like hot chocolate. I went, there was a vending machine that had like Starbucks, you know, drink and cold drinks there. And it was dark, it was awesome. And then there was a third vending machine that I saw like some other kind of coffee drink there. And the little, it said like candy, like it was also it's comic. I walked all the way to Longworth, and that's not that far from Rayburn, you know. And they had one of those like self-checkout places there. Yeah.
Something that's like when we do rules. Have you ever come out and gone to the left and went to the press gallery?
Like the lounge area? Or
Where the press gallery, where they do the prints. If you come out, turn left. Like from here to that little wall, you sit in front of this elevator, the door right there is the press gallery. This coffee machine, soda machine, all of it right there. microwave and warm up your lunch or water.
You know, like years ago when somebody was like giving me a tour, I remember seeing that and I had not actually gone there on my own.
Oh, yeah. You got it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I can't remember how to navigate this. You said it is on the same floor.
If we ever over there together, you come out of the door, go left like you're going to do that elevator right there, and the door right to your right, it says house. It says Prescott.
Okay.
For the print.
Yeah.
Go in there with the microwave. It's like 35 cents.
I was going to say, I remember the machines were like, had like the kind of old fashioned prices.
Yes. So, in the bathroom, like I had my lunch, I think I had pizza and stuff. Because it's usually in the evening, man.
Just saw it going over the calendar for all the TI to get those we have coming up. Good research there. I mean, I was like, we don't really know. He's just like, the answer right now is yes. And I was like, he's like, well, working on getting it to know. But I was like, oh my God, there's so many of them.
Going there.
And you do it outward. Poor Mitch.
That's a lot of fun. All the prep for those.
Yeah. Like all the work after too, like pulling out what you need and like that's a lot.
Okay, now that you mentioned,
Do you need anything?
like
I'm at that part of my job where I just kind of hang out and wait for something to break.
Yeah,
so.
no worries. We're good. Thank you. Right? Donna, John, and Drew. And
Johnny, is that the day Johnny called out?
no,
Okay.
he was, so I like even
Okay.
I will read through and they won't see, yeah, our floater went missing.
Our what? Floater.
Yeah, like
Okay.
me, John, and
Our best plans.
on his grave, and they said that it was like, I guess a yellow thing, was like the floater like stays around. It's really, is that true?
So yellow?
Yeah.
No. It's gonna be hard to find it here. Because we're orange. But I do try to, I'm like,
Like, I'll check in if, if I'm kind of refreshed, I did what I needed to do.
Yeah.
I'll check in with them, but they were like judgy Johnny for not doing that.
You gotta realize, he has got because once it's this once they're on you, until you get like out of it. Associated
She's great. Right now, I'm getting the updates on
and then you say
Gus is being made in the state tournament.
then they
So
start
they are playing right now in the state tournament Saturday. They lost 15-5 sets between the one yesterday. They lost to Rogers. Now they're playing. So this is the first year of the Minnesota boys team. How? We'll get like drugs.
silent and worse. It'll show up somewhere. It's still around here somewhere because my watch is still connected today. Gracious Lord.
Where you from?
I lived in Jonesboro, Arkansas, so he knows this. I lived in Jonesboro.
The committee will attempt to come back in order. Give the witnesses a second to find their seats, and then we'll recognize the next questioner. Thank you all. Chair now recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, governors. Republicans have dragged you in today for questioning because they say your immigration policies are dangerous for American citizens. So I want to ask each of you some questions about recent events affecting U.S. citizens. Governor Pritzker, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a 10-year-old U.S. citizen recovering from brain cancer and sent her to Mexico?
It was the Trump administration, sir.
Correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Walz, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that jailed an American for days, alleging he was in the country illegally, despite him being a U.S. citizen?
I believe that was the Trump administration.
That's correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Hochul, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a totally innocent U.S. citizen, pregnant woman who wound up in the hospital after her detention?
Those horrific situations are all the results of the Trump administration's over-enforcement of our laws.
That was just this week, and that's correct.
That's
that
right.
was the Trump administration. Let me be clear. Democratic governors who are trying to protect the rights of all of us are not the real danger that we face. Donald Trump's reckless immigration policies are what is putting us at risk, U.S. citizens included. Trump and his puppets here in Congress put out a constant stream of lies about immigration. So let me summarize what is really going on here. Trump has ordered law enforcement agencies to focus not on violent criminals, but on indiscriminately rounding up as many people as possible. Trump is targeting people going to work at Home Depot and 7-Eleven, ignoring gangs. Trump is targeting people trying to follow the rules and go to a court hearing, ignoring those who commit real violence. And then there's the kids. Imagine just for a moment that they're your kids. Law enforcement raids at our schools. Kids with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. Multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer deported to foreign countries, separated from their treatment, their care, and their doctors. This is not just about immigrant families. Donald Trump is undermining the rights that protect all of us, no matter who we are and where we come from. People are being arrested without ever having been accused of a crime, held for days without contact with their families or their lawyers, people being deported in violation of judicial orders. Trump also is going after anyone who dares try to put up guardrails against this, arresting judges, arresting mayors, arresting members of Congress and union leaders. This is not law. This is not order. This is chaos, and it's dangerous for all of us. Around the country right now, people are peacefully protesting to show the world the awful things the Trump administration is doing, tearing families and communities apart, ignoring the rule of law, making us all less safe. And please know, if you're one of those peaceful demonstrators, I hear you. I see you. I have your back. So many of you are suffering because someone you love is terrified or has been unjustly taken away from you by this administration. But Donald Trump does not want people to hear your message. That's why he's taken National Guard troops and the Marines away from their jobs and has sent them to Los Angeles, breaking all the rules about how protests like this are handled. Trump and Governor Abbott have even sent troops to my district in downtown San Antonio, a place that has been perfectly orderly and peaceful. Because, as always, we know Donald Trump is trying to stoke up chaos and division, and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. He wants to start a fire, pour gasoline on it, and blame somebody else for the flames. So if you're watching at home and you see images of disorder or chaos in the coming days, remember this: it's Donald Trump's fire. It's him who lit the fire, and he does not care if the rest of us get burned. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, would you say that one of the most important things any governor, or quite frankly any elected official, can do is to keep their citizens and constituents safe?
I would, Congressman.
Great, I would agree. And I ask this because when I was reading your bio that you provided, nowhere did you mention the safety and security of Minnesotans or fighting crime or supporting law enforcement or, for that matter, the rule of law. So I want to take you back to 2020. You were the governor of Minnesota. There were summer protests. You referred to them as peaceful demonstrations. In hindsight, would you still stand by that? Were they mostly peaceful?
Congressman, after the murder of George Floyd on the streets, thousands gathered in the streets. Were there those that...
But, Governor, were they mostly peaceful protests?
The vast majority certainly were. Those that weren't...
So why would you have to call out the National Guard for mostly peaceful protests?
They weren't all peaceful protests.
Okay, so they weren't, all right, mostly. So, Governor, the total damage in dollars, what was that in Minnesota for the peaceful protests?
I don't have that in
all right, according to the insurance industry in Minnesota, they put the number between $1 and $2 billion, and your own state Senate put the price tag at $500 million. So if that's a peaceful protest in Minnesota, I shudder to think what a violent one would cost. Governor, I'd like to keep things simple.
Okay. I did not call it that. We had folks who were there, and they're in prison.
Okay, great. I'd like to keep things simple as far as when we talk about federal detainers, and I've talked to several federal law enforcement officials about this. So a detainer is issued when someone's already in custody and confined, jail, prison, court. It's not somebody just plucked off the street randomly, and there's really three conditions, and it's and/or probable cause that a foreign national is subject to removal from this country, final deportation order has been issued, or it's a foreign national that's been convicted of a crime and is about to be released. So sanctuary states won't cooperate with federal law enforcement. In Minnesota, do you cooperate sometimes, never, or all the time?
We follow federal law in all 87 counties and all the jurisdictions. Some of them do honor detainer requests.
Some do and some don't.
That's correct.
Okay.
Counties have the ability.
Okay. So, Governor, would you commit here and now, and this is really simple, I think it's commonsensical, to compel state and locals in Minnesota to cooperate with all federal detainers issued by federal law enforcement when it involves a foreign national that's been convicted of a felony? And I'm talking about kidnappers, rapists, child molesters, murderers, predators, parasites, scumbags. In all those
instances,
instances,
a felony being held by my state corrections, every time we call.
Every single time you're going to do that.
Every time we
in
call
Minnesota.
them and have them come pick it up. What I would ask you to commit to is, are you going to fund ICE's what they don't pay us on detainers?
Well, listen, on detainers and in ICE, I don't call them the Gestapo. And this is my definition of Gestapo, Governor. Real Nazis from 1933 to 1945 that facilitated and participated in the murder of millions. I don't call federal law enforcement officers Gestapo. You were recently quoted. Where's the apology?
Donald Trump.
Oh, no, Donald Trump didn't. Listen, Donald Trump's not here.
Yeah.
You are, Governor.
Yeah.
You're a big boy. Put your big boy
I would
pants on.
ask, don't wear masks, identify who you are, don't pull up an
Governor, you called them Gestapo. Will you apologize for that?
And don't pull people.
Will you apologize for that?
Congressman, my job, I'm a history teacher.
Okay, so you won't. Okay, we're going to move on. No,
historical
Mr.
reference.
Chairman, I reclaim my time. If you won't answer the question. I think that's hyperbolic demagoguery. I mean, you said that in a speech, maybe you got a little carried away. I don't know if you apologize for that too, that you were, quote, going to kick Republicans' asses. I mean, I didn't say that. You said it. And that's dangerous rhetoric, especially when you use Gestapo. That's lazy too, and it's terribly inaccurate. The fact of the matter is, again, time and again, you've excused violence and you use dangerous, irresponsible rhetoric. And you can choose between being on the side of law enforcement or the side of vicious criminals, and you've chosen the latter time and again. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you want to impress your limousine liberal friends when you're eating wine and cheese, or you're getting your coffee every morning at the hemp store. I don't know, but I think it's ignorant, and I think it's culpable, and I think it's disgusting. And I can see why the American people on November 5th made it a very bad night for you and a very great night for our future. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes, is Ms. Crockett here? Okay, then Chair recognizes Mr. Bell from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and our witnesses for being here today. I think that it's important for leaders to be honest and understand the nuance of issues. And as my grandmother used to say, all the easy problems have already been solved. We're left with the tough ones. And so it's important to our constituents that we're explaining the nuance in these issues. And this hearing is yet another attempt at dismantling the system of power and the rule of law in America. The administration's threats to withhold funding and resources from states to coerce them to adhere to federal immigration law is unconstitutional, period. The deployment of federal troops without authorization is unconstitutional, period. Masked, unidentified ICE agents snatching people off the streets is unconstitutional, period. And since my colleague brought this up, Governor Walz, I'm a former prosecutor. Is it good precedence to allow masked men to show up and take people off the streets, not even identifying themselves?
No, and it also puts law enforcement at risk.
Absolutely, and there's this criminal element who might say, we can kidnap people, we can rob people, come with masks, identify ourselves as ICE, and someone may not know what they can do. Is that correct?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I thought yesterday I saw that very thing happened. Someone identified themselves as ICE and committed a crime. Yes, look, you wear the badge for a reason. You wear the name for a reason, and you make sure that you're coordinated with those other law enforcement agencies that are there. It's a dangerous situation for everyone.
Absolutely, and so governors, quickly as it relates to criminal trends in your state, are illegal immigrants more or less likely to commit serious violent crimes?
It's clear that immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than the rest of our population.
Studies suggest that illegal immigrants were about half as likely as U.S. citizens to commit an offense serious enough to result in incarceration. And it seems to me that we're redirecting critical resources from communities to address immigration when statistically immigrants commit less serious crimes, and this misalignment risks undermining community stability by deprioritizing other high public safety concerns, which you all have to deal with. And so I'd like to ask quickly, too, Ms. Perryman, are you familiar, and I'm not sure if you are because this was out of the State House in Missouri, are you familiar with the Second Amendment Preservation Act?
Is that the act, Congressman, where the State House in Missouri sought to pass a law that it would not cooperate with federal law enforcement?
Particularly with gun cases, yes, ma'am. And so I'm a little confused, and I'd love for my Republican colleagues to clear this confusion up. On one hand, when it involves immigration, they're saying that that states like yourselves should do the job for them, reallocate resources from places that you're doing tremendous work in to do the federal government's job. But when it comes to gun violence, Missouri passed a law forbidding police, local police, from cooperating with federal law enforcement. And so I got to ask, in your respective communities, is gun violence a problem? Governor Hochul.
Any incidence of violence is a problem for us, but I'm proud that after investing nearly $3 billion in law enforcement since I've been governor, our crime rates are trending downward, particularly violent crimes. And a place like New York City had the lowest crime rate in May in history.
And I'm going to reclaim, just because I'm short on time, but
Lowest
gun
murder
violence
rate?
is a concern. Would that be safe to say?
Yes.
Governors?
It is absolutely a concern,
And,
yes.
and so when local law enforcement and federal law enforcement work together to curb gun violence, which protects all of us and all of our families, I don't hear Republicans complaining about the fact that local law enforcement is literally barred, until the Supreme Court overturned this, barred from working with federal officials. And I think it's just about hypocrisy to suggest in this situation that you should be forced to take the finite resources that you have to do the federal government's job. That's my time. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To our friends, Mr. Walz, welcome back. The opportunity that we have today to talk about this brings up a lot of issues. I think we all understand and we know this. There are over 600,000 migrant children that cross the border without supervision from 2020 forward. 600,000 children. We're sitting here arguing about a lot of things, but during the Biden administration, they took no steps, none, to affect, and this is from an IG report. They were unprepared. They did not know what they were doing. They let people come across. They didn't check. They just took people's word for it. And we still have these. Of those, 233 migrant children were never even given dates to appear in an immigration court. No dates by the Biden administration. Here, come on in. Here you go. I would suggest to you that each of you are participatory for bringing people because of your words of New York is open, Illinois is open for business. We want you to come. We want you to be here. And terrible things have happened in our country as a result of a false promise. I know you're perfectly willing to pay millions of dollars to people out of your own coffers, but the bottom line is they came through Texas and other areas, and it caused a great deal of carnage and harm. And these migrants are in trouble. They're in trouble, the entire pathway to be taken advantage of and to cause harm, not just to themselves, but other people. I would submit to you, all three of you have encouraged people to come, and the numbers are stunning about the numbers of not just people that got caught, but those people that came here who have criminal records, and they appear on terrorist watch lists. And I would ask each of you, are you aware that when you put your open Come to America sign, come to the state of Minnesota, come to Illinois, come to New York, are you aware that you were doing that where there would not be a background check, where there would be people who would openly hear this who were criminals and terrorists, and they evaded this process and overwhelmed law enforcement? You created a gold rush. You created a rush whereby people came, and the entire pathway is littered with not only brand new areas, and it's the number of communities that now participate under 280G has exploded. And that is because it is the drug cartel's plan to have someone in every single city around America. In Texas, it used to be Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, maybe Fort Worth and El Paso. Now it is smaller cities, even in the congressional district that I represent. They brought their marketing team with them because there are people who still owe the cartels. This is not a new story. When Vice President Biden, he spoke about receiving a briefing from DEA, understanding there were people that had to pay off the cartels for being here. Each and every one of you have participated. Each and every one of you have put a green light out. Please come, be with us. We'll take care of you. And it has caused carnage. Governor Walz?
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, I think the idea of a nation of immigrants, no one asked for folks who were illegally.
We bring in over 1 million people
Absolutely
that
not.
legally go through a process, know what our rules are. We do background checks.
That's why
we're
we need to
talking
do the
about
legal- that's why we need
millions
to
of
pass a
people,
bill.
no background check.
We need to make sure the legal process is done, and those that shouldn't be here aren't.
Okay. That's your viewpoint now. That's not what has been said in the past. That's not what Governor Hochul said. At the period of time when people were flooding in, it was seen as being okay, just come. Governor Pritzker?
Thank you, Congressman. As a great-grandson of an immigrant to this country, I can tell you that my views about immigration are that it's a positive for this nation in general. Immigration is
legally.
Legal immigration. Now, let's talk about what has happened over certainly the last 40 years, if not much longer, which is...
Why don't we go the last 4? Because we've never
I
had
understand.
anything like the last 4. Let's not put this into a context of history. Let's put it under you as governor, your public comments, Governor Walz's comments, and Governor Hochul's public comments to encourage people to break the law, to come through my state and cause carnage, and drug cartels to have people now where they have a marketing organization everywhere to where communities have to have a 287G problem because they have people staying where they had never stayed before.
Well, that mischaracterizes things that I have said. Let me just be clear. We have had 40 years of failure at the border and failure of immigration policy. We'll talk about the last 4 years, right? There were people that came to the border, because the federal government decided that, because there's law that allows this. Right?
There was not law that allowed it. There was a presidential directive.
Okay, fair enough. We're not in charge of the border in Illinois. I can tell you that. We don't have a border with a foreign
Well, you
nation other
encourage
than
knowing there
we have Lake Michigan
be
between us and
tens of
Canada.
thousands of children that would come. Governor Hochul?
We had 50,000 people who came from Texas because they were shipped to us. And let me tell you, I was in favor of helping them helping Texas, indeed, find a way to provide for them. We, as a nation, should be welcoming people to this country.
Not illegally.
And handling.
That's the difference, and you need to say that. Mr. Chairman, I know my time is up. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter to the record United States Department of Homeland Security Management Report, August 19th, 2024, March 2025, where unaccompanied alien children.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the ranking member for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, have a unanimous consent request for an article from The Nation magazine dated May 23rd, 2025, entitled, "Trump Wants Thousands of Migrant Children to Represent Themselves in Court."
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To all the witnesses, all of our governors, thank you for being here. I want to start with questions, just really quick, yes or no. Do you believe in due process for everyone, no matter their immigration status?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
What if they didn't vote for you?
I still support them.
I represent
Doesn't matter,
everyone in my
right? They disagree with you on immigration. They disagree with you on climate, LGBTQ, right? All of you?
We take care of everyone who lives in our state.
So what about Palestinian human rights? I'll start with you, Governor.
Yes, support.
Human rights for everyone, yes.
Do you believe they deserve due process, even if you disagree with them on Palestinian human rights position?
Yes.
Governor,
Yes, we have, and by the way, we have
Well,
the
Governor
largest
Hochul-
Palestinian American population.
Oh, I know.
in the
I'm
country.
aware of that,
Okay,
sir.
yes, ma'am.
Governor Hochul, how about you?
Yes, we do.
Your constituent Mahmoud Khalil is still in ICE detention. Are you aware of him?
Very much so, and I'm hoping he's returned home on Friday because
Yeah,
he
we're
has been
working on
den-
that.
he
So
has been
he's a legal
denied due
permanent
process.
resident. I know, this is important. He's a legal permanent resident. He was kidnapped over 3 months ago. And, you know, one of the things I want to do is, if I may, Chairman, submit for the record a letter from Mahmoud Khalil to his son, who was born while he was kidnapped and illegally detained by our country.
Without objections ordered.
I'm going to read a little bit from what he said what he wrote to his son. Quote, I waited on the other line, end of the phone, as your mother labored to bring you into this world. I listened to your pain breaths. Do you understand they had to put the phone next to his wife birthing his child while he was illegally detained? I listened to your pain breaths, her pain breaths, and tried to speak comforting words into her ear over crackling line. During your first moments, I buried my face in my arms and kept my voice low so that the 70 other men sleeping in this concrete room would not see my cloudy eyes or hear my voice catch. The cruelty of what is happening in our country. Everyone, to all my colleagues, should understand the human toll of separation of families. Read this letter, take a moment. And maybe Governor Hochul, sometimes I feel like because he's Palestinian, you didn't speak up enough. And I say that as a Palestinian American serving here in Congress. We all need to always support due process for everyone, no matter if you disagree with them politically or not. The judge said they might release him on Friday. You should use this opportunity, Governor Hochul, to redeem yourself and welcome that decision. I urge you to all protect your constituents' constitutional rights, no matter if you disagree with them politically, including the right to boycott. Right, Governor Pritzker?
Including the right to protest, boycott, do whatever.
That's right. I want to discuss the next item. This is a person that is now, I believe, already on a plane to Colombia. This is Michael Bogoya Durante from Southwest Detroit. He was on his way to a field trip while local police racially profiled him, said, oh, he don't speak English, let me call Border Patrol. He spoke English just fine. That set in motion to separate him from his mother and his community. He was 3.5 credits away from graduating high school. To us, he was our son. Our son. He was not a criminal. He was trying to do the right thing. He had attorneys at a nonprofit legal agency. And you know, governors, I think about him and his trip, and he's there, and he's with all his friends, and he's trying to experience this beautiful thing that we all have experienced. But what makes me angry about the fact that he went on this flight, he's probably in Colombia now, without his family, without his school community, without his classmates, is that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and maybe some on mine, their donors benefit from a broken and inhumane immigration system. The President of the United States benefited financially and personally by having a broken immigration system that keeps our immigrant neighbors in a broken system that doesn't allow them to come out of the shadows. Why? Because that's cheap labor. Let's be honest. They're arresting dishwashers, people at Home Depot at work, and their donors benefit. You know it. The restaurant industry benefit. They know exactly what they're doing. If they even wanted to fix this immigration system, they'd go to the people that employ them. And we know it. Now, detention centers. Guess who's going to benefit from private detention centers and holding our immigrant neighbors? Their donors. So shame on us in bringing these governors here when we know exactly what is happening here. This is all for profit, all for cruelty, and fear and division. Fix our economic system in our country. People are starving. People can't afford basic needs. And you're ripping our loved ones away from us because you don't have the courage to fix our broken immigration system. It's been inhumane for decades. Shame on us, both Democrats and Republicans, for not doing what's right in this chamber and doing what is right for the American people and making sure we're not separating families. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to point out that under Article 6 of the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause that by declaring your states sanctuary states, you declared your intent to violate federal law. With that, are you aware that illegal aliens with known ties to terrorist organizations are now residing in the United States? That's a yes or no. Quickly, yes or no. Governor Walz.
I don't have firsthand knowledge, but I would assume
You should
yes.
have. Governor Pritzker.
I know that's been alleged. I don't have firsthand knowledge myself.
You should have. Governor Hochul.
My Joint Terrorism Task Force has surveillance.
Ma'am, that's a yes
We're
or
aware.
no. Either you know or you don't.
We are aware.
That's amazing, considering that the Customs Border Patrol reported just in fiscal year 23, 736 encounters with illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations. And there's it's 2.2 million estimated gotaways. We have no idea how many known terrorists are in our country. Do you support the arrest and deportation of illegal aliens with ties to terrorist organizations? A yes or no? Governor Walz.
If due process is given, certainly.
Governor Pritzker.
Exactly. We need
Governor
due
Hochul.
process before we
Hochul.
arrest people.
Yes or no?
Anyone involved in a crime, we
Ma'am,
cooperate.
yes or no?
We cooperate when any
Ma'am, yes
crimes
or
are
no?
alleged. We cooperate
You
with any
cannot
crimes.
give a straight answer, and the answer is you're giving safe harbor to people with ties to terrorist organizations. Are you aware of that? Let me tell you. You're shielding members of known terrorist organizations such as MS-13, Tren de Aragua, Brown Pride Azteca, Barrios Azteca, Serenos, which is otherwise known as SIR-13, and the 18th Street Gang. Those are designated terrorist organizations. Many of these are the people responsible for bringing fentanyl in that's killed, along with other drugs, killed over 100,000 people per year. We're no longer in a war on drugs. We're involved in a war with drugs. These are casualties. Are you aware that the Department of Homeland Security identified over 400 illegal aliens who were smuggled into the United States with the help of an affiliate of ISIS? Are you aware of that, Governor Walz?
Congressman, I don't have direct knowledge of that.
Well, I'll help you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter to the record article from NBC News. DHS identifies over 400 migrants brought in the United States by an IS-affiliated human smuggling network. Is that a problem?
Without objections ordered.
Does that raise any concern for you?
None of us want terrorists in this country.
Then why are you shielding people here from being picked up by our ICE agents, referring to this as a Gestapo organization? You know, I never want to get up on another morning like I did on September 11th, 2001. There are people in this country who are here with the full intent to do us harm. They came across our borders illegally. 358 of them crossed the northern border into New York. Not all of them into New York, but some of them came through New York. There's arms smuggling across the Canadian border into New York. And you're shielding these people. Are you aware that if just 1/2% of the estimated 15 million, 14.7 million to be exact, that came into our country illegally during the Biden administration, if just 1/2% are tied to criminal organizations or terrorist organizations, that constitutes more than the combined active duty forces of the Army and Marines? Does that not strike you as something that should be of great concern to us?
Since you raised New York, I'd like to answer.
Are you aware?
We cooperate fully with all investigations, particularly terrorists. I mean, you
Well, how do
cannot
you know
say
if they're
9/11 and not invoke
How do you
incredible
know,
emotion
Governor
from us.
Hochul, that they're terrorists if you don't allow people to be picked up who came here illegally to at least give an account for their presence?
We say
How
they
do you
should be vetted
know
at the
if they're
border.
not part of that 400 that we know came in through an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling operation? You don't know. You're not even looking into that.
You're pointing to an abject failure of the federal government to do its job to secure
what
our
I'm
borders.
pointing out here is that your sanctuary policies now constitute a threat to our national security.
We cooperate in all criminal investigations.
You are engaged
always
in
have, always
operations
will.
against federal government attempts to enforce federal law that I think now constitutes a threat to our national security, and you're in violation of federal law.
That's 100% false.
And charges should be, for obstruction, should be brought against each one of you for doing this. I'll leave that up to the Department of Justice. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair,
Point of order. That was intimidation of the witness.
Do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry.
State your point.
Raising the prospect of charges against witnesses is a form of intimidation, is it not? Thank you. Thank you, and I withdraw the question. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much to our governors. And I want to say I apologize. I apologize for the abuse that you are facing in this committee that is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. And I also apologize for wasting your time because this is nothing more than political theater. Now, again, this committee is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. We did not have to have this faux creation of Doge. The committee itself, that is our job. So what I want to talk about is something that the American people may want to know, which is economically, how is this impacting them? These failed immigration policies that are only put on so that they can have a show, because we have a reality show president who seemingly still believes that this is all about TV instead of real lives. So let me talk about something really quickly, because I want to clarify something, because I believe that all of you understand the importance of something like tourism. Are you aware, any of you, are you aware as to whether or not tourism in the United States is anticipated to decrease to the extent that we are estimated to lose $12.5 billion in international vendor spending in just the year 2025?
I can answer as the tourism capital of the country.
I assume you could.
Tourism's already down. It is down in the North Country, where the Canadians refuse to come over because of the hostility toward their country. It's happening in New York City. It's happening at our sporting events here, our theater. There's a ripple effect throughout our entire economy because of the change in attitude that our country, that once welcomed people from all over the world to visit and recreate and to live here, now feels like a very hostile place to them. It is going to have an economic impact on our bottom line, without a doubt.
So let's talk about it a little bit more. So I am supposed to have a number of FIFA games in Dallas, and I am fully anticipating that we are going to have a problem because I've been receiving phone calls that people don't feel safe coming here, and it's not the immigrants. It's this government that is making them feel unsafe. But let me also do this, because they love to cherry pick. They can find, any one person that has been killed, and if they've been killed by an immigrant, then God darn it, every single immigrant is going out and they are killers, and that is the problem. But they don't want to talk about white supremacy. I don't know how many hearings we gonna have about the fact that there's been this one immigrant that killed this one person. And no, I'm not excusing any killings by them or white supremacists, but they haven't had these hearings. We didn't have a hearing on Buffalo and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on El Paso and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on Charleston and what happened there. So it's interesting that they pick and choose, because it seems like they love to pal around with the white supremacists, and so they don't want to talk about certain other things. But economically, I want to make sure that we're making this point again, because I know that Governor Pritzker, you were the beneficiary of a lot of things from the state of Texas. And a lot of people believe that Republicans are fiscally responsible, but instead they are actually fiscally irresponsible, because what he spent was a whopping $221 million transporting people from Texas to your state. Something tells me that he could have done something else with that $221 million. In addition to that, I know that there's been some conversations about what's going on in LA, and they want to say that it's riots because they didn't want people to keep talking about, say, the Epstein files or whatever other drama was popping off between the president and his little friend. So they wanted to change the conversation to immigration because they feel like, well, the polling is in our benefit. But let me tell you something. If they cared about making sure we were going to be fiscally responsible, they would tell the American people that it cost them $134 million to send the National Guard
to LA for the quote-unquote riots that the governor didn't ask for, nor did the mayor of LA ask for, and they sent them over there, and they say that they care about our service members, yet they sent them and they were laying on the floor. They did not provide for food. So I don't know why we would believe that, number one, they want to fix this. They don't want to fix this, because the brokenness is a feature, not a flaw of the system, because it is beneficial to them when it comes to campaigning. If they can't stoke fear, then why are they going to say have anybody vote for them? Because that's what people are doing. They're voting out of fear. But Ms. Perryman, we know each other a little well. And I know you got a law degree. And it seems like we all need law degrees in here nowadays to understand the Constitution. So really briefly, I just want to make this point. There is a certain person that was afforded, say, due process. But let's say if, say, Donald Trump had been charged with all of these cases that he got charged with in 4 different jurisdictions, if he wasn't afforded due process, there could have been a possibility that he just would have been locked up and thrown somewhere, right?
That would be a possibility.
And then maybe we wouldn't have a tariff war or anything else that we're dealing with or all the other nonsense. But the point is, he was afforded due process, and regardless of the political opposition, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, I thought, believe that due process should be afforded to everybody, even him.
Due process is for everyone.
Okay, so the Fifth Amendment doesn't say that it's just for the people that are Americans?
It does not.
It says anybody on our soil?
It's for everyone.
Okay, it's pretty simple. I don't know why we are having issues, but I thank you and I will yield.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona. Oh, before I recognize Dr. Gosar, Mr. Palmer has a unanimous consent request.
To enter to the record testimony before the subcommittee of Oversight and Government Reform, Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement, from Joseph M. Humeyer, who is.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chair, I have unanimous consent.
Okay, Ms. Tlaib.
Can I please issue into to the record a statement from Senators Chang, Kavanaugh, and Santana and Bayer in response to the ICE detention and deportation of Mikel Bogoya Duranto?
Without objection to order. Now, Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona.
Governors, good afternoon. Would you agree that good process builds good policy, builds good politics? Pretty normal, right? Would you agree, Governor Pritzker?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Governor?
I would agree,
Also,
Congressman.
Governor Hochul?
I would agree with that.
Good. Now, would you support the disclosure of federal fundings to nonprofits, either directly or indirectly? Governor Pritzker?
Federal funding of nonprofits, just generally, there is actually nonprofits do report their.
Well, they do kind of, because we don't get that. That's all blocked out, okay? But you can't make good decisions if you don't have that. Would you agree?
All of it is available, as I understand, publicly, yes.
Now I'm going to quote U.S. Supreme Court Associate Justice Louis Brandeis. He said, "In a government of laws, existence of the government will be imperiled if it fails to observe and uphold the law scrupulously. Our government is potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or for ill, it teaches the whole people by its example. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it invites contempt for the law. It invites every man to become a law unto himself. It invites anarchy." So do you agree with, Governor Pritzker, do you agree with Louis Brandeis on this quote? How about you, Dr. Walz?
I do. It's what the President Trump has done, though. He is the one who has broken the law, and the United States government.
Governor Hochul.
We follow all the laws, federal and state.
Okay, so why would I ask you about nonprofits financing and this quote from Louis Brandeis? What if I were to present you evidence that U.S. citizens and even foreign citizens on foreign soil were coaching illegal aliens how to bypass U.S. immigration law? Now, let me remind you, as soon as an alien crosses the border illegally, they become criminals under the federal law. Governors or sanctuary policies blatantly ignore the supremacy clause, as Mr. Palmer expressed, of the U.S. Constitution, and it circumvents federal immigration laws to harbor criminals. As of July 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, there were over 660,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories in the United States. But I'm talking about everyone, not just criminals. Once you violate the law by entering our country illegally, let me be clear. You're aiding and abetting criminal illegal aliens, which is a felony under Title 8 U.S. Code 1324, punishable up to 20 years in prison or life in prison or even the death penalty. Seems kind of weird, but if this aiding and abetting results in someone's death, which this committee and all Americans know has happened. Wouldn't you want to even err on the aspect of caution? I would. I really would. Now, Governor Hochul, do you consider yourself, do you like nature, and do you consider yourself a conservationist? I do. I'm one of those.
I'm particularly fond of New York State's great state parks, so yes, of course I love nature.
Good. So why would you allow illegal aliens to destroy a National Park Service land at Floyd Bennett Field? Yes, I was there. I got to see it all. But, I mean, even putting people in that process.
I would hardly call it a park. It was a place that people used to train for military exercises.
But you know what? Somebody found it as a park, right? Did they not? They considered it a national park. It's a park. Okay.
Technically, it's under the Department of Interior.
Okay. Governor Walz, do you know the estimated size of 2 milligrams?
I think generally, yeah.
You can barely see it's the tip of a pencil, sharpened pencil at that. And that's a lethal dose of fentanyl, which your running mate, Harris' open border policies welcome to the United States. Similarly, your sanctuary policies are playing games with American lives. Do the millions of lives lost to fentanyl constitute an all-out assault on our broken borders? They do. Yes or no? Do you support tribal communities, Governor Walz?
Do I support tribal communities?
Yeah.
Under PL 280 or?
Oh, do you support?
Yeah, I certainly
tribal?
do.
No. Okay, I do. Yeah. Okay. What about the transnational criminal cartels trafficking drugs and people across our tribal lands? This is epidemic. Epidemic. So I'm going to finish up by this. Governors, this is my promise to you. I will work tirelessly with President Trump to secure the border, build a wall, stop the flow of fatal fentanyl into our nation, and I will see that you are held accountable for the violations of our crimes against the people of the United States. Our immigration system is not broken. We just needed somebody like Donald Trump to uphold the rules of law. I pray for the safety of our immigration, ICE officers, and all the officers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Crockett has a unanimous consent request.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to submit a unanimous consent request for, this is from the Alabama Reflector. It says, study says undocumented immigrants paid almost $100 billion in taxes.
Without objection, so ordered.
And my second one is from Reuters. White supremacists behind over 80% of extremism-related U.S. murders in 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Now I recognize Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a couple of unanimous consent requests. The first is from Law and Crime magazine. Judge rebukes Department of Justice explanation for ignoring the court order.
Without objection, ordered.
Subhead is the government again evaded its obligations. The judge upbraids the Trump administration's woefully and insufficient explanation for flouting his court order. The second one is from NBC News. Trump administration's threat to suspend core U.S. legal right sparks outcry and alarm.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you to our Democratic governors for being here today. This hearing is an utter and complete waste of your time. It is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Republicans have called you here alleging that you are circumventing federal law. You are not. But you know who is the poster child, who is violating federal law daily? The current occupant of the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump. To make matters worse, these hardworking governors had to leave their states to be here in a moment when their work is incredibly difficult. Because Donald J. Trump and his accomplices and co-conspirators, who, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about your constituents, and he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't even respect the seat you hold in Congress as a co-equal branch of government. But Donald Trump and his accomplices, many of whom are in this room, are hell-bent What you want your legacy to be is that you're tearing food away from our babies and medical care from our elders. These Democratic governors have to stand in the gap and figure out how to stretch budgets and modify programs to keep their constituents fed and alive. Constituents like this precious little soul that I wish I didn't have to leave to come be here. Layla, who drew me this rainbow. A 5-year-old who lives with a rare liver disease, had a successful liver transplant at Boston Medical Center. Thank God. She is thriving today. But Layla will need immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of her life that are paid for by Medicaid. And without Medicaid, well, I shudder to think what might happen to Layla. But for sure, a family will at least go bankrupt trying to do everything to keep their baby alive. That's what these governors, that's the situation that they've been put in because you're a big-ass, ugly bill, and if it comes to pass. And they're dealing with the fallout of this White House pulling federal grants recklessly. Grown men throwing temper tantrums. So again, let me be plain. The Trump administration is breaking the law, not these Democratic governors. Ms. Perryman, how many legal challenges is the Trump administration currently facing?
I believe there's over 300 right now.
And Ms. Perryman, can you explain how litigation like this has helped to shield and defend vulnerable communities?
Absolutely. Without our courts upholding the rule of law and upholding the rights of people, right now there could be federal funds frozen across the country that would endanger things like Head Start and Meals on Wheels and community safety programs, including community safety programs that help prosecutors and help law enforcement in states and communities across the country. The administration has terminated over $800 million in Office of Justice Program grants that we are having to challenge in court, and the list goes on and on and on.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Thank you for your good work. That's right, in case after case, the media might not want you to know, but we are winning. Trump tried to end birthright citizenship, blocked. He tried to shut down asylum, blocked. He tried to defund cities, blocked. And because we are winning in court, Republicans are trying to change the rules to rig the system. Tucked in the big ugly bill the Republicans voted for is a provision, Section 70302, titled Restriction on Enforcement, that would restrict the judiciary from enforcing court orders and holding government officials accountable. This is an intentional and deliberate attempt to undermine the courts so that the Trump administration can break the law with impunity. Republicans, Ms. Perryman, pretend to care about law and order, but this provision is the exact opposite. What message does this send to people who count on the courts to protect their rights?
It suggests that the people that voted for the bill don't want the American people protected and that they don't want them to access their courts and access the ability to protect their rights.
Don't want the American people protected, that part. Allegedly all in the name of law and order and safety. This is about nothing but power and control and abuse of power and terror, which makes everyone less safe. The shame and the sham of it all. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Glad to see we have 3 governors here. I hear a lot about Illinois being from Wisconsin. I just had some builders in my office yesterday talking about all the Illinois people building houses in southern Wisconsin to get out of Illinois. In any event, I think we have a very generous country here right now. Every year, about 850,000 new citizens are, another 8 million new citizens are sworn in, naturalized in this country. I think we have about another 500,000 people coming in this country on work visas and a little under that coming in on student visas. So we're very generous about allowing people in this country. I should have said 850,000 new people sworn in. In any event, it's not impossible to get here legally. Nevertheless, we have a lot of people every year overstaying visas or still sneaking across the border. And the question I'm going to ask you guys and gal is, do you believe we should have immigration laws in this country? We'll start, I guess, we'll go right down the line. Governor Walz.
Congressman, the question is, should we have immigration laws?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, we should.
Governor Pritzker.
They're very important. In fact, we should have more robust immigration in this country, and it should be done under a law.
Ms. Hochul?
Yes, of course, we should have immigration laws.
Okay.
In fact, we do.
The question is, when people come in this country and break those laws, do you believe they should be enforced? Let's say people come in this country, you know, Gulf of Mexico, Pacific Ocean, however they come here. Should they be spun around and sent back out of the country, or should we just allow them to stay here?
It depends if they're, Congressman, if they're coming on an asylum claim, protected status.
Exact question is, assuming they come on an asylum claim and that claim has been rejected, should they be allowed to stay here?
The judge denies their asylum claim? No, they should not. They should not be able to.
Governor Pritzker, if somebody's overstaying, we'll say a different way, overstaying their say, work visas, a student visa, should they be allowed to stay here or should they be removed?
Given due process, sir.
Should they be removed?
Due process is required, yes.
Okay, Governor Hochul.
Yes, agree, following due process, the federal government has the authority to make those removals. It has nothing to do with.
I'll
state
ask you,
skills that-
should people who are here illegally get welfare benefits? Mr. Governor Walz? Are they at food stamps, low-income housing?
Should they get assistance that would be here?
Yes.
We provide for all of our people in Minnesota. It's one of the reasons.
Okay, so your statement is that if somebody comes here, say on an asylum claim, whatever, they should be able to get low-income housing benefits, almost free rent, free food, free health care. That's what you believe?
I believe states' rights, and in some states they do.
Well, I know that's what you believe we should do. Okay, Mr. Governor Pritzker?
It's the federal government's job to determine what welfare benefits at the federal level, and I can say to you that we have hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Illinois who are undocumented but have been living, abiding by the law, holding down a job, paying taxes.
Okay, so are they
years
getting,
years.
are they, do you believe it's right then that if they come here, they should get free housing, free medical care, free food?
It depends on the circumstances. I'm just explaining to you, though, that we have millions of people across the United States who are here, and were here long before you got elected.
I know all
or
that.
got
I mean, the
elected.
question is, you don't have a problem with them getting benefits, these benefits?
Again, law-abiding, tax-paying, we're talking about people who are adding to our
Okay, I'll take it to
society.
be, well, not if they're not working. But either way, you have no problem giving them those benefits?
We provide benefits to people all across.
Okay, Ms. Hochul, is that the same thing with you? Do you believe people come here who are not citizens, come here, make a asylum claim, they should all be getting food, health care, housing?
Depending on which law you're referring to, in certain circumstances, we do provide these services, but they're not universal.
Okay, well, to most people, your average person who's overstaying a student visa in New York, do you think they should be getting food stamps, housing, medical care?
We provide Medicaid for individuals who are senior citizens or moms with new babies.
Well, we know when people are eligible, the question is people who are not citizens who are overstaying a student or work visa. Are
No,
they
people
eligible?
are making their own way here in the state of New York. In fact, I have 400,000 open jobs. I wish you could
You're
help
not
find a
answering the
path-
question.
find a
I take
path
it to
get-
mean, I just
Give
want
us
to
more
say,
work
because I want you to answer
authorizations.
the
Let's put
question.
them to work. Let's put them to work.
But you refuse to answer the question. If somebody is otherwise eligible for low-income housing or food stamps or medical care in New York, do you believe they should be entitled to those benefits?
There's
as
not a
Americans?
blanket answer to that. It depends on which provision of the social services law. In some cases, it's allowed. In some cases, it's not.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Simon from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would hope that I am also able to go over my time.
I'm sorry, California.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I, as my colleague did, I hope I am allowed to also go over my time by approximately 45 seconds.
Well, been very fair. You've had, Mr. Frost went over a minute and a half.
I'm just asking. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. I just wanted to
I didn't say you could, but you can go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I have a fair opportunity to also speak as an individual of this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. I am so honored to be here today and having this really important conversation. You know, we talked about victim advocacy in this place. Actually, I was a victim advocate. I was a 8133 in San Francisco for many years and had to sit with families who buried their folks and sitting, literally figuring out how to mend together obituaries. I've worked with young people who have been victims of gun violence and literally have had to scrub blood off the streets. There is nothing that anyone can say to a family, I get it, that is grieving. We have a lot of work to do, not just here in this country, around the world, to deter violence. I come from a state, the 4th largest economy in the world, with the best public education, higher public education system in this country. In fact, at California, Berkeley, we lead some of the research that are keeping folks here and your relatives alive. Those labs and that research is being attacked by this administration, but I digress. I have a number of questions today, but this hearing has been so difficult. Not only was I a victim advocate for many years, working with folks who had witnessed and who had been victimized by rape, by murder. I also led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area that was founded by JFK, and our asylum clinic honored the work of this country by supporting folks who came here escaping tyranny and violence to just be met by an immigration system day after day that spat in their face. I'm thankful to both members of the private bar and our community lawyers who are doing their American duty by supporting people who are leaving tyranny. I have actually one question. I'm concerned that we're deflating the conversation around public safety. It's my understanding that the current administration, and this question goes to you, Ms. Perriman, has deducted or stopped payments of upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding around the country. With my time remaining, can you talk to us a little bit about this very hypocritical moment in time where we're uplifting public safety and yet we're taking resources away from communities, police departments, community safety leaders, and organizations that are taking guns out of kids' hands? Give us a little bit of the flavor. Talk about what money has been taken away from communities under this administration.
Yes, since January, the administration has abruptly terminated a range of funding and grants for community programs across the country, including grants under the Office of Justice Programs, which was obviously a law that President Reagan signed. And there's been over 800 million grants and funding that have been abruptly terminated that we are having to litigate right now. They have also cut off funding for programs that help lawyers and law enforcement become trained in what they're doing in communities across the country to keep people safe. And then I know that one of the colleagues mentioned terrorism, and as part of the administration's broader funding freeze, federal funding freeze that we had to block in the first weeks of this administration and that remains blocked by a federal court. Officials from states like Arizona and Oregon swore out declarations in court talking about the risk to counterterrorism funding that they were concerned about with respect to this administration's federal funding freeze. Those are just some examples. Our team is literally in court every single day.
Ms. Perriman, so would you say, is it of your knowledge that police chiefs, their grants have been frozen?
Yes, many people in community safety programs.
And so taking away literally upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding from around the country, including violence prevention and gun safety programs, would you say this administration is making us more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Any members, any other governors? Would you have any? I have a few seconds.
We have programs that we work with the federal government between cities, law enforcement, and federal government law enforcement that are being torn apart. And, drug task forces, our gang task forces, gun task forces, this is making us less safe.
grants for rape kits and rape investigations, the dismemberment of the Department of Education, including the Office of Civil Rights that investigated rape and sexual assault on college campuses, decimated. I would agree that our administration is making us less safe. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sad to say I'm disappointed today, but, governors, Ms. Perryman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Great to have you here and hear about your thoughts and views on things. Governor Pritzker, you said, I think numerous times now, that the president broke the law. You're an attorney, right? Northwestern? Is that where you went to law school?
Congressman, yes, sir.
So just, can you cite which law in this regard he's broken?
Well, there have been congressionally approved appropriations that this president has cut off, and we've had to go to court. That's illegal. We've had to go to court to have it reinstated.
It's illegal.
It is illegal.
If you have to go to court, it's illegal, and it's still working its way through the courts, right?
Yes, but things have been ruled on already.
It's not illegal yet. It's your opinion. But regarding
when a judge rules on it, that's the law. Okay.
It's the law at that moment until the next judge rules on it. Okay. Right? Because you understand the court system. You're the attorney here. I'm not. But you're not saying he broke the law regarding the riots in Los Angeles right now, or are you saying that?
That hasn't been ruled upon yet. So,
but are you saying he broke the law in that regard or not?
I believe that he did, but that is not what I'm referring to.
Okay, you're not referring.
No,
to
I
that.
just told you there are appropriations, congressional appropriations,
because the implication,
that have been cut off.
because of what this hearing is about, is that you're saying that he broke the law regarding the mobilization in Los Angeles, and you're not saying that. I want to make that clear. You're not saying that.
What he is doing is overstepping his authority, and we are going to court.
Okay. So so let me ask you a couple
up.
questions, because I want to go through a little walk down memory lane here in history for you. In 1794, George Washington mobilized the military. You familiar with the Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was Washington beyond his scope? Did he overstep?
What about inciting riots on January 6th at the Capitol, right in this building?
Sir,
well, you're asking.
I'm asking, you're saying he's breaking the law.
Yes.
Ms. Hochul,
he has broken
Governor
the law.
Hochul, you're also an attorney. How about Abraham Lincoln, 1862? Did he do it?
The abuse of power is an overreach into the responsibility
How about
of
Dwight
state
Eisenhower? Did he do it when he mobilized?
in situations where
John
you're
Kennedy.
overruling?
John Kennedy.
You seriously don't want an
Twice.
answer from me.
John
I won't
F.
even
Kennedy.
bother.
How about Lyndon Johnson, 1865, 1965, and 67, and 68? Is that you're saying that's against the law? What the president is now doing? Are you guys? You're the attorneys here, and I'm not talking to Governor Walz here because he's not an attorney. He called himself a knucklehead, so I'm leaving him out of this right now. Are you guys familiar with sections 251 through 255 of Title 10 of the U.S. Code?
The conditions under which a president may usurp the authority of a governor in activating the National Guard is under an invasion or an insurrection. I would argue that neither one of those.
Governor
standards have
Hochul,
been met.
I would refer you to Section 253. I'm not going to bore everybody with reading it for you, but you're wrong. And to accuse the president, quite honestly, that's the least that you've accused him of. You've also, in this room, he's been accused of being a dictator, maybe not by you. And if you're willing to say he's not one, we'd love to hear it. But also that the law enforcement agents are Nazis with Gestapo-like tactics. Governor Walz, you mentioned that in a commencement speech. Now, let me ask you, I'm going to ask each three of you this. 8 CFR 287.7. It arises from the Secretary's power under Section 103A3 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA. So do Sections 236, 241, 287. Are those things laws that should be followed and enforced? Are you okay with those things being laws and enforced or not?
Federal immigration laws are designed to be enforced by the federal government.
So you're okay? You're okay with that? Is that each one of you?
The state cooperates.
I don't know what you read. I don't have that in front of me.
These are laws, Governor Walz, that are on the books. It's the Immigration and Nationalities Act, and those are sections of them, as is 8 U.S.C. 1226A, 8 U.S.C. 1357A2, 8 U.S.C. 1357A4, 8 U.S.C. 1357A5.
Would the gentleman provide copies of that for the witnesses? If you're going to cite a law, you provide a copy for the witnesses typically.
Out of order, Mr.
These two governors, two of these governors are attorneys, sir. I'm not. They should know this and I shouldn't. But I'm just asking, let's just assume that these are laws. Let's just assume I'm not lying to you, that these are laws on the books right now. Are you okay with them being enforced?
You might be asking us a lot. Governors don't get to deal in hypotheticals.
Okay, so putting myself on them, these are laws. These are current laws on the books regarding immigration and naturalization.
We abide by all of those laws.
You will abide by all these laws.
We abide by federal law.
Governor Hochul, do you abide?
State law.
We follow all state and federal laws.
Governor Walz, do you abide?
We abide by
Is
all
there
laws
any
of due process.
detainer? Is there any ICE detainer that you will reject? That you will instruct your law enforcement community or corrections facilities and enforcement community in your states to reject? Anyone for any reason? A legal ICE detainer under the laws that I just cited.
Every jurisdiction in Minnesota follows the law.
Every single one.
Okay, and his gentleman's time's expired, but feel free to answer the question, Governor Walz.
Governor Pritzker?
We follow all laws, state.
But you don't. That's my point.
In Minnesota, there's
I want
a
you to say you will, because we hope you will, but you actually don't, and you haven't, which is why we have this horrific mess. I yield.
Chair.
Can we allow their witness to answer? That'd be great. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ansari from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, governors, for being here. I am the proud daughter of immigrants who fled an authoritarian regime, and it is especially devastating as a first-generation American to watch Donald Trump's reckless, cruel, and radical policies transform this country into an authoritarian regime. Mr. Perry just mocked us for referring to Donald Trump as a dictator, so let's run through the list. Donald Trump has, since he was inaugurated, pardoned violent January 6 insurrectionists, dictator, defied Supreme Court orders and attacked the judiciary, dictator, unilaterally abolished congressionally chartered federal agencies, dictator, attacked the free press, sounds like a dictator, kidnapped people off of the streets and deported them to foreign prisons without due process, sounds like a dictator, defunded higher education, dictator, threatened law firms and the legal profession, dictator. This weekend, he is spending tens of millions of dollars to host a massive military parade for his birthday. Is this North Korea? On top of all of that, our twice impeached president with a 34-count convicted felony president who is not a king has deployed the active duty military in American cities, and he has spent $134 million to do so. He has their guns trained on American citizens without the consent of local authorities or the state's governor to purposefully generate chaos and provoke a reaction. Meanwhile, we have Republicans on this side of the aisle asking governors of states about bathrooms. This is the most dystopian, horrific episode of Black Mirror that I have ever seen. To our witnesses, the governors, thank you so much for being here today. I agree with my colleagues who say this is a waste of your time. You have been instrumental in fighting back against cruel and illegal Trump administration actions. I represent an extremely diverse district, one of the most diverse in the country, where more than 64 languages are spoken. I can tell you that the actions of this administration towards immigrants and immigrant communities is a blatant abuse of power, but more importantly, these steps are harming our economy and our national security. So I want to ask you a little bit about that. Governor Walz, can you share the ways in which immigrants contribute economically to your state?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Well, there's no aspect in Minnesota life that they're not involved, whether it's economically in the impact that they make, whether it's involved in the arts and the culture that Minnesota is very proud of, whether they're in higher professions, medical students, engineers. And Minnesota is proud to have an immigrant heritage. We set on the land of the Dakota and the Anishinaabe, and all the rest of us came through via immigration. And so the impact is widespread. It's intertwined. It may have been the Norwegians and the Swedes, then the Hmongs and the Somalis, but it's the same story, coming to America for a chance to start and then contribute to a better state.
Thank you so much, Governor Walz. And in fact, according to the American Community Survey, immigrants paid $382 billion in federal taxes and $196.3 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Undocumented immigrants using individual tax identification numbers paid $59.4 billion in federal and $13.6 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Governor Pritzker, you recently called immigrants the anchors of their communities. How does Donald Trump's mass deportation project harm the security of your state and instill fear throughout Illinois communities?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me be clear. The home and raids that occurred in the first week of the Trump administration drove people into hiding. It ruined the entire area of commerce for our Mexican-American community, where people who were documented, people who are citizens actually, had to go into hiding because they know people that are undocumented. They didn't want to get picked up and having to talk about somebody that they know that's undocumented. You could see it was a ghost town. It was a ghost town. We've had people who are working, I'm talking about for decades, who've raised families, who are paying taxes in my state, who have had to flee. And these are good people. These are our neighbors. These are people that are bringing culture and art to our communities, people that should be given an opportunity, if we had good immigration laws, to apply to stay legally in this country and maybe to become U.S. citizens. Indeed, many of them have proven themselves to be maybe more worthy than some people who are already U.S. citizens. Let's give them an opportunity. So I can tell you that it's had a profoundly negative impact on my state, that Donald Trump has been attacking people who are not the problem. Let's go after people. If you're talking about terrorists, and one of the congressmen mentioned that, let's go after terrorists. You know, let us know who they are. We will go arrest a terrorist any day of the week, every day of the week.
Governor Hochul, if you could also answer.
I'm very proud to represent the state that has the Statue of Liberty in our harbor. Millions of migrants and immigrants have passed through, including my own grandparents. My grandfather was a migrant farm worker. They are an important part of our identity, our economy. The diversity of New York is what sets us apart and makes us so fascinating and so desirable for businesses large and small. They are so critical to our identity and our existence. And I'm really hurt. It hurts me as the leader of a state where people are living in fear in the shadows. People can't go to school. They can't worship. They can't go get health care. They can't go to their senior center. What is happening has been traumatic. It's unnecessary. We will help every day of the week to get rid of people who commit crimes that never should have come here or commit crimes here. That is my number one job. But what is happening is un-American.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, the difference is that the millions of Americans that came through Ellis Island did so legally. I'll yield to my friend from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, are you a Democrat? Yes or no?
I'm a proud registered Democrat, yes.
Did you support Joe Biden for president?
Yes or no? Yes, I did.
Did you support the Biden administration's policies for the past 4 years?
I raised my concerns in many meetings
That's a yes
with the
or no
administrations
question.
about how the border was being enforced, and so I raised concerns.
So you just stated, I'll reclaim my time, you said you're a proud Democrat, you supported Joe Biden for president. Clearly you supported the Biden administration's policies. Did you swear, Governor Hochul, did you swear an oath to faithfully uphold New York's Constitution and laws?
I certainly did.
In 2017, New York became a sanctuary state when Governor Cuomo signed Executive Order 170. This states, it directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by the law. Do you support this law as governor of New York?
Yes, this pertains to civil enforcement.
So you do enforce sanctuary policies of New York?
I helping law enforcement and ICE when it comes to.
Thank you. I reclaim my time. You support sanctuary policies that have led to the horrific murder of people, Americans. This Fox News got it wrong. It should say monster. Arrested in broad daylight rape of a 13-year-old in a New York park. This girl was raped at knife point in the park near New York Mets Stadium. That's your state, Governor Hochul. New York Post also got it wrong and called him a migrant. That's a monster. Busted in brutal beating of New York PD cops in Times Square are members of bloodthirsty Trinde Aragua gangs. That's your state where you support your sanctuary state laws. Also, Governor Hochul, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Where a homeless woman was burned alive by an illegal alien monster, where you uphold the laws to protect these monsters in your state, and then you force the New York citizens that pay taxes to pay for these people. This is the result of your sick and disgusting treasonous laws that you uphold as governor.
New York is not a
I
sanctuary
didn't
state for
recognize you, Ms.
criminals.
Hochul. This is my time. Do you know the name Laken Riley? Do you know the name Laken Riley?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do. Jose Ibarra murdered 22-year-old Laken Riley. He's an illegal alien monster from Venezuela, convicted of 10 charges. He was first arrested by the Biden administration that you stated that you support. Joe Biden for president, right? Proud Democrat, Governor Hochul. First arrested at the border and released by the Democrats that you support. Then, guess what? He made it to New York because the Biden administration flew illegals all over the country, and your state was one that accepted them. He lived at the Crowne Plaza Hotel in Queens, an upscale hotel that was turned into an illegal alien shelter at the taxpayers' expense. $2 million a month went to this hotel. The second time he was arrested was in the state of New York for endangering a child. But he was released quickly before ICE could even issue a detainer, because you support those laws, Governor Hochul. Then he flew, get this is shocking. He flew from the state of New York to my home state in Georgia, and you all paid for it. Because, why? Because it was reticketing, and that was the little gift that you were giving my state by sending monsters there. Cost the state of New York $5 to $10 million a day to feed and house illegals. Are you smiling at me about this?
No, I'm not.
You look like you got quite a smile on your face.
No.
Because I can tell you,
Gentlelady
people,
will not.
this is my time, reclaiming my time.
I'm thinking about
attack the witness.
Don't you dare
Don't attack the
smile
witness.
about the murder of
No, I'm
Laken
thinking about her
Riley.
parents.
The third
Don't
time,
question how I look.
Jose
My heart is
Ibarra,
breaking for her
my
parents.
time, Governor Hochul. The third time he was arrested was in the sanctuary city of Athens, another Democrat policy. And then he went on and attempted to rape Laken Riley and murdered her. He murdered her. Let me explain something to you. This little girl right here, she would be alive today if you weren't such a treasonous governor supporting sanctuary laws in the state of New York. This little girl would be alive today, and her mother very much would like for her to be alive. This is outrageous for anybody in this country to support for non-citizens to be able to come in our country, be able to travel wherever they want, and then make taxpayers pay to house them, feed them, and then give them a plane ticket after they had been arrested in their state. That's what you did. You are responsible for the murder of this little girl, Laken Riley. And the Department of Justice should prosecute you for her murder.
Objection. Objection.
I don't care how much you object, and if
Objection.
you support it too,
Objection.
you're responsible for her murder. I yield
Chairman,
back, Mr. Chairman.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
Gentlelady's time's
On a point of
expired.
order.
State your point.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses have been here for over 4 hours. They've all voluntarily have been engaging with our members with respect. They've all treated our members with respect.
Laken Riley is dead forever. 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 They can sit there all day.
My time.
Hold on. No, state your point.
I'm trying to.
State your point. No, it's a point of inquiry, not a debate. You've had your time.
Our rules, if you would let me speak, our rules of decorum dictate that our witnesses should be treated with respect, and I ask you to enforce decorum and remind committee members to treat our witnesses with respect.
Our members are treating the witnesses with respect. This is not a courtroom. We engage with the witnesses, and I think everybody's acting within the realm. We haven't cried and screamed when you all are criticizing the current president, even though that's in the rules not to criticize.
Law and how they look, how they look.
All right,
That's-
maybe
Mr. Chairman.
If you win the chairmanship, if you all flip the House, you win the chairmanship, then you can do what Ms. Crockett says she's going to do and then try to impeach Trump again or whatever you're all.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance you would yield me 30 seconds to just respond that we are heartbroken what happened to her family? Lincoln Riley should be alive today. And I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I truly am what happened. But this has nothing to do with our civil enforcement of the laws. We are always cooperating with criminal investigations, always have, always will. So misstating our policies is not serving the purpose of making sure we have meaningful policies that'll actually move the dime. Why aren't we working together to come up with meaningful immigration reform, secure our borders, do vetting at the border? We're simply asking.
We're going to go back. Okay, Governor, with all due respect, there was no the policy of the previous administration was an open border. It was an open border. You all supported that. Now you're saying we need.
Point of order.
You were saying you were. No, I mean,
Ms.
Ocasio-Cortez, I will recognize you because I like you.
Thank you.
But here,
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Here's the border was open, and you all said nothing. All right, now you said we had to pass legislation. We didn't have to pass legislation. Donald Trump secured the border on the first day. Now, there's no question you all have been obstructing and criticizing and failing to work with this administration in trying to apprehend the criminal illegals. That's what this hearing's about. It's not about theater. It's about trying to get a consensus on working with this administration to deport the criminal illegals.
We do it every day of the week,
Not defend all
Mr.
the
Chairman.
people who are over here illegally, to deport the criminal illegals. So
We do it every day of the
everyone's
week.
out of order. I'm going to let Ms. Ocasio-Cortez state her point, and then we're going to go to Ro Khanna.
Oh, we can continue. I was just curious whose time it was, but we can proceed.
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this tweet. Just happened, stunning. Senator Alex Padilla from California was just forcibly removed from the news conference being held by
Without
DHS.
objection to order. You just have to state the title. Go ahead.
This is the title.
Mr. Lynch. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. This is from MSN. Unquestionably in violation. Judge says U.S. government didn't follow court orders on
Without objection, so ordered.
Deportation. The next one is from Rolling Stone. Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizens, children with cancer.
Without objection, so ordered.
This is New York Times. L.A. deployments of the military to cost $134
Without
million
objection,
in the
so
last
ordered.
50 days. And lastly, Secretary Hegseth will not commit to obeying the court's order on Marines in Los Angeles.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, I've admired your moral clarity during these times. You had a speech about a month and a half ago where you said you would not bend the knee to any president of any party. I highly recommend the American people listen to that speech in its entirety. Professor Chenoweth has said at Harvard that if 3.5% of a population engage in peaceful protest, that is the single best way to bring change and stand up for constitutional values. As you know, there's the No Kings protests that are happening this weekend. I'd like you to weigh in and share your thoughts about what that could mean for the country.
Thank you, Congressman. And let me say that peaceful protest has been the avenue for so much positive social change in this country. I think about the civil rights movement as the best example of that. And it continues to be civil rights for LGBTQ people, civil rights for immigrants, et cetera. I encourage people to peacefully protest, and I have said that many times. I think, getting out your microphones and your megaphones, speaking up, speaking out, and very importantly, for people who can vote, go to the ballot box and vote. Too many people don't do that, and too many people don't stand up and speak out because they're a little bit afraid. And in this environment, I have to say, President Trump has created a situation where people are afraid. They're afraid, and they're afraid they're going to get targeted, because that is what's happening under this administration. People are getting individually targeted when they stand up and speak out.
Thank you. Governor Walz, I thought you conducted yourself with such dignity as our vice presidential candidate. You and Gwen and many of your former colleagues are really proud of how you ran. And one of the things even people who voted for President Trump said about you is he's so decent, he's kind, he deals with people with respect. What is happening in this country that we've started to demonize immigrants? You know, when I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, it was 99% white. I grew up as an Indian American of Hindu faith. I never felt demonized, felt different, made to feel like I didn't belong. And something is going on where we've created a permission structure for that. How do we model the kind of decency that you've exhibited so that we become a cohesive community like this country has always been?
Well, Congressman, thank you for the kind words. I think the people of this country expect us to do that. Look, I think we could all agree these horrific situations that happened, that have been highlighted in here, we all hate that, but we also lift up the great success stories. And I will just tell you, Congressman, on Tuesday night at 2 a.m., Minnesota has the most closely divided legislature in the country, 101 to 100. And we passed bipartisan legislation that kept us with a balanced budget, a AAA bond rating. We invested in our schools, we invested in our roads, and we did it with civility. We did it with an eye to the future, and we did it, Republicans and Democrats, with the idea that we are a nation of immigrants, and people simply want to make sure that if the laws are being asked to be followed, people are given due process. So I have to tell you, we have a model. It's our Constitution. We have a model on how to do this, and we've done it before. And I would just encourage all of us to be part of the solution rather than just continue to demonize each other.
Thank you, Governor. Governor Hochul, I appreciate your speaking out about the Marines being sent into my state. I was horrified. There's just footage today of Senator Padilla being shoved out. I don't know if people have seen it, but he went to ask Secretary Noem a question, and the police literally grabbed the senator and shoved him out of the room. You know, the Marines, I want to get back to the Marines, though. I mean, the fact is that we have a principle called federalism in this country. No one in Los Angeles asked for the Marines. No one in California asked for the Marines. I mean, do people's voices not matter of what we want locally and in a state way? Tell me how you would feel if Marines were sent into your state or your senators were taken by the fists and pushed out of rooms. What is going on in this country?
Thank you for the question. It's just disturbing at so many levels. I mean, I served as a member of the Armed Services Committee when I served in this body years ago. And to think that the Marines are being deployed against fellow citizens, fellow residents, is unprecedented. Now, we have different levels of law enforcement to manage crowds. That's all this is a crowd. When it gets out of control, when it's violent, there must be consequences. And that's what the police are trained to do, whether they're LAPD or what we have in New York is one of the highest trained organization of top law enforcement, people who put their lives on the line every day, who know how to deal with crowds and protests and if they devolve into riots. But to go to the extreme of not just the National Guard, which usurps the governor's authority, the governors are the commanders-in-chief of the National Guards, but to go all the way to the U.S. military as an indication that a mayor and a governor can't handle what's happening in their own streets is overkill at a level that is just unconscionable. And I hope we do not see this in other cities. We need to just calm the situation down, get rid of the criminals, we'll work together every day, and leave law-abiding individuals alone.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, you said that as long as you are governor, immigrants will be welcome in Minnesota. Do you find a difference between an immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
A difference, their status?
Is there a difference? Legal status or otherwise?
Well, the legal status is different, but in Minnesota we have a long tradition of welcoming.
Okay. ICE in St. Paul arrested a criminal illegal alien who had been convicted for possession of child pornography on a work computer. Do you still stand by your statement that ICE agents are the modern-day Gestapo?
ICE agents need to do a job, but they need to do it within the realm of due process and the law, wearing masks, no notice of who they are, no notice of the vans, and picking people up off the streets without that due process. I stand that is wrong and a road towards authoritarianism. I certainly stand by that.
You know, I have one rule. I have a couple rules in my office, but one of them is never compare anything dealing with the Holocaust except for the Holocaust. I think that it desensitizes people about what really went on in Nazi Germany by making any comparisons there. Does Minnesota receive federal tax dollars for any programs that assist illegal immigrants?
Minnesota's federal tax dollars are appropriated by you in Congress, and then we use state dollars under our laws.
During the Biden administration, nearly $1.5 billion was sent to sanctuary states to pay for their illegal immigration policies, housing, health care. Governor Hochul, are crimes committed by illegal aliens preventable, in your opinion?
Our law enforcement is highly trained in how to identify prospective perpetrators, but certainly we try to prevent crimes, and we also work to resolve them and make sure that if there's a crime committed, that people find their time in court and are incarcerated. That's how it's always worked.
By definition, illegal aliens are unlawfully present in the United States. They should not be here in the first place to commit crimes. Don't you agree with that?
It depends on the circumstances of coming over. I mean, there's civil violations, there's also criminals. So it's the federal government's determination on the status of an individual. If they're
not here, the crime's not going to be committed.
I think if there was
if
not
they're not going to be here, ma'am, the crime is not going to be committed.
If there was no one in our country, no crimes would be committed. I suppose you could say the same thing.
A young man in my district whose family is very close to me lost their son to an illegal alien, and I can guarantee you if that illegal alien, if we'd followed the laws of the land and there'd been some enforcement, that young man would be here today. Well, let me ask you this. Why did your state issue say that you are welcome with open arms in reference to illegal aliens? That was a direct quote attributed to you, ma'am.
It's a 400-year history we have in the state of New York of welcoming all. I don't know why we would change that now.
Okay, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned in your opening statement that criminals have no place in our country, but Cook County released numerous criminal migrants last year, including one that was charged with raping a minor. Why would you release a criminal rapist back into your community?
Thank you, Congressman. First of all, we don't need to release somebody if ICE or another law enforcement authority shows up with a judicial warrant. Then that's just the fact. And if somebody gets released, it's usually because they've had due process and determined not to be eligible to be held. That's
okay. But do you know what happened after that individual was released?
I don't. But again, a judicial warrant, if appropriate.
I'll tell you, 17 days later, he was charged with a homicide. And in Cook County, also released a migrant charged with domestic violence in August of 2024. Do you know what this individual was charged with 1 month later?
No, sir, I'm not sure what.
Aggravated criminal sexual assault and abuse of minor. And as governor, have you done anything to ensure local and county governments aren't releasing illegal immigrants charged with sexual or violent crimes?
As a matter of fact, first of all, we chase down criminals every single day. We put them in jail. We try them, put them through due process. They get convicted. They get put into our correction system. We do that every single day. You're implying that we're not. We are. In fact, our law enforcement are some of the best in the country. They do their job.
Well, if these laws were enforced, then I would assume these people wouldn't be back out on the streets so freely. How many programs does Illinois have that explicitly supports illegal immigrants?
Sir, we've created programs to deal with not illegal. I mean, we have one program that's related to undocumented people who are.
I'm out of time, but
most vulnerable.
The answer is at least four health benefits for immigrants, HBIS, health benefits for immigrants. adults, HBI, Retention of Illinois Students, and Equity, RISE is the acronym for that act, and the Illinois Dream Fund. And I'm sorry I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Min.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to finish the title of the article that I was trying to read into unanimous consent.
Okay.
Stunning. Senator Alex Padilla, California, was just forcefully removed from the news conference being held by DHS Kristi Noem in Westwood. Senator attempted to interrupt
That's the
Noem.
title?
He was handcuffed in the hallway, yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, he rushed the podium. He was being disruptive, and that is not conducive to
A senator
member
was
of elected
forcefully
body.
shoved
Thank
to
you,
the
Mr.
ground and
All
arrested.
right,
by
order.
police officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
I just want to follow up my Republican colleague's comments since he's talking so much about sexual assault and note that our current president was found civilly liable for sexual assault. I also want to note that Elon Musk, and for the record, just want to note that Elon Musk, who was once part of this administration not so long ago, accused the president of being part of the Epstein files. So all of great interest and something perhaps we should look into some oversight on. But governors, I want to ask you a few questions. Please raise your hand if your state has any laws or policies that prevent ICE from enforcing federal immigration laws. Note for the record that no one has their hand up. Governors, please raise your hand if you're aware of any laws or policies that prevent federal authorities from enforcing immigration laws in any city or state in the United States. Again, no hands are up, and that's because there's no such thing as sanctuary from federal laws anywhere in this country. What is really at stake here is whether state resources, including National Guard troops, should be used for Donald Trump's immigration policies, or whether National Guardsmen should be used primarily for responding to state emergencies, supporting state law enforcement priorities, or whether they should be conscripted to support ICE. This is really a question about states' rights, and it's being starkly illustrated right now with what's happening in Los Angeles, just up the way from my district in Orange County, where the Trump administration has claimed authority to deploy 4,000 troops from the California National Guard. I also want to note that the existence of the National Guard is rooted in the Second Amendment to the Constitution. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The first part of that amendment, the part my Republican colleagues always forget to quote whenever they cite the Second Amendment, is the key part of it. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, with state being capitalized so that we know we're talking about the states in the United States of America. The Second Amendment guarantees the state the right to keep and maintain a well-regulated militia, which is the basis for the National Guard. So, governors, I want to just try to set the record straight because I think it's not clear that everyone fully understands what a National Guard unit is, when and how they can and should be called up, and what activities they're restricted from engaging in. I have limited time, so I'm just going to ask you to keep your answers brief so we can really unwrap how deeply concerning President Trump's actions are. Governor Walz, in a sentence or two, what does the Minnesota National Guard do, and how does it serve the people in the state of Minnesota?
Has a dual role. I know this personally from 24 years. You can be deployed federally under Title 10 with the President's authority or Title 32. In Minnesota, we have used them everything from flood and tornadoes. We use them to help during the COVID pandemic, and they serve overseas when called upon.
But typically they report to the state governor per Title 32 of the U.S. Code, correct?
That's correct.
And in times of crisis, a governor can activate the state's National Guard units to respond and assist. As you noted, under Title 10, the president sometimes has authority to deploy them. Governor Pritzker, in a few words, under what circumstances can or should the president federalize a state's National Guard?
Well, the President of the United States, and I've been in office 6.5 years, has in fact deployed under Title 10 our National Guard to foreign lands. We have a terrific encampment of National Guard, Illinois National Guard in Poland. We have the largest Polish-American population in the country, and very proudly our National Guard serve all over the world, in fact, as part of our military to protect our nation.
And so Title 10's Section 12406 allows the president to deploy National Guard troops when the United States is being invaded, when there is a rebellion, or when the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Do you believe that the protests in Los Angeles or the ICE raids qualify for any of these particular provisions?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And you're aware that Governor Newsom did not make any request to President Trump to federalize the California National Guard?
He did not. In fact, he rejected it.
And so this is illegal. It does not comply with the bases for deployment. It was done against the express wishes of Governor Newsom. Now, I want to highlight a key point that my Republican colleagues across the aisle should keep in mind regarding the federalization process of National Guard units. Even under Title X, these troops may not be used for law enforcement purposes. And what we are seeing right now is a total violation of that. We are seeing them used to aid ICE raids. And I just want to note that ICE is acting largely as a civil organization at this point in time. Governor Hochul, correct or incorrect, being undocumented in the U.S. is a civil violation, not a criminal offense. Yes or no, please.
I believe most cases are civil. In some cases, the federal government can determine that it's a
Criminal violation, right. And correct or incorrect, deploying U.S. Marines to support ICE raids constitutes a law enforcement purpose and non-national security purpose.
It appeals to have crossed the line, given that we have highly trained local law enforcement who are more than capable of handling those situations.
Thank you, and I'll just close with this. There's no rebellion. There's no invasion. Law enforcement has not collapsed. There's no national emergency. What is happening right now is not just unprecedented. It is illegal, and it is very alarming to those of us who care about democracy and the rule of that law. And with that, I yield back. But with unanimous consent, I would ask to introduce this article into the record. Marines to join National Guard troops protecting ICE agents.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Unanimous consent.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this picture of Senator Padilla being knuckled and looks like he's being arrested and restrained by three police officers. I can't understand.
We'll enter the picture in without objection to order. Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the unofficial 2028 Democrat presidential primary right here on stage at the Oversight Committee. Governor Newsom must be seething. The three of you beat him to the stage, but he's a little busy right now defending illegals and defending Antifa, torching what is left of Los Angeles. Governor Walz knows the playbook. In 2020, he rolled out the red carpet for anarchists while Minnesotans watched their neighborhoods burn. You've turned your states into sanctuaries for illegals. You've done more to shield MS-13 than to protect the single mom working 2 jobs in Chicago, Queens, or Minneapolis. And you've worked harder against ICE than with them. So Governor Walz, and boy, does that feel nice to say the word governor, my first question is for you. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust? It's a yes or no question. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust?
Pushing my button down.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that's historic.
Okay, would you agree the Holocaust is the most horrific atrocity in human history? Yes or no?
I think the Holocaust ranks amongst them, yes.
Did you know the Nazi Gestapo imprisoned, tortured, and murdered Jews by the hundreds of thousands and committed genocide against the Jews? Did you know that?
I do know they operated as secret.
Did you know ICE has done none of that? Yes or no?
Operated as a secret police force?
No, that's not the question. Did you know that ICE has not committed genocide against anyone?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay. Do you apologize for your disgusting comparison of ICE to the Gestapo, who killed hundreds of thousands of Jews during the Holocaust?
As a history teacher.
Yes or no is the question.
A historical comparison.
You're a governor. You understand what the question is. It's yes or no. Will you apologize for what you said about ICE, comparing them to Gestapo?
To identify who they are when they operate, to not use unmarked.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this governor, or honorable, can't answer the question. Do you believe the Nuremberg trials were a good exercise in holding the Nazis accountable? Yes or no?
I think due process.
Okay, so are you calling for ICE agents to be brought to a tribunal under the threat of death by comparing them to the Gestapo?
Everyone is afforded due process.
What don't you understand about yes or no? Like, what can't you comprehend about yes or no questions? Do you still want to abolish ICE? Do you still want to abolish ICE? Yes or no?
I said I wanted to abolish ICE.
Didn't you march in a rally calling for ICE's abolishment?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Well, according to widespread media reports, you did.
And the media is always correct.
How do you rate Kamala Harris's job as border czar? I want a number between 1 and 10. How was she as border czar?
I wouldn't have a way to measure that. I was not in the administration.
Weren't you her running mate for vice president?
As in the campaign.
And you can't rate her role as border czar on a scale of 1 to 10. Was she great at 10 or was she a 1? Terrible.
I think her proposal that she put forward to make sure we had the bipartisan immigration.
It wasn't bipartisan. Did you ever personally speak with Kamala about Joe Biden's cognitive collapse?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Not as her running mate for vice president. You never once talked to her about the president and why she was nominated instead of him.
No, not that I can recall.
What kind of operation were you guys running over there?
I was more concerned with Donald Trump's cognitive
Thank God he's
things that we were.
he's president and J.D. Vance is vice president and not you. Have you ever served in a combat zone, Governor?
I have not, Congresswoman.
Okay. Are you still friends with school shooters?
I have never been a friend with a school shooter.
Didn't you say you were friends with school shooters on the debate stage?
Oh, Congresswoman.
Yeah,
I
is
think that's very
bullying
evident.
is
As a teacher and a
bullying
parent.
is my mom was a teacher. I'm a high school dropout. We can talk about that later. Is bullying okay?
Is bullying okay
Mm-hmm.
as a teacher?
Is bullying okay? Yes or no? Is it okay to bully somebody?
I think
yes
there's
or
a
no?
time to push back at a bully. So yes, I do think there's a time.
So you think it's okay to bully others?
I think it's okay to bully the bully at times.
Well, you're showing that the Democrat Party is a party of violence. Were you at Tiananmen Square?
Have I been to Tiananmen Square? I have.
Were you at Tiananmen Square?
I have been at Tiananmen Square.
When were you there?
Oh, as I recall, January of 1990.
Okay. What is a woman? What is a woman is the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question here.
Well, that.
What
okay.
do you want me to say? This is.
I want you to say that a woman like me is an adult human female, that men can't become women. You guys are the party of violence, and you're the party erasing women. You don't respect us. You're a bigot. You're a misogynist. You're a sexist. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Congresswoman.
Good lady, yield
Mr.
back.
Chairman,
She
I would ask
recognizes Mr.
unanimous
Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
All right, well, that was some kind of bingo going on over there. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
Oh, I know what's going on.
Thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. I apologize for the treatment that the four of you have been subjected to. And Governor Walz, I just have to say, I know you're getting a lot of grief from the majority here, but you know, we are talking about individuals who have cheered on an individual who issued a Nazi salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America, who have cheered on the pardoning of individuals who attacked the United States Capitol and flew a Nazi flag and the flag of the Confederacy, traitors to the United States, sworn enemies of the United States of America, through the capital of this nation. And now they want to act offended because someone has the courage to say, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. So I want to thank you for not wavering to their bullying, which is unconscionable and sad to see. So I just wanted to let you know that, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
To the three of you, Governor Walz, Governor Pritzker, and Governor Hochul, you three have each sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, correct? I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have.
And I imagine that also includes the Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections for due process and the rule of law.
It does.
Sure does.
Yes.
And that means protecting your people in your states, U.S. citizens and every individual, because that is what makes America great, that we are a land of the free and of rule of law, to protect them from infringements of their civil liberties, correct? Now, what we are seeing is a pattern where ICE is breaking the law. We have the detention of a U.S. citizen who has been detained by immigration officials. We have ICE here that has also blamed and arrested U.S. citizens for being simply suspected of being an immigrant, largely because of their appearance. In January, a Chicago-based U.S.-born citizen, Julio Noriega, was arrested by ICE and held in custody for over 10 hours. In April, a Florida Highway Patrol officer pulled over Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, a United States-born citizen, and arrested him on suspicion of being in the country illegally. He had his real ID, his Social Security card, his mother presented his birth certificate, and they still didn't let him go. In May, U.S. citizen Leonardo Garcia Venegas was filming an ICE raid. He was arrested by ICE. In May, a veteran and U.S. citizen who is Puerto Rican, was detained during an ICE raid at his workplace in New York City. That's called a paper bag test. And your job, Governor Hochul, is to protect people from that kind of infringement, correct?
Yes.
Because all of us must adhere to the law, and no one is above it. So if a U.S. citizen tries to break the law, or if an ICE officer tries to break the law, your job is to uphold the law, correct?
We absolutely uphold the laws of the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of New York.
And sanctuary states are about U.S. citizens as well, having sanctuary against the attacks on our constitutional rights from illegal search and seizure. There is nothing preventing ICE from issuing a warrant and you having complete compliance with their request. Correct, Governor Hochul?
We comply in cases where there's been criminal activity alleged. Yes, we always do. But we're not involved in civil immigration enforcement because our state police that I control have to deal with other crimes that they're solving.
And apologies, I just have 10 seconds left. But when they say illegal versus legal immigration, they are trying to end legal status in the United States as well. Correct, Governor Pritzker, with the end of TPS and making people undocumented by removing legal status, ending legal status, and then having the audacity to call them illegal when they were here documented, correct?
Taking students' visas away from people, taking their legal right to be in the United States away from them when they've been granted maybe years earlier to stay.
So I don't want to hear about how this is about illegal versus legal immigration. They are attacking legal status and removing legal status. The Republican majority is anti-legal immigration in the United States. And I want to make that very clear, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes
Mr. Chair, unanimous consent request.
Mr. Frost.
Unanimous consent request into the record a NBC article, Senator Alex Padilla removed from news conference with Homeland Security Secretary Noem.
All right, without objection to order.
I have another one, the Hill article, Padilla forcibly removed from Noem press conference.
Without objection to order.
And I have a third one, Axios, Democratic Senator forcibly removed from DHS press conference.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chair, also, we were just talking about this. I want to know if you can commit to working with us so we can subpoena.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
I have a point of order.
No.
I have a point of order.
State your point.
We need to subpoena.
That's not
Secretary
a point of order.
Noem.
Chair recognizes
We
Ms.
just talked
Green.
about this
That's
earlier.
not a point.
We talked
Thank
about
you, Mr. Chairman. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
To the ground.
Reclaiming my time.
And handcuffed in his own damn
Oh,
face.
Democrats can't follow the rules. Can't follow the law.
recognizes Ms. Green.
Can't follow the rules. Can't follow the law.
We need to subpoena Kristi Noem. It's
Chair
her
recognizes
staff,
Ms. Green.
DHS federal
There's a
officers
privilege of
that
the
threw a
majority,
US
and that
senator
means
to the
we're in
ground.
charge,
Just this
not your
morning we were
side.
talking about this
Because
happening to
you
governors.
lost the
All right,
election.
Ms. Green, we're going to start the
Because
clock.
you
have
supported
anything
the
to say about
invasion
that?
of our
Mr. Frost.
country.
All right.
It's my
Will
time.
you
Hold it.
commit on the record
Stop
to
the
work
clock.
My
on
time.
subpoena
Thank you,
Kristi
Mr.
Noem?
Chairman. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes
Will
Ms.
you
Green.
commit on the record
you.
to subpoenaing Kristi Noem because a U.S. senator was just thrown to the ground and detained in his own
Democrats
state?
can't follow the
out
rules.
of
Can't
order.
follow the law.
Will you
Can't
commit-
follow the
Shut
rules.
up. Just shut
Will
up.
you? No, you don't. No,
shut
you're
up.
not going to tell me to shut up.
Let's. How
hold
do you get him in order? You're running for the.
Not like that.
He has been out of order 6 times. He's trying to get on MSNBC. You probably knocked
I get it.
somebody off
I don't have any problem
MSNBC
getting
to
on
get on there.
MSNBC. That's
Ms.
not
I
what it's
Green
think as he's been
is
arrested as a
recognized.
former
Yeah, well,
Antifa
okay,
member,
here.
right?
Back
Antifa.
to order, Ms. Green. Go.
He's a
Go.
former
All
Antifa
right, Ms.
member,
Green. You're
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman.
You got
no
it.
surprise.
Who's a former
Yours.
Antifa member? Me?
Yeah, you.
I asked that these words be taken down.
No, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion.
Governor
Ms.
Hochul.
Green is recognized.
Governor
I ask that
Hochul,
these
you
words be
stated
taken down.
that you're a proud Democrat, proud registered
All right,
Democrat.
we got to
You need to
suspend.
retract.
There's been a parliamentary move. They said they weren't going to do that. What's the?
Just ask her to strike what she said. What?
Okay. Suspend for 2 minutes. And while we're suspending, we have votes in about 7 minutes. We're going to try to get 3 more questioners in, then we'll break for, I think there are 4 votes, and we'll come back right after the last vote. We don't have that many more questioners, so.
Let's see if that's the whole thing then. What was he pushing for? Because he wanted, did he want to be close to that? Because with so many people across our country did not do it.
So you can say, I move to revise my remarks. Mr. Frost was arrested at a rally for moving to illegals votes. But not member of Antifa or something like that. If that works.
We were called what do I want to do?
By the ranking member. Move to revise your remarks and say, Mr. Frost was arrested at a rally, but not as a member of Antifa.
Okay. Affiliated permitted demonstration. Mr. Chairman, I move to revise my remarks. Congressman Frost was arrested in 2021 at a voting rights rally.
Okay. Without objection?
Proudly.
All right. Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, you stated that you're a proud registered Democrat.
Yes, I did. Is that illegal now, too, in your country?
Governor Hochul, this is not a laughing matter. You also stated that you swore an oath to uphold the laws of New York. And one of the laws that you have upheld and proudly kept in place is the executive order signed by former Governor Andrew Cuomo that directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by law. And because of your state's policies of paying for flights of illegal aliens, we ended up with Jose Ibarra in our state of Georgia. And, you know, I'm a mother of 3 children, and 2 out of my 3, I have 2 daughters. And you're a mother, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, and I think you've got 2 children, you have 1 daughter, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you and I are both mothers, and there's one mother that I wish could be here today and could talk to you instead of me, and that's Allison Phillips. That's Laken Riley's mother. And we talked about Laken a few minutes ago, and, you know, there's a really special bond between mothers and daughters. and we speak with our daughters daily. We speak with our daughters all day long. We speak with our daughters about every single thing that's happening in our lives and every single thing that's happening in their lives. And I want you to know the last time that Lakin Riley and her mother, Allison Phillips, tried to talk to each other, and that happened to be in the morning when Lakin was getting ready to go out and go for her morning jog. And on the morning of her murder, at 8:55 a.m., Riley texted her mother and said, "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk." And I can tell you that's something I do with my girls, and they text me, and I'm sure you and your daughter text each other as well. But she didn't get her mother, and then Riley called her mother just a few minutes later at 9:03 a.m. as she was starting to listen to music, but she didn't get her mom on the phone. And the trail cam actually captured her going out for her run at 9:05 a.m. At 9:11, Lakin called 911. This was just not but a few minutes after she had tried to call her mother. And then at 9:24, Lakin received a call from her mother, but it went unanswered. And at 9:28, Lakin's heart stopped. And according to the smartwatch, the data of her smartwatch, Lakin fought for her life for 17 minutes. 17 minutes. 17 minutes, this little girl fought for her life as she was being beat in the head by this monster, as she was being strangled by this monster, as she was being almost raped by this monster and drug off into the woods. She fought for her life for 17 minutes, and her mom tried to call during that time. And it was only a few minutes after she had tried to call her mother. And I think as mothers, not politicians, this is something that we should easily share with Allison Phillips. So when we are talking about the laws in place and the policies that we uphold as elected leaders in this country, do you know who we should be thinking about? We should be thinking about our daughters. And the fact that, look, everybody can fight all day long, Democrat, Republican. I got to tell you, though, it's so much bullshit when it comes down to the fact that this little girl fought for 17 minutes of the end of her 22-year-old life. The end of her 22-year-old life. And Governor Hochul, for the love of God, as you are a proud, registered Democrat, I don't know how on earth you can uphold laws that protect and give aid and comfort to monsters, especially one that was arrested in your state and let go because of your policies in your state. And I can't comprehend it, Mr. Chairman, just one more second. Lakin Riley and her mother deserve to have one last chat. Like, you know what? Me and you get to have chats with our daughters. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yield back. They've called votes. We're going to try to get two more questions in. I'll recognize Mr. Davis from Illinois and then Ms. Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you and the ranking member for letting me wave on to this hearing. I want to thank all of the witnesses, all of the governors who've been here and who've been here all day. But I also want to thank you, Governor Pritzker, for the outstanding leadership you have provided to the state of Illinois. Our state is characterized as being progressive and humane. Could you share why we think that's important, you as governor and I as a citizen resident?
Well, we had to do a lot of reform of our state government in order to get there, but it's important to me that we provide health care, that we provide education for all of our people, that we have policies and a government that take care of particularly those who are most vulnerable in our society, including working families, including the middle class. And it's very important to me that we be known for that. We are a state that is, frankly, cares a great deal about our fellow man. We are a state that is humanitarian in so many ways, and that stands up for the law. And so I'm very proud of our state. We have the greatest state in the country, the land of Lincoln, and we say that proudly because we know that Lincoln would be a Democrat today if he were alive. I'm a big believer in taking his values and promoting those, as well as the values now of today's Illinois, and promoting those. And we've done that and frankly succeeded in so many ways to lift people up. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're proud of you and your leadership, and I yield back, Mr.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Luna from
Mr. Chairman,
Florida.
point of inquiry, did you skip me in the order on purpose? Just curious.
It must have been an oversight, Mr. Moskowitz.
Well, this is the
Chair
Oversight
recognizes
Committee,
Ms.
which
Luna.
has lots of oversight.
Gentlemen, please.
Chair
I'd like to ask
recognizes
my
Ms.
question.
Luna.
Just, suppressing free speech.
It's Ms. Luna.
Thank you very
You're
much, Chairman. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to educate the American people on what's really happening right now with these riots. So I see right now there's a lot of back and forth and finger pointing, but the fact is that there is a financial tie to these riots, tied to immigration, that actually leads right back to the Communist Chinese Party. Straight up, the LA riots have been organized by an organization dubbed PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, funded by billionaire Chinese activist Neville Singham, who spends part of his year by living in Shanghai. In addition to that, although he is not a registered foreign agent, he accepts a lot of money from the CCP and then turns around and funnels it right into some of these violent protests that we're seeing. But it doesn't just stop there. This is not the only organized protest that's using brown people and immigrants as a ruse to push their communist and Marxist agenda. Mr. Walz, thank you for coming in today to testify, or Mr. Walz. Real quick, is it true, yes or no, that you are speaking at the June 14th Twin Cities No King rally?
I can't confirm that right now. That could be true.
Okay. Just so you know, they're advertising you speaking there.
Okay.
The graphic's actually on X right now. I'd be happy to provide it for you, so I'll take that as probably speaking. Is it true also, I know on your campaign, that you had admitted to visiting China anywhere from 15 to 30 times, sir? Yes or no, please?
I did live in China. And
No, visiting, sir, in addition to living there and in addition
Yes,
to having, okay.
that's correct.
All right, also too, I'd like to note that during your time in Congress that you filed for a $5 million earmark that actually was secured. $2 million of it went to the Harmel Institute that actually collaborated with the Wuhan Institute. Also, the Department of Homeland Security, sir, just so that you're tracking, actually had an internal memo that was released that stated that the government of China considered you a prime target for influence operations. I'm letting you know that now because I do believe that you should be made aware of, if you are not already, that you are working with and going to be speaking at an organization and rally that is just funded by Christy Walton, the heiress of Walmart, but also has ties to the Chinese Progressive Association, largely funding it, that actually brags on their website that they are pro-Maoist. Also, too, funded by the National Endowment for Democracy. I know there's a lot of people on this committee that don't like billionaires interfering in politics, but say nothing when George Soros gets over $260 million from USAID through the last administration that's then funneled into some of these nonprofits and organizations. So I guess my question for you guys is, now that I've made you aware that these riots are not about illegals and they're not about immigrants, if they did, they would have been protesting under Barack Obama, who's also dubbed the deporter-in-chief. And frankly, I think many of you would say that Barack Obama was a good president. Are you going to say that Barack Obama wasn't a good president? Yes or no, Governor Walz? Do you think he was a good president?
Do I think Barack Obama was a
Correct.
good president? I think he did a good job.
Okay, how about you, Governor Pritzker?
I think he did a good job, yes.
Hochul?
Hochul, and yes, he did do a good job.
Okay, next. Perryman?
I think President Obama did a good job.
So then you would understand that Barack Obama had the very same policies, for the most part, on immigration that Republicans are parroting today, and yet you guys are sitting here saying that we're Gestapo. And what I would tell you is that what happens with open borders is that the real people that are coming here, the ones that are exploited, actually it hurts people on both sides, not just Americans, but the illegals. Some of you had said here to the actual committee that you are doing what you can to assist these people, but what I would say is that your policies aren't actually done from a place of understanding and sympathy. I would say that it's actually doing the exact opposite. And when you use brown people, just like they use black people with BLM and Marxists during BLM to usher that in, when you use brown people and you put Mexican flags with them saying that you stand up for illegal immigrants, but you follow the money and it's going back to the Communist Party, what you're essentially doing is using your platform as elected officials, the trust that the American people have put in you, essentially to usher in communism. You're not actually fighting for American values. Don't roll your eyes, because it's a serious topic and that's where the money's coming from. So now I'm informing you, so now you guys can make your decisions, but please be informed, sir, Mr. Walz, that if you truly do uphold the American ideologies and perspectives on the Constitution, you should not be speaking at that rally. I've given you the correct information, and as of right now, I've authorized a letter to be sent to my office to the President of the United States to rescind millions of dollars in funding that we know are going to the No Kings protests that were authorized and basically given under the last administration. That is what Congress is supposed to do, not point fingers, not blame people, but actually ensure that the American people are protected and not fighting for foreign interests, foreign governments, and also the communist.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
No.
You don't want to tell us what your evidence is of all this connections?
Actually, no, I will yield
You know,
to that.
I appreciate
Mr. Goldman, you'll get 5 minutes.
Take your word for it, but you'll appreciate we might want actual evidence.
I would be happy to provide that, and I'd also be happy to inform Chairman that actually we have a letter of which you can sign on to. I know you like to sign on to letters with us, especially on the Epstein stuff. But we actually have a letter going out to Neville Singham on Friday, and it's actually signed by every single member of Oversight. I'd like to extend that to you because that letter is calling him to testify, and it's also calling for his financial transactions. And do you agree, sir, that we should not be accepting money from the Communist Chinese Party? I think anyone on this platform would agree that that should not be accepted, correct?
I would like for you to actually present evidence rather than just, quote, inform the witnesses, and now that they're informed, they should assume that
I
what
don't
you
disrespect
say is
you. I'm
true
going to answer your question. We are having a hearing on it where we can present all the evidence.
Order.
No, but let's have this dialogue.
Yeah, go ahead. You're recognized, Ms. Luna.
We are going to be having a hearing, and you can gavel on to the hearing. I'd appreciate you to do it, because the fact is that the Democrat Party, remember,
is it going to be as good as the Biden impeachment hearing?
Mr. Goldman, you'll have 5 minutes in a moment.
Let's focus real quick.
Well, Mr. Chairman, she's out of time. I just think you're trying not to let me talk.
Guys, if you guys want to talk about it, I'll answer the question. But Mr. Singham is also funding Code Pink through his wife.
You know, it's my turn.
Can we ask Elon to divest from China while we're at it?
The lady's time's expired. The lady's time's expired.
We'll be having the hearing. Y'all are invited. We might have you guys back.
Thank you. Before we go to votes, which have been called, I'm going to recognize Mr. Donalds for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I want to submit a letter into the record from Congressman Richie Torres to Governor Hochul, speaking specifically about that the Penn Station Center is actually being led by MTA, where the chairman is actually a
talking about it. I'm a hard person to piss off, but with a kid it's fine, right? But like a grown adult, calling another adult, yeah. And it used to happen a lot. I don't know. I also have some PTSD from working at CPI. But, well, there was one guy who wasn't right there. Who called me that every now and then. Thank you, buddy. Can you do this? It's like I'm not a child. I don't know, these Celsius flavors they had are kind of weird. These Celsius flavors they had are kind of weird. Oh, really? Like Cosmic Vibe, I feel like I'm going to die after this. I'm going to go into the cosmic world. That's like I'm running on fumes this week. Yeah, I guess. At home, I feel like I get sometimes I get more done at home most of the time.
You can't get interrupted as often.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. Yeah. I'll go celebrate Juneteenth or something. I'll go. Hey, I'm 15% black. I'll go. I rechecked it yesterday on my 23andMe. Well, so I'm gonna delete it, but during the hearing I requested my data so I can download because I already paid for it.
Yeah.
So I requested my data. Once it's ready to download, I'll download it and then.
What is your ancestral?
Oh, I'm like Pitbull. I'm Mr. Worldwide. It's like everywhere. I mean, it's like I think most Puerto Ricans are like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because we just like we had Spanish come in, and then go with the natives, and then we go with the slaves. And,
Oh, sorry, I know it took away. I'm trying to be as no, you're totally not. I'm just like, oh, sorry, I know my stuff is just like here.
Yeah. Somehow I'm Jewish. Make a joke about that. We're gonna make it down. Yeah, so there's like 15% total African. Is it just Europe?
Oh, yeah. Like, it's like Irish, German.
According to Ancestry, I'm like 1% Irish.
Oh, really?
Where is it? Yeah, 1% Irish. Probably.
Yeah, I'm Irish, German, some Swedish. Yeah, those are like the main ones. There's some English, like British too.
Oh yeah. Some royalty there.
We didn't have people come over on the Mayflower on my mom's side. So it's like my mom, her mother's kind of my mother. She was adopted. She was born in 1930s in the Great Depression. And she always wanted to know about how her family was. And in school, like one day my grandma got a phone call from some extended relative, biological relative. And then she had like a birth certificate. And they were so we found out who great grandmother. We don't know who a lot of us, but it was funny with my Mary, like my mom was very Scandinavian looking, and so she always just instilled together more Scandinavian people. She was from her, and she's so Irish.
Really?
No one else she knows is Irish.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So we very grandfather.
Yeah. I feel like, so one thing that people from the mainland have is that there's a lot more lineage to track. Like in Hispanic countries, you can't really track that because records aren't as good and like, you know, it's so very, so I can't really track anything further down the generation. So.
There was some fathers and grandfathers that stuff that they like done at all. Yeah, it was like outside has like some tradition that like seems for like
I just realized they don't have a, forget the name, like transcribers. Yeah. I don't know if they ever just or something.
So we can take it from there. Perfecto. Hay que porque es el nuestro quizás lo que
we're just gonna
You guys are leaving us?
No. It's just oh, don't worry, we're here for the long haul. We're just kind of realizing there's probably we don't use the video feed anymore.
Okay.
So might as well get a head start on breaking that down.
Oh yeah. Oh, that too?
oh my gosh, oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Even for me.
It is?
Okay. Yeah. So earlier I had to disconnect from the VPN and reconnect because everything was going very well. So try that.
Like this. Huh?
I was just about to text you.
Yeah, and then we'll save it.
Sean.
So we're just gonna go.
Now let me stop. What's up?
No.
Sean, what?
Just continue.
No, I love the way you. Where'd this come from?
Sean said that to just break down the stamping order. So I just did that, and then
For tomorrow.
Okay.
Because we're not gonna
They've
do it.
moved her to the center now.
Okay.
They've moved her to the center now.
since they are gonna come back, he wanted us to figure out what to do about the monitor because they're gonna be coming back after they break down, and then they want to go.
Well, Gabe, what if I wanted my
they don't want to
picture?
go back.
What if I wanted my picture?
That's fine. I'll take it back.
When do you break it? Do you?
Like they're coming over here to help us break down, right?
Yeah.
So
And
when,
those gonna come as well.
well, then at that point, I can walk, take that to Jackson and walk back because Mouse can help you all over here. JV, you know? We were together when we found this.
Yes. How did Eric like it?
What's that?
How did Eric like it?
Oh, he loved it. He loved it. So did I. It was very good. Yeah, when we come down and break down, I'll walk it over. Take it back. So you already broke it down.
Craig Walz said
You got the cable from the other? Wow.
I know, I didn't, I had to like, I had no idea where it was going, and I just like slowly traced it to that door, and then I didn't realize there was somebody like behind the door.
You're in there doing their work.
Yeah. So that's cool. And also like look at the
Oh, yeah.
So it has the iris control, but I haven't been able to set it up. The settings for this and stuff.
I'm just so.
Are you still going to be able to do further?
The guy from Harlem has not responded to me, but I already told him I'm not going to use the wheelchair.
What's wrong with the camera?
Yeah.
There's a lot of water.
I mean, you're all going to go.
In the car or under?
Under.
Okay.
And I already paid for the park a while ago.
Okay.
But I remember exactly what we were.
Okay.
But I the father thing is on Sunday, and it still has like this really tricky to run everything off.
Is this why you're gonna stand by? That's why you got it?
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, this filter, I have to make my dad, like these chocolates for his dad.
Make them? Okay.
And I already have ingredients for it, but it's like I was going to do that Saturday night.
Right,
And
Sunday.
then I still wanted to get, I'm going to get him like coffee or something coffee. So that was early.
Oh, man.
And then yesterday I went like to the gift card. My dad's birthday, combined his birthday and Father's Day. So I'm getting a lot of gifts, you know.
Yeah, I usually, so I did a gift to Tornado, but this camera said.
And I bought him basically a photo.
Now, if I put it on the photo might be too much. You got little things you gotta do. So that's why.
I'll come back and check in a second, but you should see.
And I mean, to lose 7 days, like, to not have Friday or Saturday. I mean, I'm leaving Saturday, like, whenever I get back on Saturday, that's when I'm gonna actually wrap for gifts and do the cards and everything, but.
And pulling down the money too, but our dealership, but the dealership is open, right?
Thank you. Yeah, but my appointment for 5:30.
Okay.
And I tried canceling it. I haven't heard back from the guy. Or there's just no way I'm gonna be able to do it. I asked him to schedule it for next week and.
I want to take a photo. Can I go over there, maybe?
So what happens? Don't make it, they don't charge you, do they? Yeah, you can go on the side. They don't charge you if you don't make it, do they?
Yeah, can you go with your constituency, you know, for the committee staff to take photos?
Oh, like a medical one.
Right.
No, you can go on the pit.
Well, and I took it yesterday, so I gave him more than 24 hours. And then I checked it again.
Oh, I did it earlier.
I want to get like a nice, like,
Yeah, I did it earlier. But it still runs.
get the nail started in the morning.
Yeah, pretty much. You don't want to.
Guys, don't forget.
Or at the very least.
Miller, open it up. Here's why we're here. Here's what's going on. We came to see. Blah, blah. Albrecht, about Pritzker's testimony.
I went down with you. So is Sean going to come over here for breakdown? So then he'll have the key to the trunk with him. And I'll lock it.
We are terribly, painfully familiar with the
But if it's open, it won't
reality.
be.
You know, Jimmy Pritzker's
You
testimony.
don't need to key the lock. The lock. Lock it close.
Testify about, talk about how in general.
So that's the key. Something we need to look at. I was gonna go outside, get in the sun a little bit because it was warm. Man, there was a long line getting back in, so I didn't even go.
Oh, which side?
It's like right on the outside here.
And you can say, I've been
Went up to the
to
first floor.
to Chicago.
You open it, the door opens right at the mag.
And
A lot of people trying to get in.
I've been in and out, and I haven't seen a line at all. There's been,
It's there right now.
I've noticed that in person. Oh my gosh, there's been like crazy lines wrapped around.
well, Chesney's going to talk about dollars. I would just keep it really tight. I have a friend from Texas that I haven't seen in 3 years. That was her leading that tour in the hospital. I knew that. we're generally talking about the fact that he's destroyed everything, including his sanctuary state. Don't forget. I'm going to
Hey, Chairman Miller, you're on.
Would you nominate him?
Yeah,
Yelling at yours.
Did you catch our Fox 32 news? There? Oh, I'm already getting text from my buddies. He's about to be not ready to try to see ribs for the how much is
He spent airtime telling his name.
So we have 3 Fox members and who are you guys as well?
I wonder why I'm getting that impression. Spiritual references. We did a line.
So this marriage
Wow. I know. I thought they were all good, but I just want to confuse the issue because they've been.
You know what? Is what type of all 7 a.m. Where? Oh, really? Yeah, I'm out of here at 7 a.m. Like my plane. You're having a call day today. Rotary meeting too. No, 7 a.m. I'm leaving at 4. I think I'll leave at probably 8. Yeah, plans. They think those would be, they thought those would take an hour, so, yeah, around 4-ish. What time is your leave? Sorry. So I gotta go to the hotel and get my bag. I gotta probably get here because I don't know how much I'm going to probably buy.
As soon as the pressure's over, we'll go to CPI. And then after that, you're going to the White House, so the rest of us can get dinner somewhere or whatever. What time are
It's going to be just a video, but we'll be using audio for that. So I'll leave that for you. I'll look at plan, let you know if we'll have it there. All right. Awesome sauce.
You guys, ma'am, you all gonna have another video?
Yeah, right.
Sean, are you there?
I was told. Yeah, no, I get it.
You don't know what it is? It's all good.
Sorry. I'm texting Sean.
Usually it's the honorable.
Yeah, South Carolina.
Is that the? I think that might be a shot.
Is it open to the sides? Watch it get. I mean, you can go up. It's just not that high.
I think it's wants to get it.
You can turn that way far enough.
I think what camera wants.
Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was.
Sorry guys, audio check. Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka's.
Stacey, can you hear it there?
Good.
Could you hear it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
They're going to pick it up, the network, and then I'll record on the telling them they can rebroadcast that on whenever.
I would just think that close to us, just that way it might.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's what anything. So no big deal. I may have to just hold this.
Yeah, that's super stable. That extra
No, that's a bit.
Jason, how
Compared to what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, well, maybe I should hold my phone and have this on my phone. This is going to be the rebroadcast. I probably could get this closer for audio purposes.
That might have
Got it, and that's why I want to have this. Yeah, you're saying as far as distance.
I think I can.
There's nothing out of it. I think
I'm turning my clouds on. That's awesome.
Oh, what, you trying to get on TV? Or are you trying to get on
Are
TV?
you?
Well,
Yeah. Are we all?
so did you figure out my question yet?
The number increase as we talk.
Well, ask a question. That's my question. You know.
Well, I remember the Senator's question.
Yeah, was it?
3 million. 3 million. Here's the breakdowns, right? There's these 8 ships that have the recording cameras. For example,
You're going to go deeper on that?
yeah, in the SRY gene implementation, SRY gene determines whether the test can produce the mutation in the genes, then it means it can't produce.
So you want me to go to a door and knock on a door and say, well, there's actually more than 2 genders, because the SRY gene and the semen in the test. That's your pitch. That's how you're going to clean it up. Okay.
I'm just saying the science, you know?
All right.
You know?
All right. Well, you're still my favorite Chicago Democrat.
Oh, I appreciate it. You're my favorite Illinois Republican.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Glad we found
Where do you all live?
I live in Northern Virginia, but I also live in Vancouver.
How about you?
We all do. I'm
all
from
do.
Deerfield.
Oh, you're all, okay, you got the
It's a
whole-
policy.
I'm
I'm from Deerfield.
Okay.
North suburbs.
Bob Morgan territory.
Yeah.
He's got a big apparatus, like a big.
Yeah, this is only half of us. This is
Oh,
not even half. This is the
Because his Frank is over the top.
Yeah, I'm in Chicago as well. Yeah, like actually, city.
So are you just holding seats or are you here for the?
No, we're here.
Okay, you want to see the action?
I've been here since 8 morning. I didn't have a sip of water or any food for like 8 hours.
Waiting for this?
No. Well, no. So I got in line at 8:30 and then it ended at 3 or they went on recess at 3. I didn't leave.
So in my state rep league with that garage,
So you're all interns?
I have 5 because I'm in the 52nd. But everybody cuts through with the new map, so I was casting. Sorry.
Oh, pretty.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so every time there's a federal issue, I'll just punt it, whichever the one that is.
Yeah. Not a bad spot to be in.
Kowski comes down, does like she cares. I think she's getting out. She wasn't feeling it. It's okay, I can say
I said, yeah, no problem.
you're laughing, you know.
My neighbor take us.
She came down to our neck of the woods for a Farm Bureau thing.
We gotta do another one? Yeah, for some reason it didn't save
a picture.
Oh, and then
No, it's reserved. This is reserved. Dude, Matthews is cool. Oh, yeah.
You know you can get it too. That's in Paris, right? Yeah. Wouldn't hurt if you don't mind. Brad. Miller, Brad, Chesney, Will Howard, and then if the family shows up, we'll insert them, and then if other people show up, we'll insert part of them. We're doing one national press.
We haven't done one.
I was starstruck.
Did Kramer come?
I was standing there and I was trying to, I didn't come back.
I'm waiting until our press was over. We have an advisory.
Or just everyone, like everyone.
I mean, she stayed earlier.
I thought my favorite ones were the two talked about and Fume.
We're doing the press conference. And then
his speech was good.
And then going to CPI to do videos. And then you're done. Now we're going and you can go first, so we can get you out there. Summit promo videos. And then, because they wanted me to do another video too. Something about being out here, I think. But no, we're doing promo videos for the conference. And then they're going to have the studio available, so if you want to do more videos about being out here or whatever, you can. And then and after that, dinner. Are you going to dinner?
We got a tour at 7.
We're at
In America, the equivalent would probably
It's not very far away.
No, but you don't salute during. No, you don't salute during.
No,
I think that's.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah.
critics. I know. Okay, I want to make sure not to.
You gonna grab dinner with us before you go to the airport tonight?
I don't see
I don't know. TBD.
Dude, I think you're good. I think. Well, if you're booted, I'm booted. Well, we're in the back row. I'm cool and I'm booted. Let's say the mics. So, is that what? How are the votes coming? I actually haven't checked. What was on? All I know is that Chris is Trump. Were any of you all here? I thought that was just going to
Oh, when? I'm just going to delete that whole thing. I don't know what happened to that. Okay, I think it looks normal now. Perfect. You want me to publish it right now on the website? Perfect.
First one.
I know. I don't want to do the funny thing.
Well, you're always on. That's the thing. Like, they're always on.
They're always.
But our committee staff structure in Springfield, we're okay.
Make sure we're okay over here. Jim, what y'all getting bored and neglected?
I don't know if you're weird about it.
Well. Well, yeah, there's a lot of countries that have
I got called to the guy. I got called to a wreck one night. The rest of the guy hit a tree so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Says we can take big notes. And then I opened it and he was like,
Really clever.
something different.
That's really.
Gary T started this when we were at SWAT, and like I had a vote rape happen in the middle of my show. I said there were like 30 minutes going on. She came and just talked to me. I said, "What are you doing?" Still out. I'm like, okay. So that's what I care. That's what I do.
I go with the flow.
Huh?
I go with the flow. If somebody offers me these, sure. If not, I won't.
She said you would have been working shooting for an hour or something. It keeps time. Right. So you're actually working because you don't know when it's going to pop back up. Yep. So there you go. So I sit here with my purple pillow. I just realized it's a mattress with a pillow. That's cute. That is really cute.
I do think that
I don't want to take the security route
I don't see. Oh, okay, in the house. Is it really? You know what? When after I got my little snack, I went to the first one to go outside, but the line was so long to get back in. I was like, oh no, I'm not out there. There was probably 20 or more people coming in the building. I said, forget it. Yeah, I'm staying in here. So it'll feel good when I get out there, but not yet. It's like that.
thing with your No,
that's what they said.
I could go to
all right. All right. I'll talk to you later on the block. Cancel anytime. Cancel anytime.
Just type something. Am I making any sense or no?
That's where I probably I would get it. The only way I can consider without law is if I'm already started.
Presidential
Depends on the time. Be a beast. This is gonna be free everywhere. Is that what it would do? No, you know what it would be? No homework for the rest of it. My slogan would be no homework for the rest of the school year. No more homework. Wait, no way. No dude. No, that's like what everyone runs on. No, she said like 2 years ago. Sorry. No, he was just like, he could talk to us when he is. Dude, he was doing it OD sign. Like, he'll do it. But the name was like, yeah, it was OD. Yeah. And he goes,
oh my god. To be honest, that was for social specific. We never got
so the people behind them were just stuff, right?
yeah, behind, in front of us. They didn't know what was going on. They kept hearing people like, oh my god. They kept thinking about it.
Dude, they were every time he took something, and then he was trying to do the same thing with Mike after that. His voice was so, I don't know, something random. He was doing, you know, reading and he stands there, and his voice is weak. It's like not a voice.
It's actually one. That's basically my great already.
You gotta stop. Go sit over there. Go sit over there. I think it looks, no, I think it looks bad whenever you have to call off line and you don't want to be in something. No, that's
yeah,
I didn't even read the text. I just.
You should do this. You should do that.
Oh, the text.
He was. He with us.
The cat. Oh.
You heard about the new guy?
Want to go?
Are you guys on?
Where's your super thing?
Should we pause? Or we should stand up and wait on it.
Did my music professor this semester at a concert?
Patrick.
I think you should wait.
Like they might. Are there spots from the other side?
Yeah.
Be able to try that.
I'm good. I'll be here. Okay, got it.
Are you okay off the cuff to talk about the insane cost of legal employees?
Anybody home? They're looking like they want to come back. Why? So I heard we're gonna move some stuff from, is anybody coming in here tomorrow? You leaving the gear? Huh? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll walk that, the trunk is unlocked right now, right? If you leave it unlocked, we're gonna keep it and I'll lock it back. Put the monitor in there and lock it. The chairman is here. We're gonna do about an hour and a half. Two crews? We'll sit up there with John and ask him when there's the other crew coming. Not John again. Yeah, when does he
No, so those are just.
think you stole one.
We did. That was the first problem we solved for you. We all need You don't want to listen to him?
The audio is right
We're really working on it.
Okay, I won't touch anything.
Blowing up. Yes. We lost IDS and it's a real shoot, but it works. I need to. I can't get pressure. I have 2 that need to go out today. We lost the keys in the. I just try to control it. Hi. No, she's whispering.
How are you?
Well, no, yeah, I don't think
Can I see the rest of the
So, can camera 1 see a screen? Because we're going to have another video. They will have another one. So can 1 shoot across the room to the screen? I think you've given up. I think you've checked out. It's mine's. Well, no, it wasn't. You know what? I shot the video yesterday of what they were showing. So, this big princess told her 30 minutes ago. It was
The committee will. And the chair recognizes, and I appreciate the witnesses' indulgence here. Again, we were told the votes would be at 4:15 and they were at 3 o'clock, so I apologize. We had 2 more votes than we were supposed to. So the chair recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just still kind of trying to understand the connection between our ICE officers and the Gestapo. I think the statement was horrific. The acting ICE director had this to say: on the final day of National Police Week, when those brave enough to put on a badge and a uniform to mourn their fallen brothers and sisters, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz referred to my professional, hardworking ICE agents and officers as a modern-day Gestapo. This is abhorrent, dehumanizing, and ignorant comments should not be tolerated. It seems that Mr. Walz prefers violent criminal aliens are released into Minnesota's communities. If the governor doesn't like the laws, he's free to advocate that Congress change them. But he should refrain from putting ICE officers in danger by likening them to one of the most appalling groups in history. Assaults against ICE officers are up over 400% from this time last period. And part of that is because politicians like Governor Walz are careless with their politically motivated rhetoric. He should issue an immediate apology to the men and women protecting his communities. Governor Hochul, do you agree with the statements that Governor Walz said? Do you agree with the characterization that ICE agents are Gestapo?
I don't use language like that in describing anyone. My view is that we respect our law enforcement, but also in a case where people have gone too far, they should be called out.
Do you agree with that association? Associating ICE officers with Gestapo?
It's not a word I would use, but I will say that I understand the sentiments that people feel.
Okay, well, thank you for being reasonable here. Next door, Governor Walz, is a group called, they were actually meeting here today, the Zionist Organization of America. And I spoke with Morton Klein, who is their national president, and he had this to say. He wanted me to read this to you. As a child of Holocaust survivors who lost almost my whole family to Gestapo Nazis, I find Governor Walz comparing Americans to ICE officials to Nazis a dramatic insult. Walz should be ashamed of himself, and I demand that he retract and apologize for this ugly, phony statement that diminishes the horror of the Holocaust. So I'm going to give you another chance, Governor Walz. Do you apologize for your associating, your comparison to ICE agents as Gestapo?
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. What I said is using a historical reference on authoritarianism, watching in my state and across this country,
Governor Walz, it's a simple question.
Covered faces.
Will you apologize to this Jewish community? Will you apologize to Jewish Americans?
I don't know, Mr. Klein. I would certainly be glad to speak with him if he would.
Mr. Walz, let me ask you this question: are there any events that you regret from actions of illegal immigrants in your state? Are there any events that come to mind? that you think of that weigh on you?
I certainly think any, something that harms someone, all of
So let me
it
give
weigh
you an
on the
idea.
governor.
Minnesota, your state, April 25th, ICE arrested an illegal alien from Ecuador charged for criminal sexual conduct with a child. Again, in Minnesota, in May 8th, ICE arrested an illegal alien from Mexico for selling heroin, meth, and fentanyl. Mr. Pritzker, in Chicago, in 2018, an illegal alien from Mexico is charged with aggravated criminal sexual abuse of a minor, then was released back into the public in 2022. And then Governor Hochul in New York, again, a Mexican national was charged, but this time for slashing a victim with a machete, and then released in January of this year, all or ignoring ICE detainers and federal warrant. Mr. Walz, would you deport any of these individuals?
Could you give the names of the individuals and what they're...
I can get those to you, but if these are true, if somebody from Ecuador was charged with criminal sexual conduct with a child, would you want that person deported?
If they followed through due process and were found guilty, certainly that's what we do now. We follow federal law.
You know, your states refuse to honor ICE detainers, even for illegal aliens convicted of serious crimes like assault or sexual offenses. The ICE data shows that 56,791 illegal aliens booked for serious offenses in 2025 alone, including over 3,000 for sex crimes. And that's why we're here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, you stated in your opening statement the following: but nothing Minnesota has done stands in the way of federal government managing its border security policy.
Okay.
Governor, I want to ask you, why are you lying to this committee?
I am not.
Who's the top law enforcement officer in the state of Minnesota?
The top law enforcement officer? Yep. Attorney General.
Yeah, that's right. What's his name? What's his name?
Are you asking me, do you know his name?
Do you know his name? Do you know his name?
I know the AG Ellison.
This is an article right here I'd like to submit for the record. Minnesota AG says will not enforce federal immigration laws as DOJ threatens to prosecute officials who resist.
Without objection, so ordered.
Why are you lying to this committee? That is the top law enforcement officer in your state who's saying he will not comply with the federal government.
Nothing in his opinion changes the fact that state law requires all state and county officials to ask for immigration status when a convicted felon is
No,
committed.
I'm sorry, Governor. He is saying he will not comply with federal laws. That's your top law
nothing in this
enforcement
opinion
officer.
changes how
You're
he-
lying and misrepresenting yourself to this committee. Now I want to ask you this. Do you think in that line of questioning, free health care, food assistance, free college tuition, driver's licenses, and cash assistance, do you think that that's helping or hurting this government manage its border security and policies?
Well, Minnesota ranks first in health care. We rank third in
Let
safety
me
on our
answer
roads.
that for you. It's actually hurting because what
It's
you've
making my state
created
safer
is
and more
you've created a
prosperous.
state that is now a magnet that is
There's
drawing
no law.
illegals
There is no sanctuary
to
law in Minnesota,
Minnesota.
Congressman.
I know you guys haven't put it that way on the books, but your state has everything, every element in it that is consistent with the sanctuary state.
That's
Moving
incorrect.
on, Mr. Walz. How about you calling ICE agents modern-day Gestapo? That also stands. Do you think that helps our federal government carry out its law enforcement?
I think best practices in law
security
enforcement
policies?
by identifying who you are, identifying the vehicles, and making sure everyone has due process helps our law enforcement. I think covering your faces.
So you think that
rolling in the-
you think that helps calling our law enforcement agents that? What does ICE stand for, Governor? Immigration, Custom Enforcement, right? These are the guys that are tasked with enforcing immigration, federal
That's right.
immigration laws.
Federal. That's their job. It's
So
not
you
the
think
state's
that
job.
calling them Gestapo is helping? You're not standing in the way. None of the messaging, none of the rhetoric is standing in the way of this administration doing what they've been tasked to do. Is that what you're saying?
I think what would help them is to follow due process, and when they do these missions, do the things that we expect of law enforcement.
How about when you
Identify-
went on Anderson Cooper, Governor Walz, and you said, how high is this wall? If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in a 30-foot ladder factory. Do you think that helps our federal government carry out its law enforcement, its border security and policy operations?
When did I say that?
You went on Anderson Cooper and said that. Do you not remember saying that? Because you've said so many outlandish things that you
No, I
can't
don't
even
recall.
keep track of them.
The point being is.
The
that you
clip
need
is there
more
for everybody. It's there for all Americans. If you guys want to go watch it, it's an easy Google. All right, Governor, you recently went on Gavin Newsom's podcast. You stated in regards to MAGA voters, I scare them a little bit, which is why they spend so much time on me. No, I'm serious because they know I can fix a truck. That's your direct quote. You also said on the show, I think I could kick most of their asses. I want to be very clear with you, Governor. You do scare us a bit, but it's not because you can fix a truck or change a tire. It's actually because of your radical left-wing agenda. You supported putting tampons in boys' bathrooms. You advocated for the disarming of Americans of their Second Amendment rights. You're pro-sanctuary city, as we have uncovered here today. You claim there is no guarantee to free speech when it comes to misinformation and hate speech. That right there is why the American people have such a hard time with you. It's not because we're crazy MAGA people. It's because of your radical left-wing agenda. I want to ask you on that last one where you claim there's no guarantee to free speech. Did you pick that up on one of your 30 trips to communist China, Governor? That sounds a lot like something that they would do. Yes or no?
So I don't believe hate speech has a place in there. Hate speech that incites violence.
Governor Walz, you said that Kamala Harris picked you for vice president to code talk to white guys. How did that work out for this administration? How well did you do with white guys?
I don't have the.
You lost by 22 points to white guys. And it's because you talk like the way you do, you say the things you do, and you have this radical left-wing ideology. So if you want to continue that rhetoric, go on, brother. Keep doing it. We'll keep destroying you in elections.
And
Thank you, and I yield back.
The people of Minnesota will continue to have me serve them.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramirez from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to start by acknowledging Governor Pritzker from our great state of Illinois and thank him for coming before the committee, especially given the deeply unserious nature of this hearing. I want to start by asking Governor Pritzker a few questions. Governor, you have said that actions that bring all branches of government to stand in respect of one another underpin the guardrails of democracy. Is it your assessment that this administration's actions reflect the commitment to stand in respect of all branches of government or honor the guardrails of our democracy?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman, and it's good to see you. This administration has ignored court orders. This administration has ignored the laws that have been passed by the Congress. This administration is, in many ways, telling its agencies not to follow what the laws and the regulations that have been on the books, and this administration has been going after people individually and as groups that they believe are opponents of theirs, political opponents of theirs. That is not the way that a president ought to operate. We ought to have a president who follows the rule of law and doesn't break it.
Thank you, Governor. I agree with you. In your 2025 budget address, you noted that our state, the state of Illinois, is among the best in the nation for workforce talent, clean energy, educational and scientific institutions, and more. I couldn't agree with you more. Our economy is over $1.1 trillion, the fifth largest in the U.S. and the 18th largest in the world. And I understand that we are one of only 9 states, including New York and Minnesota, whose taxpayers contribute more to the federal government than they receive. So I just want to make sure I put that to the record. This is who we're putting here at a hearing. Governor, earlier this year, you noted that the authoritarian playbook is laid bare here. They point to a group of people who don't look like you, and then they tell you to blame them for your problems. Governor Pritzker, do you believe that the Trump administration is using the authoritarian playbook, particularly as it relates to immigrant communities across the country?
It's clear when you look at every action that they've taken with regard to immigration since they've taken office, including going in and attacking our communities in the state of Illinois. I think in the first week in office, Tom Homan bringing Dr. Phil with him unseriously, and then bringing the very serious ICE officials in to break down doors, to scare communities, to keep people from going to work and so on. It is clear that they are targeting communities of people who don't look like them, and going after people that they think are opponents of theirs, or
including United States senators, Governor.
Including, thank you, and Alex Padilla. And by the way, I want to say to all of you on both sides, but particularly those on the Republican side, that I cannot believe the disrespect that was shown to a United States senator who was thrown down, handcuffed, and not allowed to ask a question of our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. That seems completely irrational.
Governor, I agree with you, and because I have a limited time, I actually want to show the footage because I think what you're saying has to be seen here. I'm going to ask now that we play a clip of Senator Padilla being wrongfully arrested while we're in this hearing. Go ahead and play it. A United States senator. I want to make sure that people see.
Get my hands. Go ahead. Put behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here.
What?
I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FBI rights.
They don't want you recording so that you don't see how they violate due process repeatedly. I want to make sure that you see that footage. This is a United States senator asking a question of Secretary Noem, and in return, he is pulled from the press conference, shoved down to the floor, slammed to the ground with handcuffs, arrested for doing his job of oversight. So let me go ahead and make sure that I say this clear, because I serve in Homeland Security, and I can tell you for a fact, they are weaponizing the government and the military against U.S. citizens to exert control and suppress dissent. I call that authoritarianism. We've seen it before. Here's the point: terror. That's what they're doing here. This hearing is a witch hunt against the governors that run successful cities, and we need to call it what it is. What we need here right now is Secretary Noem answering questions and oversight on why the hell she thinks that what happened to the senator is acceptable. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Hopefully you'll get to see the beginning of that tape when he approached the podium where the secretary was. You hadn't seen
to
that
ask
yet?
A question.
Mr. Chairman, on the full statement of the committee on the Democratic side, Senator Padilla is currently in Los Angeles exercising his duty to perform congressional oversight of the federal government operations in Los Angeles and across California. He was in the Wilshire Federal Building to receive a briefing with General Guillot and was listening to Secretary Noem's press conference. He tried to ask the Secretary a question and was forcibly removed by federal agents, forced to the ground, as you saw, and handcuffed. He is not currently detained, and we are working to get additional information. And while we respect the Senate's ability to review this as a primary investigation, we also echo Ms. Ramirez's statement that we would like to have an investigation of that incident here from beginning to end.
You want to enter that into the record?
I do.
All right, without objection, so ordered. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Jack. Okay, wait a minute. We did two Republicans, so we're going to go to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would urge you to reserve comment on what happened to Mr. Padilla until you get full information. In fact, I would urge all of my Republican colleagues to take a breath before you once again desperately run to bend the knee to Donald Trump and to Kristi Noem. Because anyone with two eyes that can see that that was authoritarian, lawless behavior that no person in America, much less a senator conducting constitutional oversight, should have received. And I know it's hard for all of you to speak up against Donald Trump, and that's why we're here at this hearing talking all about Joe Biden, talking all about Joe Biden's policy this, Joe Biden's policy that, all these people who committed crimes under Joe Biden. Is it just because you're consistently trying to ignore the fact that Joe Biden is not president? Donald Trump is president. And what he's doing right now, which you all know, is he is going after people who are lawfully present. Now, I appreciate the governor's being here. I'm sorry you have to deal with this crap. Governor Hochul, especially, I want you to know, as a proud member of the delegation of your state, I am not going to use my 5 minutes to mount a campaign for governor against you, as my colleague from the North Country chose to do. I will give you the opportunity to actually answer some questions, unlike she did, and I will allow you to explain exactly what the policies in New York are as it relates to cooperation between the state and federal agents.
First of all, glad you're not running against me. Thank you. Secondly, I appreciate the opportunity to break through all the noise here today and to stop the talking points that keep mischaracterizing our policies in the great state of New York. New York is not a sanctuary or a haven for criminals. We devote an enormous amount of our energy working to keep New Yorkers safe. $2.5 billion I've allocated just in the last few years. We do cooperate with ICE when it comes to investigating or building a case against criminals. We do this all the time. And when someone goes through the criminal justice system in the state of New York, they do their time in prison. We alert ICE as to when, 30 days in advance of when they're to be removed, and we send them away. That's how it's supposed to work. But what we do not do under our laws is divert our essential resources to protect everyday New Yorkers from crimes themselves and have that help ICE with civil immigration enforcement. That is their job. That is the federal government's job. And we cannot be told to enforce federal laws. It's not constitutional.
Or to use all your limited resources to spend all that time doing their job.
My concern is that every minute that ICE officers are going after moms and dads and kids and separating families, perhaps one more criminal is still out there at large.
Well, it's
Why
funny
don't you
say
focus
that.
on them?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, because I actually, in my district office down in Lower Manhattan, witnessed ICE officers waiting for immigrants to come out of a courtroom. These are immigrants who have asylum applications. And I'm sure you agree with me that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
So in order to make these immigrants here unlawfully, the DHS is now dismissing their cases, their own removal proceedings against them, to void out the asylum claim. That way, when they go downstairs in the elevator, there are ICE agents that can be there and to arrest them and put them in expedited removal. And they don't have an asylum claim that is live anymore because they've just voided it out. These are non-criminal, these are non-violent immigrants who are here going through lawful process. And this is who the Trump administration is going after every single day. It's a disgrace. You said you were going to go after the worst of the worst. You were going to go after convicted criminals. You're here questioning about all these criminals. You're going after people who actually are going through the lawful process you say they should. But just because Donald Trump and Stephen Miller need to bump up their numbers because they can't do a good enough job in actually finding convicted criminals, you're going after moms, dads, separating parents from children. You have a voice, Republicans. Speak up. I yield back.
Now Chair recognizes Mr. Jack. Is he here? Okay. Mr. McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a yes or no question, hopefully fast because I don't have much time. So each witness one at a time. If you break the law, are you a criminal? Can you guys answer that quickly? We don't have much time.
In certain circumstances, many
The answer
circumstances,
should
yes.
be yes. If you come across our border illegally, breaking our law to come across, are you a criminal? Yes.
If you
or no?
speed, are you a criminal? I mean,
Break the law, that's a crime.
Okay.
So if you
Call
come
them a
across our
criminal.
border illegally, you're a criminal. Just want to see if we can get that straight. All right, Governor Pritzker, are illegal aliens counted in the U.S. Census?
Every person in the United States is counted.
The census decides how many members each state gets in the U.S. House of Representatives. Year after year, tens of thousands of U.S. Citizens are fleeing the state of Illinois. It ranks only behind Governor Hochul's New York and Governor Newsom's California. You all are protecting and harboring illegal aliens for political purposes. Governor Pritzker, would you support prohibiting illegal aliens from being counted in the census, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you, yes or no?
Your numbers are wrong, sir.
Would you
Constitution
support
says how you
prohibiting
count the
illegal
census.
aliens from being counted in the census? Would you? Or
No.
is harboring illegal aliens part of the strategy to get more Democrats in Congress? The bottom line is this: all illegal aliens have committed a crime and should be deported. Any additional act of violence committed by an illegal alien is entirely preventable. All sanctuary jurisdictions are unlawful. Each of you are breaking the law. And my message to you, or the message from the people, is you need to get it straight. Governor Walz, just over 3 weeks ago, you compared ICE agents to Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo. Governor, do you regret those comments?
I regret that law enforcement is not following best practices, showing who they are, not taking people off the street, not giving due process.
We
It
would
puts
not
all
have a
of us at
country
risk.
without our men and women in law enforcement. Yes
That's
or no?
correct,
Did you
and
know
those who
ICE
show their
officers
faces.
are Did you know ICE officers are facing 413% increase in assaults?
Don't wear the masks, identify yourself, and work with local law enforcement.
You guys are doxing them. All right, your attacks on ICE officers are putting our law enforcement in deadly situations. It led to destructive riots breaking out in Los Angeles last weekend. President Trump had no choice but to step up and stop Los Angeles from burning buildings to the ground. Did you see videos of rioters throwing rocks through the windows of police officers' vehicles while they were driving on the highway? Did you guys see that? We wouldn't have a country without our men and women in law enforcement. In 2023, you signed legislation to expand eligibility to illegal aliens for taxpayer-funded health care, Minnesota driver's license, and free college tuition. America Last policies. Let's take a look at some of the illegal aliens you so boldly want to support with taxpayer funds. I'll probably say his name wrong, but Abrahashad Alimi, illegal alien from Somalia. Criminal history includes convictions of murder, DUI, and disorderly conduct. Eric Martinez Mondragon, illegal alien from Mexico and known member of 18th Street Gang. He served time in robbery and possession of a firearm. And Marco Granda, illegal alien from Ecuador. He was convicted for criminal sexual conduct of a child. The taxpayer-funded incentives you are providing in Minnesota bring in vicious thugs who are robbing, raping, and killing your citizens. And American people are tired of these America Last Marxist policies. We need more patriotism. You know, when I look at a MAGA, to me it means make America great again for all Americans, regardless of party, race, religion, or creed. America first, and that's why we won the presidency and we got the Senate and the House. If you had a basketball team and you hate your basketball team, you will never win. And we have a heart and love all people of the world, but if we can't take care of our country, if we're allowing these illegal criminal aliens to rob, rape, and kill the American people, that is wrong, and that's why we won, and if you guys keep that up, we'll keep winning.
Congressman, can I respond to the two cases in Minnesota? I think it's important to the hearing we're having. You want to know what we're doing. Mr. Alami was held in Freeborn County Jail.
So,
Straight resources
Governor
paid for
Hochul,
that.
Debrina Quam fell asleep on a subway in New York. While she was asleep on a train, she was set on fire and killed by an illegal alien from Guatemala. This could have been prevented. And what upsets me or strikes me the most is that in Democrat-run cities, people are so desensitized by the violence and the policies that people just stood by and watch that happen. What can we do better?
The entire situation sickens me to know that that happened in our state. I abhor all crimes, and that one was particularly heinous. And that's why my law enforcement are dedicated to keeping the streets, subways, and communities of our state safe. It's my #1 priority. It's how I've invested enormous amounts of resources. And just for the record, we do cooperate in criminal identification, prosecution, and removal of individuals who commit crimes who are not in this country legally. We want them deported. We cooperate with ICE every day of the week to make our streets safer. I'm not sure why that's not breaking through in this hearing. How many times can we say that? We're not supporting this. We don't want these individuals here. We abhor this violence and crime. So that's the message should be the takeaway. How can we work together? How can you do your job and help us secure the border and have more legal pathways for people who want to be here legally and contribute to our economy, but not the criminals. We are not a sanctuary for any criminals.
Yield back.
Gentleman, time's expired. Now, Chair recognizes Ms. Morrison from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, especially you, Governor Walz. It's great to see you as ever. Welcome back to the People's House. Thank you for your distinguished service in the National Guard, 24 years, I believe. Thank you for your service here in Congress and as our governor. I'm sorry you haven't received the warmest welcome here today, but I'd like to start by taking a moment to correct the record on a few points. I think all of us here would agree that violent criminals who aren't citizens shouldn't be in this country, full stop. But that's not what this hearing is about. This hearing is about intimidation and striking fear in immigrant communities. This hearing, unfortunately, is not about moving forward with the comprehensive immigration reform our country so desperately needs. It's about distracting the American people from the disaster that has been the first few months of the Trump administration and his Republican majority in Congress. Much like our state, my congressional district is diverse. I represent many immigrant families who call our community home, and we welcome them because they make our community stronger. I recently had the honor of attending a naturalization ceremony where we welcomed new Americans from 85 different countries. It was an incredibly moving day, an auditorium full of new Americans who were so excited and proud to join our great American project. The room was full of hope and patriotism. I could not have been more proud to welcome them and to participate in that day. We are a country of immigrants. It is what makes us strong and dynamic and unique in the world. My colleague's characterization of our state bears no resemblance to reality. Would you agree, sir? Minnesota is an incredible state with a wealth of business, industry, natural resources, beauty, and rich diversity. And it's a state where working families thrive. As you know, Governor, we worked together for 6 years when I was in the state legislature, and I am so proud of what we accomplished during that time. We delivered for the people of Minnesota the largest middle-class tax cut in the history of our state, historic investments in education, created a paid family and medical leave programs that allows working parents to care for their children and their loved ones, codifying the right to comprehensive reproductive health care, and providing school breakfast and lunches for K through 12 students so no child in Minnesota goes hungry. If we want to talk about protecting our children and families, let's talk about the chaotic tariff war President Trump started, which is serving only to make life less affordable for families and is decimating small businesses. Let's talk about the 16 million people who are going to lose their health care, or going to have their health care taken away from them by the Republicans and their ridiculously named Big Beautiful Bill. Let's talk about the millions of children who will go hungry if the Republicans are successful in taking away their food assistance. Governor Walz, since my Republican colleagues want to talk about threats to our children and families, let's talk about food insecurity. It's now been over 2 years since you signed the school meals legislation into law. What has been the impact of this program on fighting child hunger in Minnesota?
Yeah, well, thank you, Congresswoman, and we miss you in Minnesota, but glad you're here. Well, the direct impact to families is a savings of about $1,700 a year to those families that they're able to see, and mostly middle class. But the real impact is on educational achievement. Last year, Minnesota was able to notch the highest graduation rates in our state history. We also see school attendance rates go up. We see better behaviors, less discipline from it. So it's a smart investment. It's the right thing to do. And the payoff for Minnesota is we have a healthier, better educated workforce, which is why Minnesota almost always ranks near the top in quality of life indicators.
Thank you, Governor. Now I want to talk more about the Republican plan to take food assistance away from our children and families. If their budget becomes law, it will be the biggest cut to SNAP in history and jeopardize food assistance for millions of families across the country, including 100,000 Minnesotans, many of whom are children. Would you agree that the Republican proposal to cut SNAP is one of the biggest threats facing children and families in Minnesota right now?
Yes, coupled with Medicaid and Medicare cuts.
And also, Governor Walz, I just want to give you a moment to, if there's anything you'd like to clarify that's been said in this unbelievable committee hearing today. I don't even know what the adjective is.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. And we have like 30 seconds. Look, we're here to work with you. You've heard time and time again. We have a job to do as governors. The federal government has a job to do. Not doing ICE's job is not interference or not wanting to get these people. And the gentleman asked the question and then left. The gentleman he brought up with, we held him, we paid for it, we called DHS before he was released. The second one he mentioned, DOC called DHS prior to his release. We do that every single time in Minnesota. That law has been on the books for many years, and that's how we implement it. So I just don't understand why we don't want to work together to be successful. None of us want the criminals on the street, but I certainly want immigrants in Minnesota who are contributing to our quality of life.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, Governor.
Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Los Angeles riots are certainly a shameful explosion of lawlessness that we are once again seeing. The narrative has changed in these riots, but it's certainly the same type of actors. We're seeing businesses torched, cars torched, families uprooted, certainly communities that are scared. And this is by no means a peaceful protests. It is absolute chaos, and rioters don't get a free pass to burn down cities just simply because they're mad, because they are mad that our nation's laws are being upheld, that our federal agents are upholding their oath and doing what they were hired to do. Our first responders deserve respect. They do not deserve to have rocks thrown at them and to be injured. But, I mean, let's be honest, this violence didn't really spark in a vacuum. Sanctuary policies are a magnet for trouble. They shield criminals, undermine the rule of law. And, governors, I've sat here and I've heard you today. You say that safety is your #1 priority. You want your communities safe. You want your people safe. And, Governor Hochul, you just asked how can we work together to ensure that that happens. Well, that's exactly what we want to do in this hearing. We want to work together. We want to talk to you about your sanctuary policies that are actually preventing us from working with you to keep your community safe, because we want them safe as well. I have the same policies in Colorado that restrict our local law enforcement officers from coordinating with federal agents. And some of my counties have issued lawsuits to try to end that. But this is serious, and we owe it to every American to restore safety and enforce our laws. It's been stated that this is a federal law and it's not your job to uphold the federal law. Well, we're not asking you to uphold it. We're just asking you to kind of step out of the way and allow the federal government to do the job, to uphold these laws. When you have someone, don't wait until they commit a violent, heinous crime before we know their immigration status. So now we're seeing these riots everywhere. We've heard in 2020 that everything was mostly peaceful as cities burned down, as people lost their lives, as law enforcement officers lost their lives. So I just want to ask you three governors, yes or no, is the destruction of private and governmental property, is that something that fits under your definition of a peaceful protest? Governor Walz, yes or no?
No, it does not.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I find it hard to believe that you're lecturing us about peaceful protest. Look at what happened January 6th here at the Capitol.
No, what we're seeing in LA is an insurrection. You want to talk about an insurrection? This is an absolute insurrection.
You don't understand what insurrection is when people are trying to overturn an election here at the Congress.
I started this off showing you the forum, and I would expect the same. I would expect the same.
I'm answering your question. It is outrageous that you are asking us these questions.
Is it peaceful to
when you're the one condoning pardoning of people who attack
private and government property
right here at our Capitol?
Governor Hochul, it's been a long day. Does that fit under your definition of a peaceful protest? The destruction of private and government property?
No, and we feel for the business owners and the community for what's going on there.
So do we.
This is a narrow scope of people, and the vast majority are peaceful.
Would lighting police cars on fire fit under the definition of a peaceful protest?
No, we reject that. No one should be lighting police cars on fire.
I'm opposed to violence in any form. Yes.
Governor Walz?
Yeah, we reject that.
Okay. Throwing bricks or large rocks at police officers? Is that peaceful?
It is not.
Is that peaceful, Governor?
Whether it's in Los Angeles or here in Washington at the Capitol, no.
Yeah, that didn't happen here. Governor Hochul?
Rejected.
It actually did, but no, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Governor Pritzker, you have you or have you not called for mass protests and mobilization and disruption?
Indeed, microphones, megaphones, and
this
going
was,
to the ballot box.
Well, they're responding in a much different way, are they not? President Trump also asked for people to peacefully make their voices heard. So it's okay for you to say that and hold that standard, but President Trump has a different standard when he actually makes the claim.
Inciting riots at the Capitol?
And you said you want mass protests,
between
mobilizations, and disruption as a response to President Trump's policies. I just think that this is all hypocritical. You've called in your National Guard. You don't want President Trump to come in and enforce the rule of law to keep communities safe, and your destructive policies are harming American citizens. We should not have to wait until violence is committed to find out their legal status. We have 2 million unknown gotaways because of Joe Biden's administration, and we have got to find them and get them out of America, and I thank President Trump and his administration for doing just that. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Craig from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for allowing me to wave on to this committee today. I think if I were a permanent member, I'd have a permanent headache.
Well, you won't have to worry about it, but
Governor
go ahead.
Walz, it is so good to see you today. Let me start by saying that we should all be against chaos. We all are for a safe and secure border and an orderly immigration system. What we're seeing now, though, is chaos out of the current administration with their blatant disregard for due process and their indiscriminate immigration executive orders. In fact, the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security had to take down its posted sanctuary jurisdictions list because it created mass confusion in Minnesota for local officials and was opposed by local law enforcement. And so, Governor Walz, let me just start, just so we know the record is correct. I didn't think Minnesota was a sanctuary state. Is Minnesota a sanctuary state, Governor?
We are not. The legislature has passed no such law, and I have signed no such law, and we follow all federal law.
Thank you, sir. That list included 20 counties when it came out across Minnesota without any rhyme or reason, including LeSueur County, which I represent. I've inquired into why they are listed from DHS, but still absolutely no answers. Governor Walz, I thought it might be helpful to point out that according to the FBI's own 2023 data, Minnesota has fewer violent incidents per 100,000 than states such as Tennessee, Louisiana, Missouri, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, I'm going to repeat that again, Georgia, and Ohio. Why do you think that our state has been able to maintain a lower crime rate than other states?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. And we are at a 30-year low on serious crimes. And as you said, we consistently rank below. And I think that's because we invest, as we have, historic investments in law enforcement. But law enforcement works with the community. There's a process in place. We know who they are. They work hand in hand. We make sure that those laws are followed. And we also have policies where we show compassion to our neighbors. And it's not chaos, as you said. It's done right. So I am grateful for the law enforcement who does that work. But I'm also grateful to the legislature and my administration who have put in historic amounts of help to make sure they're able to deliver those services. And they are the ones that are best trained to do it. And the case that you brought up of listing these, in Minnesota, counties can go above the federal floor. If they want to issue detainers, they certainly can. Many of those counties that were listed on there would fit the definition of everyone on this side of the aisle is asking for, and they're doing that. Nothing prohibits them in Minnesota from doing that, and yet they ended up on the list. It caused great chaos, and law enforcement themselves, and as you heard earlier, Sheriff's Association issuing, that they can't be done this way.
Thank you, Governor. Earlier today, I spoke with the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and I think all of us here share the goals of lowering costs for our constituents and growing the economy. According to a Minnesota Chamber Foundation report from this February, Minnesota's immigrant labor force participation rate was over 74%, well above the national average. And they fill important jobs in our agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing sectors. Governor Walz, how can we ensure Minnesota remains a state to attract the talent we need and a strong economy?
We invest in our people. We make sure we remain the #1 healthcare state. We make sure that people are safe in their communities. We talk about focusing on the work that the State Patrol keeps our roads safest. Top 3 state for the lowest number of traffic accidents. That's what they should be focusing on. Investing, and as the Chamber is focusing on, Minnesota's number 4 in Fortune 500 per capita, and we were ranked 6th best state for business. Continue to have a well-educated, a healthy, safe, and make sure we're investing in those opportunities for people. That's all we're asking, and we're asking that the federal government do their job. You continue to ask states to do ICE job. They are free to do their job in Minnesota, but they're asking us to do the job when we're doing everything we can to help, but we have all of the other responsibilities of educating, of public safety, of roads, of transportation, of water infrastructure. And that's why Minnesota remains a top state, because we invest in our people, we invest in their growth, we invest in their families.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate this. And Mr. Lynch, I'll yield last 20 seconds to you if you've got that.
Thank you. I'm happy to take that. Thank you very much, Representative. For this 12 seconds, I just want to read, this is from the Minnesota Reformer from February 12th, 2025. The sanctuary bill that was offered in the Minnesota legislature is already dead, as House Speaker says it doesn't have the votes. So this was an attempt to actually make Minnesota a sanctuary state, and it, like the Speaker said, didn't have the votes and died very early in the process.
And we got to the business of balancing our budget and investing in all of the other things we needed to do.
Gentlemen, ladies, time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Miller from Illinois.
Thank you, Chairman. Governor Pritzker, Illinois is at a crisis point. Illegal aliens in our state have overwhelmed local communities and schools, causing untold pain and suffering while costing the Illinois taxpayers billions. Governor, in a recent report by Capital News of Illinois, you called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the Capital News of Illinois report titled Trump's 100 Days. Pritzker calls for mass mobilization as he grows his national profile.
Without objection, so ordered.
Governor, before we go any further, will you commit today to working with the Trump administration and ICE to ensure that the violence we've seen in Los Angeles does not occur in Chicago or anywhere else in our state? Yes or no?
Thank you, Congresswoman Miller. We work every day with the federal government
Yes
to
or
keep
no,
our
sir?
streets safe.
Will you commit to working with the
We
Trump
do
administration?
all the time work with the federal government, law enforcement,
Okay, I'm
constantly.
taking that as a yes. Governor, you said earlier this afternoon that you were willing to, and I quote, stand in the way of Tom Holman, end quote, who, I would like to note, is carrying out federal law. I have before me numerous examples of illegal alien violence in Illinois, but I want to highlight the story of Joe Abraham, whose daughter was tragically murdered by an illegal alien in central Illinois. Under your watch, sir. I will now read his account. Hello, my name is Joe Abraham. I am the father of 3, and Katie was my youngest. Katie had a beautiful soul, a sharp wit, and a huge personality. She loved life, and she lived it with authenticity, humor, and heart. She was the kind of person who succeeded at anything she put her mind to. She had a future full of promise. She was everything to our family. In the early hours of Sunday, January 19th, Katie was riding in a Honda Civic with 4 friends. They were stopped at a red light when their car was struck from behind by an SUV traveling 78 miles per hour. The driver didn't brake, he didn't swerve, he just slammed into them. The driver had previously been deported and was in the country illegally using an alias. He was allegedly intoxicated. After the crash, he fled the scene on foot without calling 911, without offering any help to the 5 women he had just hit. Katie died at the scene. Another young woman passed away the next day at the hospital. Instead of staying to face what he had done, the driver fled Urbana, made his way to Chicago, and then boarded a bus headed to Mexico. Thankfully, he was captured before fleeing the country. We share Katie's story, not just to honor her memory, but to raise awareness and to seek justice. No family should have to endure this type of loss. Sir, the family is here. The father is here. Would you like to apologize to Katie's family? Feel free to direct your comments to me.
I am very sorry for their loss. I really am.
I can only imagine what other instances have taken place but have not been reported. You have stated that Illinois will not allow local police departments to assist ICE as they work to address the illegal immigration crisis that you helped to create. In light of the crimes that I have mentioned, do you stand by your policy of tying the hands of Illinois law enforcement? Yes or no, sir?
You know, Congresswoman Miller, I am
Yes or
not
no,
going
sir?
to be lectured to by somebody who extols
reclaiming
the
my
virtue
time.
of
I'm
Adolf
reclaiming my
Hitler,
time, Chairman.
of somebody
In
who has allowed the
2024,
pardoning of January 6th.
I'm reclaiming my time. In 2024, after the presidential election, you stated on MSNBC that, and I quote, "I am going to do everything that I can to protect our undocumented immigrants," end quote. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a Fox News report into the record titled, "Dem Governor J.B. Pritzker vows to do everything I can to protect our undocumented immigrants."
Congresswoman, I was talking about the people who have lived in our state for decades
These
now.
policies are not only deadly, but they have cost Illinois taxpayers billions to the tune of $3 billion since 2022. Governor, your state budget doesn't balance without massive yearly tax increases. This year, you hiked taxes by $800 million. Your budgets fund the services of illegal
That's inaccurate,
aliens, while
Congresswoman.
Americans
Again,
are left behind.
inaccurate.
With many
Nearly everything
choosing
is
to flee our
mischaracterized
state.
in your statement.
Governor, I judge you based on your actions, not on your words. And from what I can tell, you are doing everything in your power to roll out the red carpet for illegal aliens to protect them, all at the expense of working people of Illinois. Your policies have been disastrous for our state, and they would be disastrous for our country. And with that, I yield back.
Your failures are a
Gentlelady
disaster for this
yields
country.
back. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Superman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to say that what happened this afternoon, this afternoon's manhandling of Senator Alex Padilla after he sought to speak at a public press conference was wrong and should be condemned by both parties, by every member in this chamber. But it follows a pattern in this administration of weaponizing law enforcement and using excessive force to attack peaceful protests and political opponents. And it's terrible. I mean, you know, we're talking about what's going on in sanctuary states, quote unquote. But you know, I live in Virginia, and we're not a sanctuary state. But what is happening is that our sheriff's office has made a decision to participate in the 287G program, and basically working with ICE to show up in schools, show up in businesses, and try to basically attack kids, right? Detain kids. And this is wrong. And this is not what our country is about. And so I do not want us to be supporting these types of actions. Yesterday in Sterling, Virginia, we had masked men show up to a courthouse and detain people and arrest people. And a lot of this is peaceful, and this, again, follows this pattern of weaponizing law enforcement and weaponizing the DOJ and other places to attack political opponents, attack peaceful protests, and to go around trying to make a political point. And because I think that's what this is really about. This is about politics, and this is about using law enforcement to show strength, but that's not strength. That's not strength. And so the other thing about this is none of this is making our communities safer, and none of this is good for our country. And so I want to ask Governor Walz,
do these raids and do these actions and this use of law enforcement, is it making the folks in Minnesota safer?
Well, thank you, Congressman. In my opinion, no. It's causing chaos and fear amongst folks and characterizing folks who are waiting on asylum claims, who are trying to become naturalized. It causes chaos. And the other thing it does, it causes local law enforcement, they lose trust in the community. It puts them at risk. And the lack of coordination that we hear, that no calls are coming in, we always coordinate. And in the past, Democratic and Republican administrations have coordinated with us. We're not seeing it. It's creating chaos and fear. And yes, get these stories of these violent criminals. We hold them. We call DHS. But those violent criminals aren't at a preschool. That's what we have to get right. Go after why you're doing this. Get us a bipartisan bill that makes sure that folks can process and be documented, and let's make this country prosperous and continue to have a country.
Exactly, because that's a great point, because if we really want to solve immigration, why don't we do a bipartisan immigration reform bill? We can strengthen our border. We can find a path for those who've been here for a long time. We can actually solve this problem in Congress, but instead we're going around with masked men, intimidating people, throwing U.S. senators to the ground, and not solving any problem. And Governor Pritzker, I've talked to a lot of businesses in my community who are really concerned about what's going on, and this is not good for our economy either. And so I'd ask you, Governor Pritzker, what do you feel, is this good for your state? Is this making folks in your state safer or well off or better off?
Congressman, thank you. And no, this is making us worse off. It's actually harming public safety. It's frightening our communities. And frankly, if you're one of the people, the U.S. citizens that are getting taken off the streets, or people who are here in this country legally taken off the streets, I mean, imagine what effect that has on the rest of the population. And in my state, we reject that. I mean, the values of the people of the state of Illinois reject that. And I just want to say, because Congresswoman Miller would not allow me to, I just want to say very importantly that anyone who is condoning the $400 million airplane going to the President of the United States from the Qataris, who would spy on us in an instant if they were able to do this. Anybody who's condoning the President of the United States accepting the Chinese Communist Party money to his family through his meme coin. I mean, that is corruption, and yet that is what Congresswoman Miller is condoning. She's the one who thinks it's okay to pardon people who attack police right here at the Capitol. Thank you for giving me that moment.
Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Fishback from Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be waved on today, Mr. Chair. And I will just say that oversight is far livelier than Ways and Means. But, and Governor Walz, I want to say I thank you for being here, because I know you've been very, very busy running around the country, giving speeches and having town halls in Republican districts. Yeah, well, you were running around, though, I know, while they were trying to negotiate that. It's my time, Mr. Governor Walz, it's my time. But there has been a lot of discussion and questions about policies that provide benefits for illegal aliens. And I understand, Governor, that you're going to say Minnesota is not a sanctuary state per se because the legislation was not passed. And just a yes or no question, Ranking Member Lynch had mentioned that there was a bill that was introduced for a sanctuary state this year in the Minnesota legislature. Would you have signed that bill? Did you support that bill?
Oh, thousands of bills introduced, hypothetical. We don't have it. I operate under the same law you operated under.
Okay. Thank you, Governor Walz.
Under Lieutenant Governor.
But Governor Walz, we all know that you probably had some opinion on that bill. You're just choosing not to answer because the answer was probably yes. You would have signed that bill if it had passed. So, but like Mr. Emmer, Mr. Crane, I think Mr. McGuire, a whole bunch of them mentioned the policies that Minnesota has. So yes, I understand, not a sanctuary state per se, but the policies are certainly making it into, I think, as I recall, they mentioned driver's license for all, they mentioned the free tuition for illegal immigrants, they mentioned the Medicaid benefits, so you in essence create a sanctuary state.
The sheriff supported the driver's license bill. The hospitals and others.
Governor Walz, I am certainly aware of that. I served many years in the legislature. I still keep an eye. I have many friends there. I understand that. But in essence, they are creating a sanctuary state in practice. And so we are going to talk a little bit about the legislature, because just earlier this week, both chambers of the Minnesota legislature passed HF 1. And you're probably familiar with it. I don't know if you've signed it yet or not, but it repeals Minnesota Care eligibility for illegal immigrants, adults ages 18 and older. And with that recent repeal of eligibility for illegal immigrants, a policy that initially, I mean, it was after my time, was enacted in your time, 2023, under your administration, now being reversed with those budget negotiations. I was just wondering, first of all, do you know how many illegal immigrants were covered and are currently covered in Minnesota with Medicaid?
I don't have the exact number. It's not Medicaid. It's state that does this through Minnesota Care.
Okay, well, but you still don't know how many. So
I don't
all of those negotiations you were deeply involved in earlier that you mentioned you were deeply involved in, that number never came up?
I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay.
Congressman. We can certainly get it to you.
I would love it. I would love to have that. But do you support, I mean, I understand, did you support that provision that removing the illegal immigrants?
I will sign it into law.
No, did you support it during the negotiations?
Do I support it? I'm going to sign the bill.
But there's negotiations. So I guess what I'm
We're very
hearing,
good
though,
at it. That's why we have a balanced budget.
You didn't
And so I negotiated with the Republicans. Do I think it makes sense? Look, you know, Congresswoman, that federal law requires us to provide health care to people when they show up in emergency rooms. That's why the hospitals have uncompensated care.
Reclaiming my time, because you're trying to change the subject, because I asked you very specifically, during negotiations, did you support the provision to eliminate illegal immigrants from health care?
It's a question that makes no sense. I support it at the end of the day in a negotiation, which I agree to, and will sign it.
Thank you, Governor. I mean, you were here in Congress. You understand what reclaiming your time means. Yeah, you understand that. But I guess I will move on because, you know, there was concerns about SNAP provisions being cut and all kinds of, but you supported that. I mean, you supported that over the over the health care to illegal immigrants. I guess I'm confused about, because you had other cuts you had to make. So what did all of the things that you guys have been talking about with law enforcement, education, school breakfast and lunch, did you cut that during the budget negotiations this year? Because my understanding is you had quite a deficit.
We don't. We have a budget surplus, as you know, Congresswoman.
Well, long term, but you had to make cuts this year.
We had a balanced budget. It's something we can help you all with. We have a balanced budget we agreed on. We left $1.9 billion on the bottom line for this biennium, and even
but your structural budget, you had to make cuts.
Was reduced by 50%.
You had to make cuts, or no? You didn't make any cuts.
We balanced a budget. We moved and we invested.
All right, Governor, I'm going to move on because I have one more thing and I'm running out of time, because I really do want to talk about, you had mentioned civility, or someone had mentioned civility. There was a discussion earlier about civility, but Mr. Fallon had mentioned how you had said, you know, you want to kick Republican ass. You've mentioned bullying. There's another one where you're going to bully the SHIT out of President Trump. There's all kinds of things. And then you had a discussion about civility. And I'm embarrassed because you say you're an educator and you're the governor of my state that I'm supposed to be proud of, and this is the kind of garbage, the example you're setting for our children, that you're telling people to bully each other. And I try very hard not to say those kinds of things, because I understand that it is meaningful. When you hold a position like this, you should not be saying things like that.
But you support the president's language?
Hey, gentlelady's
the president is not in front of me right now, Governor.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes the ranking member for a unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have here a statement from the distinguished Representative Betty McCollum from Minnesota that notes that Minnesota's crime is declining, 30-year low, companies are hiring. It's one of the best places to raise a family in America, and it is not a sanctuary state.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Lawler from New York.
Governor Hochul, under your watch, New York has spent billions of dollars of taxpayer money providing free housing, clothing, food, education, and health care to illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, you're charging hardworking New Yorkers $2,500 annually just for the privilege of driving to work. Speaking of driving, when you ran for Congress, did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals, yes or no?
No, that was previous to that. It was in 2020.
You had a commercial running for Congress touting your position.
No, but the position
about
goes back earlier than that.
driver's
That's my
license.
point. My point.
Did you oppose giving driver's licenses to illegals when you were running for Congress, yes or no?
At the time I did,
Yes
and I'll
or
tell
no?
you
Governor,
why.
yes or no?
I had a
Yes or
chance to go out and see a very rural district.
Reclaiming my
where
time.
mothers were being denied the chance
Governor,
to drive
yes
their
or no?
kids
Do
to
you
the
support
doctor's
illegal
office.
immigrants getting
People were being denied the
taxpayer-funded
chance
health
to go to
care?
their jobs, and I understood the
Governor,
merits
please
of
answer
having
the
it.
question.
Governor.
I'm not sure there'll ever be a real question.
You were asked a question and you chose to try to
gave an
deflect.
answer.
The fact is you did support giving illegals driver's
was
licenses,
a-
oppose giving illegals driver's licenses. Now you support it.
Mm-hmm.
Governor, yes or no? Do you support illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We provide health care to people in need, including moms with new babies.
Do you support giving illegal immigrants taxpayer-funded health care? Yes or no?
We support giving money, support
The
for
answer is
healthcare
yes. You expanded health care access in 2024
Yes, I did.
under Medicaid.
for senior
Governor,
citizens
after
and
the
moms with
election,
new
you
babies.
said,
I would do it all
reclaiming
over
my
again.
time, Governor, after the election, you said, someone breaks the law, I'll be the first one to call up ICE and say, get them out of here. Governor, yes or no, have you personally called up ICE and asked them to get anyone out of New York?
As the governor of New York, I have an entire state police force
Have you
that
personally
carries on
called
my
anybody up
directions.
and asked ICE to get anyone out of New York, yes or no?
My state police acts as my agency and
You
my
have
surrogate.
not, correct?
When I say me, I'm referring to my entities such as the state police that
you're
handle
like
that.
Governor Cuomo, I am the government?
That's your
position?
characterization, not mine.
Yes or no, should ICE have been called on Sebastian Zapata-Cali?
Can you refresh me as to the circumstances of the case?
He's the individual who burned the woman alive on the train.
Of course
Should
they
ICE
should.
have been called on him?
NYPD was handling that situation.
Should ICE have been called? That's my question. Yes or no?
If there was an arrest made, he should have been deported after conviction, yes.
Okay. So, Governor, when you were sworn in 2021, you signed an executive order keeping many of Governor Cuomo's executive orders in place, including EO 170. Interestingly enough, you did not include EO 170.1. Are you familiar with EO 170.1?
I don't have it in front of me. I have thousands of executive orders.
I have it right here, Governor.
I'm sure you do.
And what you did, you waited several years until this year, January 16th of this year, in which you finally signed it and reinstated it into law. Why did you wait until just 4 days before Donald Trump was sworn in as president to sign EO 170.1 into law? And to refresh your memory, it basically mandates that federal immigration authorities cannot enforce civil arrests in New York State buildings. Why did you wait several years to reinstate that?
Because we had a high level of confidence that under the previous administration that people going into the courthouses, whether they're victims of crimes, witnesses of crimes, would have their rights protected. I had no
In
assurance
other words,
that that would
you
happen.
believe they would not enforce federal immigration law, and you were concerned that President Trump and his administration would enforce federal immigration law?
We thought it was important for victims of crimes and witnesses to murders, for example, that they have access to courts without being threatened or intimidated.
Yeah. Speaking of crime, more than 3,200 illegal immigrants have been arrested in New York City for committing crimes while living in taxpayer-funded housing under your watch, Governor. Governor, are you aware of any law or executive order that would prevent a citizen of New York, a citizen of the United States, from facing criminal or civil enforcement in a state building?
I'm not aware.
So you think that citizens should be treated less than and have less protections than illegal immigrants?
No, we
Is that what
refer-
you're saying?
Our state laws say we cooperate in all criminal cases. I've made that very clear over the last
Yeah, but you're not doing that.
7
That's the
hours.
reality. Governor, do you
Truth
support,
is, we
do you
don't
support
help
the New
them with
York
civil
for All
enforcement
Act?
because civil
Governor,
enforcement
reclaiming my
isn't-
time, do you
Go for it.
support the New York for All Act?
I'm not speaking about hypothetical
No,
bills.
Governor, this isn't a hypothetical. There was a sit-in in the state legislature today by activists blocking state senators from coming into the chamber. Do you support the New York for All Act? It's yes or no.
I will tell you this, I get about 1,000 bills put on
Do
my
you
desk probably
support
by
the New York
midnight
for All
tonight,
Act?
which is, this is keeping me from doing the work of the people back home. But I can
Governor,
sit here
you've
as
done
long
a
as you
terrible
like.
job as governor. It's not keeping you from anything. Frankly, New York is better off with you down here and not in the state. The fact
don't think we're better off with you here.
The fact is, Governor, you will support the New York for All Act. You will sign it into law if it passes the
I have
state
no
legislature.
confidence it's going to pass.
You have no confidence it will pass.
I don't
If
know.
it does pass, will you sign it?
I'm not able to keep an eye on it. They're voting on
Will
it
you
with
sign it
positions now.
into law if it passes?
I have about 1,000 bills that get
Will
passed
you
every
sign the
year.
New York for All Act into law if it
You
passes?
have to wait
Yes or
and
no?
see, like every other bill.
We have to wait and see?
Yes,
Governor,
because
you can't take a position on the New York for All Act. It would put into state statute that New York is a sanctuary state. That's why you're here. That is the exact reason why you're sitting in front of us testifying, because of your disastrous EOs, your disastrous pro-criminal policies that have resulted in the death
Chairman.
of New Yorkers.
Mr.
That is your failure. And the fact is that you can't even answer the question.
No, the
Will
reason
you
I'm
support
sitting here
the
is
New York
because
for All Act?
Republicans are
Gentlemen,
looking
Yes or no?
to
Time's
deflect from the
expired.
big, bad, ugly bill that's going to hurt people in
Governor.
your
Governor,
district.
gentlemen,
will
time's
you
expired. Governor, are you going to
support
answer
New
his
York
question?
for
Will you
All Act?
sign the
I don't know
bill?
what he's asking me.
He asked if you were going
I
to sign
don't,
the
I
bill.
don't ask anybody in the state of New York. I never say how I'm going to vote on decide on a bill until it lands on my desk.
You are the
Thousands-
governor of the state. You are supposed
I'm
to
well
lead.
aware.
You
Well
want
aware
New
I'm
York
the
to
governor.
be a
Gentlemen's time's
sanctuary state.
expired.
It's shameful. It's shameful. You can't even answer the question?
When it lands on my desk, I'll do the proper
Mr. Chair-
evaluation.
Chair
You'll do what?
recognizes.
That's
you
what
have
we
You'll
do.
do what?
That's how
You'll
you become
sign
a
it
governor.
into law.
You'll
That's
never know.
exactly what
Okay,
you'll do.
Chair recognizes
Sign it
ranking
into law.
member.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a number of unanimous consent requests, one from the National Immigration Center,
Without objection to ordered.
National Immigrant Justice Center, and the Alliance for Immigrant
Without
Survivors.
objection to ordered.
They speak for themselves.
Chair recognizes Mr. Stauber from Minnesota.
Thank you very much. Governor Walz, thanks for being here today. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I ask you to keep your remarks brief. I got a lot to go through. As you know, I spent 23 years as a law enforcement officer in the state of Minnesota. You know that, right? Do you know that, yes or no?
I
Not
don't
a
know
trick
how many.
question. It's not a trick
Congressman,
question.
I don't know
I'll
how many
answer it for you.
years.
23 years in Duluth.
Thank you for that.
So, Governor, do you recognize this picture?
I do recognize the picture.
Briefly describe it to us. What is it? What's going on?
These were folks, I believe the people in the picture now are incarcerated in Minnesota.
It's
to
a
the best
precinct
of
3
my-
burning down because of your decision. Was this a peaceful protest? Was this a peaceful protest?
The gentleman standing there?
Was this a
That was a-
peaceful protest?
It was a criminal act that people were prosecuted for.
So it wasn't a peaceful protest, right? As I watched lawlessness devastate Los Angeles this past week, I was reminded of your failure to protect Minnesota from similar riots. Governor Walz, on May 29th of 2020, during your own press conference, you described your response to the riots during the 2020 Summer of Love as, quote, an abject failure. Governor, I couldn't agree with you more.
That's out of context,
And
Congressman.
on May 17th, 2025, you were at the law school, graduating Minnesota Law School, talking to the graduates. And we've talked about this. You called the enforcement of illegal immigrants a modern-day Gestapo. You've been asked 3-4 times if you would rescind that, and you won't. Will you rescind it? This is like the 5th time, yes or no?
Congressman, I was talking to law students about due process, and I
So
said
you won't rescind it.
you took an oath to due
Governor,
process.
was there a violent al-Shabaab terrorist who entered our country illegally arrested in Minneapolis last year? Yes, there was. Were there 3 illegal child predators arrested by ICE in St. Paul earlier this year?
I certainly hope so. That's their job.
Yes, there was. Are the officers who arrested the al-Shabaab terrorists or the child predators, are they Nazis or the Gestapo?
The tactics of wearing
They're
masks.
not.
The tactics of wearing masks.
Why did you,
unidentified.
why did you
process.
tell us that they were the Gestapo? Do you believe that any of the violent illegal immigrants I have mentioned have a right to be in this country?
I don't know what their immigration status was.
They're illegal, violent criminals that ICE took off the streets of Minneapolis.
You did not say,
Last week,
Congressman, what their status
Governor,
was.
last week, law enforcement officers in the state of Minnesota took 900 pounds of meth off the streets. Do you support that?
We certainly do.
Do you know that ICE assisted in that arrest, those arrests and investigations? Do you support the assistance of ICE in that enforcement action? Yes or no?
I can't speak to that because we were not included in the briefing.
You don't know if ICE was part of it? I'm telling you they were.
I don't have that data. I would have to trust you.
Will you apologize to our constituents and law enforcement officers for making them and their families less safe with your incendiary actions?
I'll congratulate them that they helped us work on the largest pension bill for Minnesota law enforcement in 30 years.
Claiming my time. Governor, what weapons did you carry in war?
Congressman, for 24 years I carried...
No. What weapons did you carry in war?
What did you carry in uniform?
I tell you what, Governor, you're barking down the wrong tree, okay? You lied to the Minnesotans. You said that you carried weapons in war. That is stolen valor. You know what? My wife served 24 years in the military.
A little bit of respect for the
witness. She's an Iraq war veteran.
You know what I mean?
She was over in the war zone. That's stolen valor, and I'm so disgusted with you. And so are the people that you served with.
Point of order.
That's stolen valor.
Halt just a minute.
Stolen valor. You didn't carry weapons in war.
Congressman, my 24 years was public for many years.
For lying?
Objection.
Will you apologize for lying?
Objection.
Hold on, pause.
That's not questioning a witness. That's not questioning a witness. You think
point of
so,
order.
Huh?
State your point, Mr. Rankin.
No, you're
State
yelling
your
at
point.
him.
There you go.
You're hectoring. You're hectoring.
All right.
You're hectoring.
State your
Governor,
point.
you didn't carry weapons in war, did you?
State your point.
You didn't
Proceed.
carry weapons in war.
You got 24 seconds.
Did you?
Congressman, you know I
didn't carry weapons in war, yes or no? You lied. Governor, what rank did you retire at? What rank did you retire at?
Congressman, I served my battalion as the command sergeant major.
That's not the question I asked. What rank did you retire at?
I retired as a master sergeant in
Okay, here's your coin that says you're retired at a command sergeant major. That's your challenge coin.
It says I wore the rank.
That's right. You didn't retire, did you?
I did retire after 24 years.
Here is a picture of your coin, your challenge coin. I'm disgusted with you. I'm just...
Mr.
Governor,
Chairman, the time is expired.
Congressman,
gentleman's time's expired.
You called half Trump supporters Nazis and fascists, and you know what? That's why the Minnesota Police and Peace Association did not support you in the last election because you're missing in action.
Gentleman's time's expired.
On behalf of the folks from the land of rocks and cows, thank you. Now you're back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tenney from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to wave onto this committee for this important oversight committee hearing, and happy to have the governors here to hopefully answer some questions and just to address a couple things that I've heard in this committee hearing. I haven't appeared on oversight before. I do serve in a much milder Ways and Means Committee, but I just want to say a couple things about what this committee, what we're doing today, and about sanctuary cities. We are all children of immigrants. My grandparents met at Ellis Island. They sat in quarantine. They came from other countries. They came here to work. That's not what this is about. This hearing is about people who have taken advantage of our borders and our country, who have come in as illegal cartels, who have overrun our northern border, which is part of my district in upstate New York, in New York 24. And these people have taken operational control of our southern and our northern border. And we need our governors to make sure that they're providing the law enforcement backup to our ICE agents and others, and not assisting and aiding and abetting in such a way to these illegal immigrants, particularly the cartels. And I think one of the most important things, I'm sick of hearing everyone defaming my constituent, actually, Tom Homan, who's doing an excellent job and who served our country honorably. His big concern, and I think it's a big concern for me, because when I served in the state legislature, Governor Hochul wasn't there as either the lieutenant governor or the governor, but I was one of the leaders on human trafficking. And one of the important questions that Tom Homan talked about repeatedly is, where are the 300,000 children who were human trafficked by people who are profiting off of this human trafficking? Not just drug trafficking, human trafficking, innocent children all through our interior. We don't know where they are. Those are the people that I'm concerned about. And what ICE is trying to do is get to those people who are taking these children and profiting off them and having no regard. And that's what worries me the most, is we've gotten off track on a number of things. And what concerns me is we have this defund and demoralize the police movement brought to a level where we're defunding and demoralizing ICE agents who are simply doing their job to protect our borders. And what concerns me is, and I know Governor Hochul, and obviously I'm going to address you because you're my governor, people have addressed the billions of dollars that New York State taxpayers, by the way, the highest taxed taxpayers in the entire nation now. We're always in a struggle with California, who's more, who's less, and I think we're winning out this race now. Not a good distinction, by the way. Not a good distinction to have a northern border that's overrun by people who are human trafficking, bringing illicit drugs into our communities. I've had three parents in my community, my own home community, where their sons died of overdoses because of illegal fentanyl. So these are real issues that are coming from people that are coming across our borders. So we know we've spent billions of dollars on all kinds of illegal immigrants in New York State. The estimate is between New York City and New York State, it's about $7 billion, and that's New York taxpayer dollars. Those are my tax dollars, people constituents I serve who go to work every day. And all we're trying to do is keep these communities safe. And you mentioned that, Governor Hochul, that you were talking about keeping these communities safe. But I want to ask you a question. And I've got a series of questions, and some of them have been asked by my colleagues. But I want to ask you right now, because you're the governor of our state, and you've been presiding over a pretty disastrous situation with our prisons, and many of those prisons, including one of the maximum security prisons, is actually in my district and a number of other facilities. Are there any criminal, illegal gang members in the New York State prison system right now? Just yes, if there are.
No, Congressman,
and you know how many, and if you can't get me the answer, can your staff provide us with a general information on that?
No, I'll tell you this. I totally agree with you, Congresswoman, that more needs to be done to protect our border. We've asked for support from the federal government for the border that you represent and I know so well. I've had to deploy $8 million of my own state dollars to amp up.
Well, there are state dollars, but let me just take this back. Let me ask you back about let me get to the prisons because I want to get into another thing. Are there criminal, illegal immigrant gang members in the New York State prison system right now?
If there are, there will be.
Do you know? Do you know? Yes. Do you know if there are?
I'm sure there are.
That's why
I've already sent 1,300.
That's all I want to know. Can you get
I've already had ICE take 1,300 of them upon.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you.
No,
can we get the information about how many of these, whether they're Trende Aragua, whether they're MS-13, Crips, Bloods? I've toured the prisons. I've seen, people that they line up in rows. I want to know how many of our illegal immigrants that are putting not only other inmates at risk, but also our prison guards who are at risk. Because right now, these types of people are in our prison system are putting our corrections officers at risk. And by you shutting down and cutting off the ability of our corrections officers who are trained to deal with these kind of people there, we're losing the ability of having the trained people there. And our National Guard are wonderful people who serve our communities, but they're not trained to be able to do this, and many of them are underage in that. Can I get the information from you on that?
Certainly, and again, I just want to reaffirm that if there's someone convicted of a crime in our prison, they will be deported. We let ICE know 30 days before the end of their sentence, and that's why I've sent 1,300 people already just since I've been governor out of our country. I don't want them here any more than you do.
Okay, can I just ask you one last, because you talked about you don't support a sanctuary city. Right now you were lieutenant governor when this was signed into law under Governor Cuomo. We have the green light law. It prohibits the local DMVs, gives driver's licenses to illegal aliens, which you once didn't support, but now you do. You've admitted that today. Under the green light law, would you support repealing the green light law so that we could allow ICE agents to work with our DMV to find out when these people drive across the Canadian border and they have a carload full of innocent children and they can't find any information on them because they get a legal license? Can you just give me that information?
Last question, but feel free to answer it.
We absolutely share information on such situations with ICE. That is our job.
Do you support repealing the green
light law?
Gentlelady's
time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your indulgence for letting me wave on the committee today. I know it's been a long day. I want to welcome our governors here today. Thank you. Governor Pritzker, on behalf of my constituents and myself, I have serious concerns about the current state of Illinois and the continued direction your administration is taking when it comes to sanctuary policies. And I know we've talked a lot about that today. And I want to be clear, your sweeping sanctuary policies are not just misguided in my view, I think they're dangerous. Your agenda puts ideology above public safety, ties the hands of law enforcement, and signals to violent, criminal, illegal immigrants that Illinois is a safe haven. Your administration has made the state of Illinois among the national outliers to defy federal law. And you've doubled down on policies like Illinois Way Forward Act, which is legislation you proposed and signed that prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE, even in cases involving violent criminals. And I think, hearing you today, I think you honestly believe that refusing to turn over convicted felons to federal authorities makes our community safer. And I'll tell you, Governor, it doesn't. And as a former federal and state prosecutor who's worked very closely with law enforcement, none of that makes us safer or makes law enforcement feel comfortable. Instead of working with federal law enforcement to remove dangerous individuals from our streets in Chicago and across Illinois, you're creating bureaucratic roadblocks and political cover. And in my view, that's not leadership, it's government malpractice. Illinois families are already struggling with the highest combined state and local tax burden in the country. And they should not be forced to subsidize over $2.5 billion in Illinois taxpayer money that's been spent on illegal immigrants over the last 4 years under your sanctuary policies in Illinois. I want to mention two specific cases, although I could talk about a lot more. A tragic case involving the family of George Levin, a 63-year-old man who was murdered by a pair of illegal immigrants who were arrested in Chicago in January. He was found bound with duct tape and his legs tied with an extension cord. The title of an article was "Two Migrant Men Beat Chicago Businessmen to Death, Left Him Bound, Gagged," prosecutors say, dated February 1st, 2025. Again, under your sanctuary policies in the state of Illinois. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second one is a case of two families, and I want to highlight Chloe Polzon and, of course, Catherine Abraham, two girls in their early 20s that were killed in a fatal hit and run by an illegal immigrant in Urbana, Illinois. And again, the title from that article, Glenview family seeks justice after migrant suspect kills daughter and friend in Urbana, hit and run. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And so, Governor, I guess a question for you. As you hear these stories, and there's many others, does it cause you to rethink your sanctuary city policies or regret some of the policies you've taken as it relates to sanctuary cities?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm glad to see you here. I know you were unwilling to meet with your constituents about the Medicaid cuts that you voted for.
So answer the question. I thought you might not answer the question whether reclaiming I'm going to reclaim my time because you did not answer the question, which I thought you would. When I asked, when you hear about victims that suffer violence because of illegal migrants in a sanctuary city state, you said no, it hasn't caused you to rethink. Reclaiming my time. Now, Governor Pritzker, you mentioned reclaiming my time. I have the time. I have the time.
All the federal government. You all have the ability to fix this.
Governor Pritzker, earlier.
Do your job. Do your job, Congressman.
Yeah, I would deflect too instead of answer those questions. Now, you said earlier, in a response to a question from Chairman Comer, that you have been critical and had been critical of President Biden and his border policies. And you cited a letter, October 2nd, 2023, that you authored. So I pulled the letter, and I was looking for this criticism of the Biden border policy. 3 pages, nothing in there. Now, I'm going to submit for the record so everybody can see it. October 2nd, 2023, letter from J.B. Pritzker to President Biden. Not one mention of being critical of the border.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Now,
Public statements on national programs about this.
It's not your time. Governor Pritzker, it was mentioned earlier, all these rosy statistics about Illinois, but I want to mention a couple that weren't mentioned. Illinois is the leader in outmigration of people leaving the state of Illinois. We've led, for the last 4 years, 5 years, people want to leave the state of Illinois. We lost a congressional seat, as you're well aware. We have the lowest population in the city of Chicago now than in 100 years. People continue to flee Illinois. We have the 5th highest unemployment rate in the country, the 2nd highest property tax rate in the country, the 5th highest illegal immigration population in the country, with over 500,000 illegal immigrants leaving in Illinois. None of that got mentioned before, but that's the reality. And to be honest with you, Governor Pritzker, I wish you didn't have to be here today as my governor. I really do. But unfortunately, because of your failed policies, you have spotlighted Illinois and that truly is unfortunate, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. And our
Congressman,
last.
half of that is completely false and needs to be corrected, and I will if given the moment to speak. Our population is increasing. We have a higher population as a result of the census that was done in 2020. It was your Republican governor.
Governor, you'll
and
have
you
time to
served in the
answer that.
legislature. You were part of those policies. We are turning the state around.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jack.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the last questioner today, Mr. Walz, I think you're not going to need any more Diet Mountain Dew after this. But do you, just one thing, just to kind of bring this entire hearing back into the perspective, just to help us understand and this committee understand the policies of your administrations. We'll start with you, Governor Walz. Do you accept U.S. code which establishes that improper entry into our country is illegal and enforceable by the federal government?
Improper entry, meaning not asking for
illegally crossing is an illegal act and therefore a criminal act.
Civil in some cases, criminal as the government does it. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, no question. So just establishing that your administration respects that U.S. code believes, U.S. code affirms, and your administration believes that improper entry into our country is an illegal act and therefore criminal.
As the federal code says, we believe it, yeah, and we follow it.
Thank you, Governor. And Governor Hochul?
Depends how the federal immigration authorities enforce it. Sometimes it's civil, sometimes they do it on the criminal side. It's up to them to make that determination.
Thank you. One of the reasons why we just want to establish that is with respect to legal immigration, I mean, you were elected in your states, but your state's policies affect my state in Georgia, affect my constituents in Georgia, because when you create policies that incentivize illegal immigration, incentivize folks crossing illegally and being criminals into our country, it challenges, it presents challenges to us and it presents challenges to our ability to protect our constituents. In my district, every single person on this panel, Republican and Democrat, has a story, a painful story about how an illegal immigrant or many illegal immigrants have taken lives of those within our districts. In fact, in my district alone, in Columbus, Georgia, Dr. Malcolm Goodchild was killed by a drunk driver illegally here in our country. Of course, we talked about Lake and Riley. My colleagues have done that ad nauseum. So we also talk about the financial burden that's associated with those of us that represent folks in Georgia and your states as well. In Georgia alone, I just want for the record to note that $563 has been associated with the increased costs and increased burdens of my constituents because of illegal immigrants within our state. In our closing time, Governor Pritzker, we had Mayor Brandon Johnson testify before us, and I know you've at times expressed concerns about how he's run his administration in Chicago. I'm just curious if you support one of the things we talked about in this committee, perhaps you prepared for it, was a directive that he sent to Chicago police directing them not to cooperate with federal law enforcement enforcing immigration operations. Do you support that action from Mayor Johnson?
I support actions that follow the law of the state of Illinois and the federal law.
Do you think Mayor Johnson has done a good job with respect to law enforcement in his city?
Law enforcement has improved markedly since the choice of Larry Snelling as the superintendent of police in the city of Chicago.
What grade would you give A to F Mayor Johnson with respect to law enforcement in his city?
I wouldn't grade the mayor. I will say that Larry Snelling is doing an excellent job as superintendent.
Thank you. Governor Walz, I think you bring an interesting perspective to this conversation because you were just a candidate for national office on a ticket that lost. Exit polls from 2024 show a clear bipartisan majority of Americans trust President Trump to effectively handle immigration. Recent polling affirms Americans overwhelmingly support President Trump's immigration policies by a 30% margin. Even CBS published a survey that shows 6 out of 10 Americans say it is very important to deport illegal aliens. And of course, we've established that anyone crossing the border is, in fact, a criminal. So, Governor Walz, I'm just curious, given Americans' overwhelming support of President Trump's immigration policies, do you believe your record on immigration is one of the reasons you lost the vice presidency?
Congressman, I'm not familiar with the polls you're talking about. I can only speak to Minnesota that there's an anger about how it's being carried out. No one disagrees that we need an immigration reform and we need to fix it. What they don't see is whether it's a United States senator being taken down for asking a question or whether it's a 4-year-old girl with cancer being sent out of the country. Well, that's the frustration.
Put another way, I'm just curious. I mean, you were on a national ticket that lost, and I'm curious, why do you believe, what issues do you believe you failed to litigate properly with the American voters?
Oh, I'll let history relitigate that.
Fair enough. And I'll just close, Governor Walz, if I could. You know, one of the concerns that's been raised about why illegal immigration was so bad under President Biden is that he just cognitively was not there during the end of his presidency. When did you first become aware of President Biden's cognitive decline?
I don't have the expertise to judge on that.
Did you have conversations with Vice President Harris at any point about his cognitive decline?
Not that I can recall, no.
With that, I yield back to our chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing, and I appreciate your attention to all of our communities that we serve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Because we had some wave-on members on our side that went over, I'm going to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Lynch.
Thank you. I just want to update the gentleman on the most recent polls. You're right. The president did have favorable marks on his immigration policy early on, but since these snatch and grabs have started, he's underwater. 54% of the American people oppose him, his current policy, this active policy he's got going on right now. With that, I know, Governor Pritzker, you had a desire to fire back at some of the allegations to you. You have that opportunity now. I yield you as much time as you need, although if you have any left over, you can give it to your colleagues.
Appreciate it, and I am a sharer. I will thank you very much, Congressman, and let me just say that I'm so proud of my state and the way that we have operated, particularly in the last 6.5 years, to protect people. Public safety, so important in our state. I've increased the number of state police in Illinois, actually to highs that didn't exist even before my predecessor, the Republican governor. We also have done a lot to invest in violence prevention. And you've seen the result of that and the fact that we have banned assault weapons, that we have banned ghost guns. I would ask the members of Congress and the members of this committee to work to ban assault weapons across the United States. It worked back in the 1990s. It would work again if you pass it to lower the crime rate, lower the homicide rate. We have so much work to do as a country on immigration reform. And I don't understand why at about 50-50, this Congress is about 50-50 between the two parties. Isn't it about time that you got together and got comprehensive immigration reform done? We've seen it over the last 40 years, attempts along the way. It always fails. Every time it's because of Republican members walking away from the table. You all are in control of the Congress and the presidency. You can get together with Democrats and get something put together that will secure our border and have a big door that allows people to come who are working hard, who will raise families in the United States and help our economy.
Governor Walz, I know you took some incoming today. You got any closing remarks?
That's part of it. I would just say, Chairman Comer, acting ranking member, thank you to you. And I would like those folks sitting behind you and along the wall, thank you to all of you for accommodating this. Chairman, thank you specifically for accommodating our state schedule on budget. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Governor Hochul?
No, thank you for the opportunity again, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch. Not sure what to say after today's experience, almost 8 hours of sitting here and not doing the work of the people of the state of New York, but here's what I want to say. My number one priority has always been and always will be keeping New Yorkers safe. I believe our policies and our laws as implemented do. Second point I want to make, I want to express my absolute outrage on what we've seen happen to a U.S. Senator in the United States of America, regardless of what anyone does, to have someone like that treated like a common criminal as if he was a threat and throw him down and have to handcuff him with 3 people shocks the conscience. And as a former member of this body, I hope we'll all stand up and condemn this and say we can do better. This is a great country. Let's make sure we ensure that it stays great.
Thank you. And Ms. Sky Perriman, I just want to say thank you to you for your help here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And I'm going to assume you all haven't seen the entire tape at the beginning. I'm sure MSNBC or whoever sent you the clips have only shown you the end, but I think it'll be interesting when you see the entire clip of the incident with the senator. Before we close, I want to thank the Abraham family again for attending today. The purpose of this hearing is to try to get the illegal immigrants, the criminal illegal immigrants out of this country. And I think that's a goal that an overwhelming majority of Americans have. the governor said under oath that they were not sanctuary states and they would cooperate with the federal government. We'll see if that happens. That's good to hear, but we'll see if that happens. So with that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witness. If there's no further business, again, I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. I know it was a long day. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service. So without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I hope so. Did you see that letter email? How you guys? I didn't know how to respond.
Oh, I'd be honored. What's your name?
It was just out of French.
Want to do individuals?
One. 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 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.